I'm going to kick off with a question. So bank holiday weekend, what's the best thing to do? DIY? No. Shopping with the other half, maybe? No. Racing. Brscc, British Racing and Sports Car Club. Welcome along to Croft Circuit and our spring-winter weekend. We're on day 2. Yesterday's coverage was absolutely superb. The racing was great. Don't take my word for it. Go away and check out the recordings that happened. We headlined with the Fun Cup Championship yesterday, 2 magnificent races. We also had events from the Fiestas. They're going to be out on track very shortly. We had the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. The Fiestas had 2 races. BMWs had just the one. It's the other way around today. We've got 1 Fiesta race and 2 BMWs. We've also got a huge amount of variety with the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup 2-hour race coming from them. A huge variety of cars involved there. We've also got the Brscc Evolution Trophy, talking of variants of cars, with today's grid including the likes of classic VWs, Renault, BMW all on the grid. All of that to enjoy. Looking forward to that tremendously. Quick again recap on yesterday's racing. The youngsters didn't get their own way in the BMWs and the Fiestas. We had 3 race wins by master drivers. The youngsters were kept off the top step of the podium. Is that going to change today? Very, very possibly. So Fiestas are coming up first of all. We've got one of our senior people from the Brscc, Greg Graham, who is racing as a guest in the Masters class this weekend. And we had the opportunity to catch up with him just before he went out for his first race yesterday. So a little bit of VT before on Greg before we join Andy McEwen in the commentary box. And a warm welcome back to the cockpit for Greg Graham, who is the Formula E Development Manager for the Brscc. Greg, lovely to see you in car. I don't think I've ever seen you race in front-wheel drive before, so a new experience for me. And first time in this car?
Yeah, first time in this car. I tested yesterday, got a feel for it a little bit, and out in qualifying and just felt terrible, sleepy, lack of confidence. But hey ho, a privilege to be here, Richard. It's what we do. You know, we go racing. We do the whole job specifically to facilitate people's racing. So I'm privileged to be here. Should be enjoying it, but it's that personal challenge thing. You get a bit disappointed when you don't do well.
The senior people in the club, yourself and Paul and Luke as well, all racers. So it's great that you're in touch with the membership, the racing membership.
That's why we take this job. That's why we do the job. It's specifically because we're racers. We come from that background. So we think and we hope we know what people want from club racing, and we try our best to deliver. And it's always nice to have another little go ourselves as well. Yeah.
Predictions for the race?
Go fast, don't crash. That's about the size of it, yeah. So ask me afterwards, Richard.
I've been looked after by the team.
Yeah, 10 Sport, Chris Grimes and 10 Sport are a cracking team. Really, one of the nicest guys you're going to meet in motorsport, and yeah, they're all looking after me well. Thanks.
Great to see you back on track. Good luck. Thanks for having a little natter with us.
Thank you very much. Take care. Cheers.
Well, great to hear from Greg Graham there, the head of Formula E Development for the Brscc, who will be out in our first race of the day here at Croft. My name's Andy McEwen, up here in the commentary box to talk you through the day's action, and certainly based upon the races yesterday, action is the correct word. It was a brilliant opening day here at Croft, day number 2 after the traditional sort of quite relaxed morning. The midday curfew in action on the Sunday means we've all had a lie-in, and we are rested and well prepared for another good day of racing. Before we actually had cars out on track this morning, though, there was a minute's silence observed for a local marshal, Eddie Newton, known as the Snowman, I'm told, who sadly passed away not so long ago. So we observed a minute's silence here at Croft in his memory, and we send our thoughts and condolences to Eddie's family. And yes, I'm sure he would have enjoyed being here trackside for what's been a cracking 2 days of Brscc racing. So, cars heading out onto the track for our first race. It will be the Fiesta ST150s that are out first around the 2.1 mile Croft circuit. 12 turns, very little in the way of elevation on a track map. It looks a little bit like a karting track, doesn't it really? Lots of tight corners, hairpins, switchbacks, but it's a really technically demanding, bumpy, narrow, old-school circuit. That section out the back in particular through the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft and Sunny, really easy to catch yourself out over at that part of the track, as we saw from a few drivers yesterday. Thankfully, the conditions once again are in their favour, though. It is overcast. I haven't seen the sun all weekend, but it's never been cold. There's never been any wind, as you can see, hardly any wind blowing through the track whatsoever. So hopefully the conditions will stay nice through the course of the afternoon, because a wet Croft circuit can be particularly treacherous. It is a dry track, though, that will greet the drivers for our first race of the day, the third of the weekend for the Brscc Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. So, race number 3 of the weekend, round number 6 of the championship, and this is how they line up. It's the top 6 finishers from race number 2 that have been inverted to create this grid. So Thomas Eichen, who finished 6th yesterday afternoon, started from pole position alongside Sam Watkins, with Jamie Luthwaite and Mark Blunt on row number 2. Paul Dobson and Michael Blackburn had a brilliant battle for the victory yesterday, with Blackburn coming out on top to claim his 4th win in 5 races so far. And if he's going to make it 5 from 6, he'll have to do so from 6th on the grid. Lee Bowron and Max Buxton are next, ahead of Matt Pimlett and Jade Goodwin, with Dylan Davis and Stephanie Saw on row number 6. 7th row, Fortuna and Cheetah, with Aidan Vickers alongside. Then Mac McCarthy and Greg Graham, who we heard from in the assembly area. Lewis Bowron and Matthew Morton are on row 9, whilst the top 20 then completed by Neil Marsh and Graham Balaam. Row 11 for Ron Lufstad and Dan Wyke, and then the 12th row of the grid is arguably where we really need to focus in the early stages, because that's where you find Daniel Robinson and Liam Browning. Coming into the weekend, they were 2nd and 3rd respectively in the championship. Neither of them won a race at the season opener at Brands Hatch, but they were both consistent, they were both on the podium, and Dan Robinson actually qualified on pole position and finished 2nd in the first race yesterday morning, but then had an issue with the brakes. He was lacking brake pressure, I believe, on the outlap from the pit lane ahead of race number 2. He pulled off the grid where he was due to start from the front row and pulled into the pit lane. He did eventually start the race from the pit lane, but unfortunately pulled over at the side of the road. There is Daniel Robinson, the black number 69 car. Definitely one to watch. And behind him, the black, blue and red of Liam Browning. He had a broken drive shaft, they suspected, on the green flag lap for that second race earlier on as well. But both of those drivers we know have front-running potential. It's only a 15-minute race, so whether they'll be able to make full progress to the front is perhaps a bit doubtful, but they're certainly quick drivers. Dan Wyke actually worth watching as well, number 26. 3 quick drivers at the back who all will have eyes for the front, and there you can see them pulling into position on the grid. And Dan Wyke was also a non-finisher, I seem to recall. I forget why. No, he went off, didn't he, at Barcroft and Sunny into the barriers. Not too much damage done to the 26 car, but he was the 3rd non-finisher, all of them pretty high-profile drivers who failed to get to the flag. At the front, though, Michael Blackburn has been dominant, 2 wins from 2, but this reversed grid, or partially reversed grid format that we run in the Fiesta ST150s makes it very difficult to get 3 from 3. Not impossible, but very difficult to do. And in fact, looking back at last year's championship, did anybody manage to do 3 from 3 then? I'm not convinced that they did. Not every round was a triple header last season. Paul Dobson came close at Knock Hill, but then didn't finish race number 3. Cadwell Park, Michael Blackburn had 2 wins and a 2nd, but no, I don't think it's been done before. Will Michael Blackburn be able to do it today? Well, let's find out, because the lights are out. We're away and racing for the final time this weekend in the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150s, and a good start's been made there by Sam Watkins from the outside of row number 1. Tom Eichen, I think he's going to lose the lead here then. The red machine should head the pack through Clervaux. It's always a big squeeze into the first corner. Charging around the outside there, the red car of Max Buxton. Someone's in the dirt at the back. Hopefully they'll dig their way out of the gravel trap and rejoin the track from the other side. But it's Watkins who leads the way then. Eichen slotting into 2nd position. That's Mark Blunt in 3rd, straight across the chicane now. And there's a side for one of the cars in the middle of the pack. Did they gather that together? They might have known there was a further tangle, I'm afraid. One car heads for the rallycross circuit. Who was that then that got tapped sideways? It was the pink car, wasn't it, I think, which might be carrying some damage to the left front corner. Here it comes towards us. Yeah, definitely damage on that car. The safety car's already been scrambled because of that incident. Yes, there's a puncture, isn't there? The left front tyre off the rim, but I still haven't quite spotted the number on that pink car that was tapped sideways. We might get a replay of it and see if we can piece together even what happened, but that's an unfortunate start to the race, definitely. Luckily, wasn't worse. I think there's only one car that hasn't come out the other side of that. Obviously, there is this one damaged car, which, let's see if I can pick the number out now as it comes through. Oh, I couldn't quite see it, but anyway, through it goes, and we might be able to take another look. It's 42, which is Jade Goodwin. So Jade Goodwin, unfortunately, was the one who I think got tapped sideways, and then the others sort of piled in afterwards. Here's what happened. So through the chicane, I was distracted by Max Buxton skipping the chicane. There was then contact, and that was one of the Car Chase Heroes liveried cars, wasn't it, that got into Jade. Now, it wasn't Liam Browning, I don't think, because I don't think Liam had got that far up the order. But, yeah, that was an unfortunate moment coming out of the chicane. Again, that whole first sector, such a pinch point. You've got to funnel down through Clervaux, then it gets even narrower into the hook at Hawthorne. And then the chicane really is only single file. We saw what happened yesterday in the Compact Cup race when you try to go side by side through there. It doesn't tend to end that well. So Sam Watkins leads then. Sam Watkins, remember, was the race 3 winner from Brands Hatch last time out, having had a bit of a disappointing weekend up until that point with a non-start in the first race. He did manage to bounce back and win race number 3. Dan Wyke is in the pit lane, so that's one of the quick drivers from the back. Oh, and it was 94 that was off at Clervaux, and that car was the Mac McCarthy machine. Now, McCarthy is a guest driver, so a guest driver, Matt McCarthy, doesn't score points, but he's certainly not going to score points now anyway because he is in the gravel. I can't see another car at the side of the road down the back straight there, so I think Mac might be the only one we've lost. Yes, because actually Jade Goodwin hasn't even pitted. I hope Jade realises she's got that left front puncture because it's quite obviously going to... in fact, yes, there she is, look, limping around, but I'm intrigued as to why she didn't come into the pit lane, because that very obviously is a car that's not going to be able to take the restart at any great speed. There doesn't appear to be too much more damage, so they could have got her in and changed the tyre perhaps, but anyway, she'll have to come in at the end of this lap when, I suspect, the safety car will come into the pit lane anyway. So Watkins leads, Ike in second, Blunt third, Dobson fourth, fifth position Jamie Lewthwaite, only sixth for Blackburn, so he actually just sort of maintained his starting position, but still leads in the Masters category. Ahead of Buxton, Pitlock, Bowron and Davis. That is Dan White's car in the garage. What are they looking around at in the engine bay? Couldn't really see from there. Richard John Neal's on standby. If he can find out any information, then I'm sure he will pass that on. What progress of the two from the back? Well, was originally the 3 quick drivers from the back, Dan Wyke being one of them, but now just Dan Robinson and Liam Browning remain. Well, Dan Robinson's had a reasonable start. He's come from 23rd on the grid to 17th, but Liam Browning has done even better. He started 24th and at the end of lap 1 was 12th. So 12 places gained. 12 places gained for Liam Browning. There he is, the number 91 car just at the back of the shot, and he's going to be taking the restart in a few seconds because the safety car's in from 12th position. It's a radiator issue we're hearing for Dan Wyke, so thank you, Richard, for passing that information on. The cars then are bunched up through the complex. Again, brilliantly quick work from the marshals to get that car and Matt McCarthy out of the way at Clervaux, and we will now get the race back underway then with Sam Watkins the race leader. The yellow flag is replaced by the green one, and we are back underway with 10 minutes left on the clock then here at Croft. Watkins leads the way, and that was a decent restart. Thomas Aiken not really able to go with him in second position. Single file, they bounce down that very bumpy braking zone into the first corner. Here comes Browning, so Browning's next target will be who is it? It is, Greg Graham. Greg Graham's in 11th position. This is dangerously close to a top 10 for Greg, who, despite our constant teasing, is pretty handy behind the wheel, as Richard made the point in his interview earlier on. He's not super familiar with front-wheel drive cars, but this is hopefully going to put a smile on Greg Graham's face, running close to the top 10, although he might be one place further away from it before too much longer, because that is Liam Browning trying to get up the inside into Tower. Greg Graham didn't really want to turn in there just in case there was some contact, but there wasn't. He stays ahead of the man who was third in the championship, arriving here at Croft. Through the June Clark S's we go then. Watkins, the leader, just starting to inch away. The battle looks like it's going to be for third, doesn't it? Because Paul Dobson's on the tail of Mark Blunt. Oh, someone off in the background, and Matt Pimlett's engine goes in spectacular fashion. Matt Pimlett's engine letting go right in the face of Lee Barron, I think that was behind him. That was the car that was off further back. That's Neil Marsh, I think, the number 8 car. He went off through the Jim Clark S's. That is not a nice place to find yourself rally crossing. Luckily, he seems to have avoided contact with anything too solid, but has lost the front bumper, presumably through the grass, and then we lose him through the mist over at Sunny after that very spectacular engine failure for Matthew Pimlett. So we're losing a few of them in this race, aren't we? It's been a bit of a bruising opening couple of laps. Hopefully no fluid down on the track, though. That's not a nice place on the racing line to have a slippery surface. Across the line comes the leading group then. Watkins leading the way by 8/10 over Thomas Aiken in second position. Liam Browning, by the way, still hasn't got past Greg Graham, who will now officially be in nosebleed territory. He's in 10th position. And Greg Graham putting in a really good run. Very hard in qualifying. Where did he qualify for that first race? Into the... Oh, no, not into the pit lane. He's coming the... Neil Marsh, number 8 car. That is Matt Pimlett's car, having expired very spectacularly at the side of the road. But yes, Greg Graham qualified 19th, and over the course of the 3 races has solidly picked his way through the order to now find himself in the top 10. Good stuff. Also good stuff from Michael Blackburn here. He's at the inside of Jamie Luthwaite. And for 5th position, is this about to be a change of hands through the Jim Clark S's? No, couldn't get it round the outside through there. And of course we're now probably heading into a yellow flag zone, aren't we, into Barcroft? Yes we are, because it's still quite hazy there, isn't it? There's that smoke is lingering in the air. It's like a foggy day, but it's not. There is a surface flag out as well, but that could just be a precaution. The marshals might not know, probably can't see whether there's any fluid on the track through all of the smoke. A big moment in the background there for Max Buxton, but that was after the part of the circuit where there may or may not be oil. They're all still there. I think if there was oil, someone would have come a cropper on it. So no, I think the track might well be clear. Hopefully that surface flag can go in next time around. So through the hairpin, no change in the order yet in the leading group. Michael Blackburn here still trying to find a way past Jamie Luthwaite, but finding it difficult to do so, isn't he? That race, 3rd race at Brands Hatch, Blackburn finished, I think, about 4th, if memory serves. It's difficult to make progress in this field because the entirety of the top sort of 6 or 8 drivers are virtually on the same pace. So if you reverse them and give the drivers who are at the back end of the top half dozen clear air, they're very likely to be able to use that to good effect and get away. So through the chicane we go then. Daniel Robinson making more progress further back, by the way, is in 13th place. Still, Neil Marsh refuses to pit, but then the car seems okay. I mean, there's nothing hanging off it, there's no fluid. It seems to be tracking okay, so he's perfectly entitled to keep racing, unless the clerk of the course decides that he wants to bring him in, but I don't see that happening. So we have only lost 3 drivers then from this race: Jane Goodwin, Dan Wyke and Matt Pimlett. Everybody else still running. Through the Jim Clark S's then comes our championship leader, Michael Blackburn, who knows really that in these reverse grid races the priority is just to bank some points, try and finish as high as possible, of course, but not make too many mistakes. Had a change there. Look, Liam Browning is now ahead of Greg Graham, so Liam Browning into the top 10. There is Robinson, well picked out. So Dan Robinson coming through Sunny. The cheater there, the number 43 10 Sport Performance driver, a few places further back, but Dan Robinson is now the next to come up and challenge Greg Graham. But Liam Browning, having got past Greg, is already, look, on the tail of the next pair of cars. That is Lee Barron and Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis, by the way, was given a 1-place grid penalty after an incident in yesterday's 2nd race. So he started a position further back than he should have done, 11th instead of 10th. But he's back into the top 10 now, running in 9th. And trying to find a way to get past Lee Barron for 8th. Across the line we go again, just under 5 minutes to go, so 2/3 race distance. Dan Robinson trying to find a way past the red and black car of Greg Graham, but not quite close enough to make a move into Clairvaux Corner. The best place to do it, surely, is going to be down at Tower. I suspect that's probably where Greg succumbed to the pressure from Liam Browning on the previous lap. Browning now, of course, on the tail of Dylan Davis, is looking like one of the fastest cars on track. The walking wounded Neil Marsh car is gaining ground. I think he's just found a way up one more position, but are we going to see a change down at Tyre? Yes, we are. Looking in the background, Robinson up the inside of Greg Graham on the brakes. Oh, Greg goes sailing into the corner. Can he stop the car? Just about. There was an apex there somewhere, Greg, but Dan Robinson slips through on the inside line, and in the end, not a lot really that Greg could do. So Dan Robinson up a spot. That's 11th position now. He will try and set off after this next group before Liam Browning gets past Bowron and Dylan Davis, ideally. There goes Liam through Sunny in. Both of these sort of 90-degree right-handers, quite steeply cambered, so you can carry a bit more speed through there than you think you can. Flashing of the lights from Dylan Davis as he's feeling the heat now from Liam Browning and wants to try and get on with getting past Bowron as quickly as possible. But I don't think it'll be too long before Daniel Robinson is with them. Look at the way that he's bridging that gap already. Browning all over the back of Dylan Davis through the complex, but Dylan will defend the inside line into the hairpin, force Browning to go the long way round. And in the end, Liam decides better of that, tucks back in line, tries to get a better run off the corner, but not quite able to do it. Personal best lap just set by Thomas Eichen, by the way. He's right back on the tail of Sam Watkins now, whilst Michael Blackburn still can't find a way around Jamie Luthwaite for 5th place. But yeah, Thomas Eichen on that previous lap, 4.5 tenths quicker than the race leader, so the gap down to 3 tenths. Buxton, by the way, Max Buxton on the back of this group, has just set the fastest lap of the race. So Max Buxton with 1:42.061 was 6, nearly 7 tenths quicker than the race leader. Sam Watkins, who does seem to be losing pace a little bit as we move into this final third. Maybe the front tyres are starting to overheat a little bit. This is a tricky circuit for a front-wheel drive car. It's a lot of right-handers. The fast right-handers out the back will wear the left front, but then all of these traction zones at the very start and the very end of the lap where you're accelerating from low speed, easy to spin the front wheels up and wear the tyres out that way too. It's amazing. I was stood trackside down at the complex for a bit of the SuperSport and the Evolution Trophy qualifying sessions this morning, both of those categories still to race later on today. And the screeching of the tyres as they went through, particularly the direction change between this left-hander and the right-hander at the middle of the complex, really made you feel for the rubber. Side by side there for 3rd place. That's Dobson up the inside of Mark Blunt, but that's the outside for the next corner. It's a sea of silver and blue, this battle, isn't it, for 3rd position? But definitely Mark Blunt under some pressure now. Michael Blackburn trying to get up the inside, and Liam Browning is off. Liam Browning is off at the side of the road. Where is that? Not entirely sure. Somewhere over at the top of the track, I think, through maybe Barcroft and Sunny. There is a last lap board, I think, there being held out, so he should be on to the final lap of the race. But Liam Browning is out. Oh, it's up at Hawthorne, I beg your pardon. It's at the start of the lap that Browning has pulled over. I think he's pulled over anyway, rather than crashed off. So Dobson is now still ahead of Luthwaite. So no, he didn't get past Mark Blunt, did he? In fact, he dropped back by 8 tenths. So Dobson now under threat from Luthwaite, Blackburn and Buxton. And of course, Daniel Robinson's now into 9th position after the demise of Liam Browning. Now, the race leader's down towards Tower Corner for the last time then. Defensive move made by Sam Watkins, the car skittering around under brakes. But Thomas Eichen not yet able to prise that door open. Watkins almost runs onto the grass coming out of Tower, but as you can see from this shot, gets a good run off the corner nonetheless. And I think they are on the final lap now, so there's only really a couple more opportunities for Eichen to try and make this move. He couldn't be a lot closer though, could he, as he goes through the Jim Clark S's into Barcroft. Is there a chance of a move at Sunny? Not really. You're so on the edge there, trying to break into the right-hander, but trying to throw it up the inside is probably a bit of a low percentage move. Dobson has caught back up to Mark Blunt now. The leaders head down towards the complex for the final time. Watkins leading, Eichen is right there with him. Is this going to be one of those last corner lunges for Thomas Eichen, which we see so often here at Croft? It's a relatively easy move to defend from, which is what Watkins is trying to do. Eichen goes to the outside instead, tries to cut back to the late apex. It will be a bit of a drag race to the line, but it's so difficult in a front-wheel drive car to get that switchback done at the hairpin, and it's not going to work for Thomas Eichen. So for the 2nd round in a row, race 3 goes to Sam Watkins. Checkered flag, 2nd victory of the year. Thomas Eichen has to settle for 2nd, and Mark Blunt comes home in 3rd ahead of Paul Dobson, Jamie Luthwaite and Max Buxton, with Michael Blackburn down to 7th. So something happened to Blackburn on the final lap then. He dropped behind Luthwaite and Buxton in the end. Or no, just Buxton actually, wasn't it? He was behind Luthwaite anyway. So Michael Blackburn finishes 1 place lower than he started in the end. It is a top 10, meanwhile, for Greg Graham, because he got past Dylan Davis on the final lap. So Greg Graham into the top 10, and all jokes aside, and it does pain me to say this, that was a really, really good drive. Greg Graham into the top 10, nicely done, and it is a good advert for the BRSCC. That is the point that, again, Richard made in that interview with Greg earlier on, that all of the people really who run the BRSCC are racers themselves, Greg included, and they know what they're talking about. They know what they want to bring to the sport, and over the last few years they've been doing a terrific job of doing just that. So yeah, well done to Greg for getting into the top 10, and who knows, maybe he'll be tempted to come out and have another play in the Fiestas a little bit later on in the season. So Sam Watkins certainly will be happy leaving Croft with his second victory of the season. Thomas Eichen pushed him hard there, but in the end came up half a second short and had to settle for second position. Bartland was third, ahead of Paul Dobson and Jamie Leithwaite, with Matt Buxton in sixth. Michael Blackburn may have dropped to seventh on the last lap, but still wins the Masters class. Dan Robinson, meanwhile, from 23rd on the grid, second to last, came up to 8th by the flag. Lee Barron and Greg Graham finish inside the top 10, and they complete the Masters podium with Dylan Davis 11th, Julian Cheetah 12th, Aidan Vickers 13th, and Lewis Barron in 14th. Then 15th position, Stephanie Saw ahead of Max Morton, Graham Balen, Neil Marsh, Ron Lufstad, and of course Liam Brown in the first of the non-finishers, and that's costly for his championship hopes. Matt Himlett, likewise, after that spectacular engine blow-up, was a non-finisher, as were Dan Wyke and Jade Goodwin. So, exciting stuff as always for the Fiesta ST150s. That's them done for the weekend. They'll be back out next at Anglesey, which will be our next Fun Cup event on the 15th and 16th of June. So they'll be on the international circuit that weekend, whilst the Fun Cup Endurance Championship will be competing on the coastal circuit. So Fiesta action to come in June. Then in July, on the 13th, we're at Alton Park, Cadwell Park on the 10th and 11th of August, Donington Park on the 21st and 22nd, and Alton Park on the 26th of October, which I think is also a Fun Cup event. So the ST150 Fiestas, which started their season on the TCR UK package, I think they're back on that package again in July at Alton Park. And nice to see this grid growing as well, round by round. Now it's become a really attractive championship, and has very much embraced its national status now as well, because for a long time this was a championship based solely really in the northwest of the country, but now very much a national affair, as that calendar proves. But they will be heading back towards their spiritual home of North Wales in about a month's time or so. Right then, let's head down to the pit lane for the first time today to hear from podium drivers alongside Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much indeed, Andy. Let's grab Sam Watkins. Is it doing the serious business of getting some silverware? Congratulations. No hands-free.
No hands. Thank you.
Sam, well done. Nice to see you again. Congratulations on a fine win, but he was keeping you honest, wasn't he, to use the cliche?
Yeah, I just kept getting slower and Tom kept getting faster. It was really enjoyable, a really good race.
When you say getting slower, is that you or the car, or a bit of both?
It's a bit of both, I think. Ready at the end of the weekend now, I'm ready to go home.
You can now, can't you? Because it's an early finish.
Yeah, good way to end the weekend, really good.
Obviously, you'd rather be at the sharp end in the first two races, but always good to pick up points and wins, and convincingly, because there was nothing wrong with your lap times or your racecraft there at all.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, we had a lot of mechanical problems. Been a spare car this weekend. Cool. So, yeah, getting there. But, yeah, we got there at the end.
Yeah, it's good when it was a test day, wasn't it? The engine went?
Yeah, test day, engine went. First race, lost power steering. Second race, lost the suspension struts. So we got there in the end. Third race is all good.
It's better to end on the positive, isn't it, I guess?
Yeah, top end, yeah.
Okay, I hope it gets more positive for you next time out. Hand-free again, well done. Many congratulations. Sam Watkins. Tom Eichen takes second position, or Tom or Thomas?
Whatever you fancy.
You don't mind?
Don't care.
Tom, good to see you. I think last time I spoke to you was probably F4 days, and a little bit of a contrast, but wonderful to see that you're still out racing, and racing well. What was the story from Brands, first of all?
Story from Brands, I was over in Germany doing some simulator stuff because I'm racing in GT Open this year. So yeah, we weren't at Brands, but then yeah, hopped into the car for the first time in about 2-3 months, and yeah, picked up a nice trophy. So
does simulator stuff, why is that more important than actually being in the car?
Because that was simulator stuff for my GT Open campaign in Europe, so that's sort of taking the priority, and then we jump into the Fiesta for a bit of fun when we can.
Nice one, and you're obviously enjoying it. Smile says says that you are enjoying it. It's a tough field though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice big field this weekend, and yeah, everybody keeps you competitive. I've been a bit off the pace so far this weekend, but luckily we found some pace when it mattered. When we were starting off the front, he managed to beat me off the line, but then couldn't quite get back past him.
I think you had him worried in the closing stages.
Probably, but he did enough, so that's all that matters to him.
Are there any more date clashes, or will we have the pleasure of seeing you on track again here soon?
Yeah, I'm not sure about Anglesey, but definitely all the ones after that I should be here, yeah.
Tom, great to see you. Well done on the podium. Look forward to seeing you again soon. A little bit later on in the season, Tom Eichen in third position goes to Mark Blunt. So, Mark, we get a bit of a sort of Michael Blackburn feel to this because it's blue overalls as opposed to Michael's blue car, but a second podium of the weekend. Well done.
Yeah, really pleased with that one. Had a bit of an incident in the chicane, hit the tyre stack and noticed I bent something on the steering. Went into Tower Bend, then I can hear the tyre rubbing and I'm thinking, please don't cut through the tyre. But it was fine all race.
Was that self-inflicted?
Yeah, it was. My
Yeah.
own fault.
Very honest, a lot of drivers will blame something else, but you have to get into evaluation mode quite quickly, I guess, to work out what's damaged on the car, whether you continue and what you can get out of the car.
Yeah, definitely. All I was thinking here in the rubbing was, I hope the tyre doesn't cut through. Because obviously some of these high-speed corners, last thing you want is a blowout on the front.
So, podium, decent result to go home with.
Definitely.
Nice one, Mark. Very well done. Congratulations. Good to see you on the podium again. Well, I think if we've got time, I'm going to get Michael Blackburn over because Michael won the Masters. And well done, Michael. It's always great to catch up. A little bit guilty this morning because I was off to get a bacon roll and Michael was off running the track. So does that help with fitness and things like that?
Well, it obviously hasn't helped in this race, has it? I just got at the back of the train and the pace was just too close to risk it. I thought, 2 wins yesterday. I don't need to really take those last bit of risks. So no, I was happy to sit at the back of the train and wait for a gap. Nobody really made a mistake. P7's all I had today, with that in mind. So I take the points.
Yeah, points and finishes, and I know you can drop a score, but if it's a big one, then that's better, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, when you look at what some other drivers have had this weekend, I have to take. I'm happy to take the points as it comes at the moment. Yeah.
Nice one, Mike. Keep on running, mate. Keep doing those tracks. Was it a good lap, by the way, the running lap?
I'm quicker in the car.
Certainly quicker than me on the way to the bacon rolls. Cheers, Michael Blackburn. Well done. Great weekend. 3 Masters wins, 2 outright wins yesterday, of course, and great to catch up with him. We look forward to seeing the final detail ST150s later on in the season. In the meantime, we've got the first of 2 races for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. And with the grid and all the details, here's Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, we've got the cars on their green flag lap then for the second race of the weekend in the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Yesterday's race was exciting. Let's go with that. We'll go through some of the details afterwards. First, the grid for race 2, which is headed by Gordon McMillan, with former Ginetta racer Conor Grady starting alongside. Max Noble and Gareth Claydon are on row number 2, with Mike Doble and Ross Stoner on row number 3. Fourth row, Richard Sutherland, always exciting to watch, with Joe Doble for company. He should move forward, as should Stephen Daly, who had to start from the back of the grid in a spare car yesterday on his return to the championship. Peter Smith completing the top 10 ahead of Matt Flowers and Adam Wright. Alistair Smith then starts on the 7th row of the grid ahead of Alex Reed. Then it's Gregor Pryor and Thorburn Astin, with Tim Seaford and Barney Lauer on row number 9. 10th row for Rob Langham and Daniel Mountford. Alex Corkwell and Mark Grady complete the 22-car grid. So yesterday's race boiled down in the end to a scrap between Gordon McMillan, Conor Grady and Max Noble for the race victory. But actually, before that, it looked like it was going to very much be a battle that involved Gareth Claydon and Joe Doble. But unfortunately, a little tangle at the chicane between the two of them whilst going side by side for the race lead saw them both go off the road. Joe eventually finishing 8th and Gareth in 4th position. But Gareth, who they were the top 2 drivers in the championship coming into this weekend, and of course that little tangle means that they will now have lost a handful of points to the likes of Conor Grady and Mike Doble behind. Gordon McMillan, though, having had a disappointing season opener at Alton Park, desperately needed that victory because it's brought him up now from 9th in the championship standings, and he'll have gained several positions as a result of that win. Dropped scores will all be calculated later in the year, but for now, after just 3 races, Gordon McMillan at least is starting to bring himself back into contention. Great to have Stephen Daly back on the grid as well. Stephen Daly, who also actually has had a stint in Ginettas alongside Conor Grady. I believe that's how Conor has ended up being tempted over into the championship as well this year. But Stephen Daly, multiple former champion, and for many years was the dominant man, really, of the BMW Compact Cup. Inevitably, there's a bit of a changing of the guard has happened over the last few years, and with Stephen having been off trying a few other championships out, he's back now where he made his name. Well, actually, initially made his name in the Scottish Compact Cup up at Knock Hill, but ever since he came down to race in the UK Championship, if you like, he has been really the dominant man, the form man, and looking to try and compete for a championship again this year, although he didn't do the opening round at Alton Park, and because he only finished 9th in race 1, it means that even with drop scores now, he's on the back foot, but he rocketed through from the back of the grid and would have finished further up than 9th had he not had a spin, I believe, up at Barcroft. So he'll be looking to try and move forward from the 5th row of the grid today, which he will do now because the lights are out. We're away and racing. It's a terrible start from Conor Grady from the outside of row 1. That's Daly on the grass on the left in the back of shot, but Gordon McMillan is going to hold on to the advantage. Heading into Clervaux corner for the first time. Gareth Clayton's had a good start, but snatches the break, turning into Clervaux and almost gets collected by a curb-hopping Ross Stoner. Just about they avoided tangling, but a good start that from Gareth Clayton up into 3rd position. Round Hawthorne corner we go for the first time of asking. They're all still there, I think. This is where it all went wrong in the battle for the lead yesterday. A couple of them take to the runoff area, but generally a clean start. A poor start, though, for Conor Grady. He's got it all to do now. There he is, look, the multicoloured car, the 3rd in shot. Just ahead of him, he's got a good view of Doble going up the inside of Ross Stoner, but Stoner's late enough on the brakes to fend him off. Matt Flowers further back with a big lock-up. He's running up the inside of the number 27 car of Adam Wright, and Richard Sutherland sideways. I seem to recall saying that a few times yesterday. In fact, I've been saying that for a few years now of Richard Sutherland. He never seems to drive that car in a straight line if he can help it. Very spectacular driver. Not convinced it's any good for the rear tyres, but they're only 15-minute races, and Richard is here to have a good time, and a pretty rapid driver as well on his day is Sutherland. Lost a couple of positions, I think, from where he started. There was 7th on the grid. Looks like he's about 9th now as they round Sunny for the first time, with Gordon McMillan already making a break. He too, though, is not immune to this brake locking up that we've seen from a few drivers on this opening lap. Cold front tyres, of course, and cold brakes too. Just taking them a few laps to get them into the window. Max Noble, meanwhile, up into 2nd position now, so that all, of course, is because of Conor Grady's poor start. There is Grady, just ahead of Peter Smith, who's had a good start. He's gained a few positions, so there's been a real shuffle here on the opening lap. Gordon McMillan, about the only driver who's still in the same position he started the race. He leads by 9/10 over Max Noble 2nd, Gareth Clayton 3rd, Stoner 4th, Mike Doble 5th, then Conor Grady, Peter Smith, Joe Doble, Stephen Daly 9th, and Matt Flowers 10th. So Daly, interestingly, didn't gain any places on that first lap. There he is, the grey and yellow car at the back of that group. The number 64 machine, the man from Scotland, on the tail of Peter Smith and Joe Doble. Gareth Clayton, meanwhile, wanting to try and bounce back from yesterday's disappointment, trying now to challenge Max Noble for 2nd. Down towards Tower he goes, and he's forced to go the long way round. That's not going to work. Mike Doble, meanwhile, defending, if I know, has just taken 4th place away from Ross Stoner, and he has managed to find a way through. Side by side for 2nd up the road as well. Richard Sutherland's on the grass now, down at Tower, but this is Gareth Clayton braving it out round the outside through the first part of the Jim Clark S's. That's the inside for the 2nd part. Max Noble out wide on the runoff area. There's a bit of a squeeze, but Clayton's gone through, and Max Noble would have liked to have been left a bit more room there, but Gareth Clayton, a man on a mission, he knows that if he can get through to 2nd position, he could chase down Gordon McMillan potentially, and I think Gordon is the man that he realistically sees as his big championship threat. This could be a very tasty battle if those two get themselves together. Conor Grady there trying to go around the outside of Ross Stoner. That didn't work. Peter Smith has Joe Doble and Stephen Daly for company. But as we saw in that ST150 race, overtaking in a one-make category around here is not the easiest of things to do. Even Stephen Daly is finding it difficult to improve upon 8th position. rocketed through the order in race 1, but then once he got into the top 10, found progress a little bit tougher to make. Fastest lap of the race, Gareth Claydon, a 1:42.2, but that's only fractionally quicker than Gordon McMillan, although of course there was an overtake involved on that lap. Speaking of overtaking, Mike Doble and Ross Stoner are side by side again. Stoner trying to go around the outside line, and that was always going to be his reward for his efforts. He's through the gravel. Conor Grady's gone past him as well, and with dirt on his tyres, he might now struggle to keep Peter Smith at bay. Into the chicane, has to back out of it. Peter Smith goes through. Daly now joining in the fun as well. And then Joe Doble, who also has had a disappointing first lap, started 8th, runs 9th at the moment. He's got a grandstand view of Stephen Daly slipping up the inside of Ross Stoner's car, heading for Tower. As Conor Grady tries to get to the outside of Mike Doble, but Daly finally now starting to make some progress, gets past Ross Stoner, who's been slipping back over the last lap or so. Towards the Jim Clark S's they head. Joe Doble might try and follow Daly by here, which he has. Looks, that's another place lost for Stoner. Stoner at the line was 5th. Halfway round the lap, he's down to 9th, just losing positions hand over fist, and now Adam Wright moves up to challenge as well. Talk about kicking a man when he's down, but that is what you've got to do sometimes. If you can see another driver has been knocked out of their rhythm, then you have really got to try and capitalise before they get back into that rhythm, and that is what Wright is doing. Look, he's looking at the inside into the complex, but wasn't quite able to find the gap. Conor Grady on the tail of Mike Doble there. I'm intrigued to see what lap times we get out of the leaders this time, though. The gap was 1 1/4 seconds between McMillan and Claydon. Is it coming down? Is Gareth Claydon, car number 1, getting closer? Well, there's your answer. You can see it visibly, can't you? He's definitely closing in. 1/4 of a second gain that time. Conor Grady's on the grass, but he's found an overlap on the inside of Mike Doble. This for 4th position, but lost some traction on the grass, wasn't able to keep that momentum going. And so Mike Doble, father of Mikey Doble, current British Touring Car Championship racer, manages to stay in front. Mike, of course, had a stint on the British Touring Car package as well back in the day, racing in the Seat Cupra Championship. Been a one-mate racer in the UK for a while now, and the Doble family, it obviously runs in the blood, doesn't it, with Mike and Joe now competing in this championship. Mikey Doble won this championship a couple of years ago, the same year that he won the Ginetta GT5 championship, and then moved on up into the BTCC off the back of that. Very talented racing family. That's a bold move, and it's going to be a successful move, I think, from Adam Wright around the outside of a slightly smoky number 22 car of Ross Stoner. Does manage to make 9th place his own. The 4th place, Conor Grady still can't get past the Mike Doble car. Towards Sonny in, through the cambered right-hander. Stephen Daly boxed in between Peter Smith and Joe Doble. A nice place to be, really. Joe Doble, we know, is a quick driver as well, and has a run actually on Daly as they head towards the complex this time. Daly will have to defend the inside line. Joe Doble will try and go right round the outside through the left to get the inside for the right, but there's not a lot of grip offline into the complex. He wasn't quite able to do anything with that. At the moment has the for Rod Langham further back. Looks like he's recovering from drama. We've had a new fastest lap last time around for Gareth Claydon. He got the gap down to 1 second to Gordon McMillan. It's now down to 6/10 of a second with another fastest lap. So Claydon then a 1:41.5, 3/10 faster than the race leader once again that time. Here comes Conor Grady to the inside of Mike Doble and does now take 4th position. Can Doble fight back into Hawthorne? No, not able to get the overlap, but I really am expecting fireworks now between McMillan and Claydon. These two have been very evenly matched this season, and I think they both are realising that this is going to be a pretty intense championship battle between them both this year, and they both know the significance of every single opportunity to beat each other, essentially. And Gareth Claydon is not going to back down from the fight. If he can close in on Gordon McMillan and apply some pressure, it should be a pretty lively battle. Through the Jim Clark S's they are heading. Out of Tower goes Stephen Daly. On the grass goes Stephen Daly, but not quite wide enough to leave the door open for Joe Doble. Only just into the second half now of this 4th round of the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. And the stage is set nicely, isn't it, for a pretty exciting second half of the race. This group of cars refusing to leave each other alone. Where's Ross Stoner gone? There's Ross Stoner. He's losing more places now. Richard Sutherland and Alex Reed have gone by. So Ross Stoner, who at one point was inside the top 5, is now down to, I think, 12th position. All going wrong for the number 22 driver. Big lock up there from somebody. Grady, that might have been, I think. Grady or Mike Doble. They went into the complex. Grady, of course, now setting off after Max Noble, who had pulled a couple of seconds on this group. Now Connor's passed Mike Doble. Should be able to start closing in on the third place man, perhaps challenge for another podium finish, what would be his second of the weekend. 0.4 of a second now between the top two. It wasn't the fastest lap that time for Claydon, but it was still about 41.5, which actually was 0.6 slower than Connor Grady went, who does now steal the fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point in the championship as well. So Connor Grady then, 4th place, definitely closing on the cars ahead. That's the number 21 of Smith off the road. Up at the complex, Alistair Smith started 13th. Well, he's running a bit further down than that anyway, I think, before he had that off-track excursion. He's then down at Tower. There you can see Connor Grady almost with Max Noble now, so the fight for third is about to ignite, probably at the same time as the battle for the race lead. Here goes Daly, still Joe Doble can't find a way past him. I am a little surprised that Daly hasn't made more forward progress than this. No, it's not easy, but you know, he knows these cars exceptionally well, and the speed that he carried in race 1 just doesn't quite seem to be there now in the second race, does it? He's actually dropping away slightly now from Peter Smith, and Joe Doble starting to ask some serious questions of the 7th place man. Sonny out. Important to try and get a good exit from there, because you can challenge for position into the first part of the complex, or at the very least force your opponent to defend, get them offline, and maybe sort of find the opening through the second or third part of the complex. Everybody staying line astern for now, I think. Defensive line taken there by Peter Smith. Joe Doble tries the outside line. Oh, so Joe Doble is ahead of Stephen Daly. Sorry, I missed that. So Joe Doble then moves ahead of Stephen Daly into 7th place. Not quite sure how he managed that. Side by side for third. Look, Connor Grady on the outside of Max Noble. Has his nose ahead. Can he go right round the outside? No, he can't. Max Noble sails into the corner and hangs on. But the speed that Connor Grady's got, he might actually feel that he's got a shot at catching the race leaders here. He's looking up the inside through Hawthorne. This is not a sensible place to go side by side. Just ask Gareth Claydon and Joe Doble after their tangle yesterday. And in the end, sensibly, Connor Grady backs out of that one. Maybe he's not going to be able to catch the top two. They are a little bit further ahead than I thought, but if they really start battling, then it will hold them up. And Grady in clean air has obviously got more speed than anybody else. His fastest lap of 40.9 is actually about just over half a second quicker than anything Gareth Claydon's done so far. Claydon, incidentally, can't get any closer to McMillan, can he? So, try as he might, can't get within striking range for the race lead. Connor Grady definitely within striking range, though, as they head through Sonny, and Noble is sideways. Can he save it? Surely not. Slams on the brakes, parks the car on the apex. Didn't quite manage to keep Connor Grady behind, but that was a remarkable bit of car control. And Max Noble, I am very impressed that he's still on the track at all. I thought he was going to be fired off into the scenery, but managed to keep it together and only lost 1 position. But Connor Grady has now broken through. Mike Doble there's got Peter Smith and Joe Doble for company. Joe Doble coming around the outside of Peter now through the right-hander. That gives him the inside for the final turn at the hairpin. Peter Smith tries to close the door. Joe Doble is not obliged to back out of that gap, and they were momentarily 3 abreast through the hairpin there because Mike Doble tried to leave them both some space. There's another hip and shoulder, and they are now going to go 3 abreast, I think, down the pit straight. Mike Doble on the inside, Joe Doble on the outside, and Peter Smith trapped in the middle. Stephen Daly trying to join in the fun as well. Past the pits they go. Is Mike Doble going to hang on? Can Peter Smith convert that into a move? I don't know how he did that. 2 corners ago I was convinced he was going to lose a place, and at Clervaux he actually gains one. So Peter Smith into the top 5, and that was for 2nd place in the Masters class as well. McMillan leads the Masters class, but Mike Doble and Peter Smith were 2nd and 3rd, still are 2nd and 3rd, but now the other way around. That was a terrific bit of racecraft from Peter. Forced the issue, found a gap, and then just committed to the outside line and managed to make the place. So round Tower we go, where there is a surface flag outlook, so there's a bit of concern about fluid on the track. I'm not sure from whom that would have come. Into the pit lane came that time around the number 21 of Alistair Smith. Now we saw him recovering from a moment earlier on. Maybe, well, there is Alistair. Maybe there's a concern about fluid coming out of his car. There's certainly a concern about grass attached to the underneath of the car, but I can't see anything leaking from underneath. It's quite a good camera angle to spot that. That's Richard Sutherland doing Richard Sutherland things on the grass. Loses a place to Reed, who now moves up into the top 10. I wasn't kidding when I said that Richard Sutherland likes to drive that car at some exciting angles, but almost got the better of him on that occasion through Sunny. So we've got one more lap of this to go. Joe Doble's now on the tail of Mike Doble. In fact, he's up the inside into the final hairpin, but Mike's not going to make this easy. Runs a bit too wide, though, in the end, does he? Well, maybe not. Stephen Daly actually has the best run of all of them off the hairpin, but can he get an overlap against the second of the Dobles? I don't think he can. The lead gap, by the way, is back out to 9/10 now, so I don't think Gareth Clayton's got an answer for Gordon McMillan in this race. The Dobles, I think, are swapping places there. That looked very much like Mike Doble was waving Joe through there into 6th position. Did it well, though, because he managed to get back in line in front of Stephen Daly, who now is under threat, actually heading for the chicane from the number 27 car. I thought they were going to go side by side there, but Adam Wright didn't quite get fully up the inside. And the back straight for the final time then towards Tower, the last of the really good overtaking opportunities, and Conor Grady still hasn't... hang on, Conor Grady's back behind Max Noble. So Max Noble, not only did he save that ridiculous slide through Barcroft and Sunny, but he's back into the podium places now, albeit with Conor Grady trying to get up the inside of him into the Jim Clark S's. Didn't manage to do it though, so Doble's still in front. Now, can he keep the rear end of that car in check through the fastest part of the circuit this time? Grady knows that he might be vulnerable here on the brakes into Sunny, but no, Max Noble gathers it together, keeps it pointing vaguely in a straight line, misses the apex, but Conor Grady can't take advantage, and so it is still going to be Max Noble in third. Oh no, that was Claydon. That was Gareth Claydon with damage on the right front corner. The second place man is in big trouble. Gordon McMillan is going to win the race, but Gareth Claydon might not make it to the flag, and if he does, surely he won't be in a podium place. Gordon McMillan out of the final hairpin. He is going to claim his second victory of the weekend here at Croft, but Claydon is out. Gareth Claydon is out. He's pulled off just behind the commentary box, actually, and that right front wheel that looked like it was becoming detached has meant that it's a non-finish for Claydon. It means that Max Noble is second and Conor Grady is third. So big drama right at the end, and Gareth Claydon notches up a non-finish, which he could not afford. That is remarkable. Perhaps explains why his pace was deteriorating slightly in the second half of that race, having looked the quickest driver on track for a while. He then seemed to lose pace. Did he clip a tyre stack somewhere? Maybe a curb strike? Oh, you've got a feel for him though, and that's going to be a non-finish for Gareth Claydon. Evidently a Valentino Rossi fan based upon the helmet design. Valentino with much success on 2 wheels. Of course, he's now converted into a very quick racer on 4 wheels as well. But on 3 wheels, there wasn't really a lot that Gareth Claydon could do about that, and he had no choice but to pull over to the side of the road. Someone else there was pulling into the pit lane as well to retire from further back. Thorburn Aston, I think that was retiring, but he will likely, yes, it was 36, Thorburn Aston, will likely still be classified as a finisher because he'll cross the timing line in the pit lane. Well, I think I used the line yesterday that the Compact Cup never fails to entertain, and once again, a thoroughly entertaining 15 minutes of racing. Gordon McMillan the winner, Max Noble on the podium this time around. Max, in fact, he was on the podium yesterday, wasn't he? 3rd place. That was, I believe, his first podium in the championship, and he's now had a 2nd place. Now, oh, hang on, there are penalties. There are penalties showing up on the timing screen. They've only just appeared on the timing screen, but one of them is for our race leader. So Gordon McMillan might not be the winner. He's not, the timing screen hasn't adjusted the positions, but it's saying a 5-second penalty for Gordon McMillan and for Mike Doble and for Richard Sutherland. So these results that we're about to see are very provisional. I suspect Max Noble, because it's a 5-second penalty for Gordon McMillan. You can see there Max was 2.8 seconds back at the flag. I actually think Max Noble might be the winner. I'm glad I'm not Richard John Neal having to sort this one out. McMillan then on the road the winner, but the timing screen showing him with a 5-second penalty. Max Noble 2nd and Conor Grady 3rd, ahead of Peter Smith, Joe Doble, Stephen Daly and Adam Wright, with Alex Reid in 8th. Mike Doble in 9th also, we believe, has a penalty, so will drop out of the top 10 behind Matt Flowers and Ross Stoner, whilst Richard Sutherland is the 3rd of those drivers with a 5-second time penalty. 12th on the road for Richard, but that might change. Gregor Pryor was 13th, Tim Seaford was 14th, and then it was Daniel Mountford, Mark Brady, Barney Lauer, Rob Langham, Alex Corkwell and Thorburn Aston, with Gareth Claydon dramatically non-finishing on the final lap, and Alistair Smith pulling into the pit lane a lap before the end of the race. So, Good luck, Richard, unpacking all of that down in pit lane. It could be a very disappointed Gordon McMillan, who actually, if he does have a 5-second penalty, which is what the timing screen is saying, won't even be on the podium because 5 seconds would drop him down to 5th. So the podium could be Max Noble, Conor Grady and Peter Smith. I sort of hope we get to hear from Peter Smith because I want to hear about that terrific move that he made around the outside at Clairvaux when it looked like he was going to lose a position and actually managed to go around the outside of Mike Doble to claim what was at the time second in the Masters category. But with this penalty from McMillan, Peter Smith will win the Masters class as well, if that is the case. So it's all changed potentially. Still waiting for official notification because, like I said, the timing screen isn't actually showing the amended result. But with somebody about to be announced a race winner, we can hand down to Richard John Neal. Richard, what can you tell us?
Well, we're going with Max Noble, and why not after a splendid drive. Thank you, Lindsay, doing the honours. Let's get in. And Max, congratulations. All subject to official confirmation, just to, you know, dot the I's and cross the T's or the other way around. First of all, that save.
Yeah, who knows? No, I just stuck my foot in it. Kept my foot in it and kept it round. I thought Conor was going to get me through there anyway. He'd already got a run, and to be honest with you, I probably had my eyes behind rather than in front going in there. But no, once we saved that, just hunkered down behind Conor for a couple of laps. Saw him made a mistake, and then tucked in there, and then obviously gone from there. So yeah, I'm really happy, even happier than yesterday. So yeah, first podium yesterday, first win today.
Absolute mega stuff. We'll let you get your hat on if you want, just for the pictures. And yeah, you got him back, and I thought there was going to be big trouble there because you were sideways.
Yeah.
Bunch of cars behind you. Could have been completely nasty, but everybody around the track said great save.
Yeah, but I've got to say thanks, to be fair, to the lads behind, because I did have a look and everyone slowed up, because it would have been very easy to everyone seeing a gap and just pile through, which has happened in compacts before. But no, I say it was, kept my foot in it, kept it round, and then just tried to stay in it to win it, which obviously worked out in the end, didn't it? So
how much extra confidence does it take? Obviously getting your first podium and now the first win, you're beaming with it, and you know that's tangible. Presumably you carry that forward now with you.
I think you have confidence in the car, and when you know you can put in those performances, it gives you more confidence all the way through. But once you know you can do it, it stays in the back of your head that you can do it. So hopefully take this through the rest of the season now.
And it just gives sparkle for us to the championship as well.
Yeah, it's great, and I have to say I'd recommend this to anyone starting out. I think it's brilliant. It's great fun. I've never had more fun in a race car ever, doing anything else, track car, anything. So if you ever want to start, I'd recommend this for having a go at first time motorsport.
That's a great advert. Max, what did you do before?
Nothing at all. I bought a track car, had a track car for a year or so. With the old man, my brother, we swapped around, and then we had to go in that, and you get tired of being passed by Lambos and Ferraris on the straights at Donny and stuff like that. So we said, let's go and pick a single make series. I've always been into touring cars, watched touring cars since I was a kid. So pick a single make series, something that's close, something that you know if you're behind someone in front, it's because you're doing something wrong, not anything to do with the car. So I just thought it's the series to go, and that's how we ended up here. So.
This is a bit more even, isn't it, than touring car? Some of the shots that we saw, Max, were touring car-esque for sure.
So no, that'll be the aim at some point, whether that's 20, 30 years, but who knows? That'll be the aim at some point. Looking at TCR as well, anything in the future. But right now, probably focus on this for a couple more years. Hopefully, get a few more of these.
Thanks for a great chat. Congratulations on a fine win.
Thank you,
Max Noble. We've got to go down to Peter. Conor Grady, let's get you up again, Conor. And I got it wrong yesterday. I said first podium in the championship, wasn't second one. Apologies for that, but third podium now in the championship. And podium habits are what make prizes at the end of the day, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and it was quite a hard race. It might give me a good race there, and it was. It's really hard to get past Mike, so it took me quite a long time. And once I got by, I thought I was away then, and I got hit the water, and then I went off, and then I was back into third then. So then Mike Noble got in front of me when I went on the oil, or the water, whatever it was. Yeah. So it was quite a hard race. Yeah.
What were your thoughts when Max went sideways out the back there?
I thought I was going to hit him then.
We thought you were.
And I was locked up, and I thought, oh no, please. And then I let off the brake and turned in. I was waiting for the bang from behind. So luckily no one hit me, so it was all right.
It was a good race. It looked like you had pace, and enjoying that car. Seemingly whatever car they put you in, you're on the podium.
Yeah. So yeah, I do like the car. To be fair, I'm getting used to it now. Just playing with the setup, and it's working every time. So we're getting better and better. So the pace looked quite good then. So hopefully for the next race we'll be all right.
Nice one. Reverse grid, isn't it? Well, not sure who's going to start where. We'll come to that when we get there. Connor, well done. Maybe see you on the podium a little bit later on. First time for me to interview Peter Smith. Well done, Peter. Masters win as well, and up on the podium. Yeah. That was a bit of a bonus, wasn't it?
It was a real bonus because I think I came in 5th, and Gordon's got a time penalty. Yeah, I don't know what put me there. To be honest with you, it was all a bit of a shock. So,
don't be shocked because you were having a great race. We saw you with the two doubles going side by side, 3 wide, and you came through.
A double in front, a double behind, Stephen Daly behind. You're thinking, how long can I hold on to this for? You know, it's one corner after another, just trying to keep it on. So, yeah, that was absolutely mental, as it always is in this racing.
Mega Pete, I'm sorry to cut you short. We've got cars out on grid for the next race, but congratulations on 3rd and on the Masters win. Hope we see you again soon. Peter Smith, who takes the podium. Cars out on track for our next race. So with the rundown, I'm just hearing Andy McEwen's finished his Weetabix, so we can go to Andy for the grid.
Thank you, Richard. I need it, honestly, to keep the energy levels up. It's been a brilliant pair of races to kickstart our day, and certainly energetic stuff out on track. And yeah, really enjoying our 2nd day of racing here at Croft so far. Hopefully that enjoyment will continue through our 3rd race. It's the first of 2 today for the Brscc Evolution Trophy, a multi-class grid, but I'll just give you the grid as it is in general. Getting to the classes later on is Adam Marshall in his VW Golf that starts from pole, and Paul Hoggins' Audi TT lines up alongside. Then it's Dave Pinkney, former British touring car racer, amongst many other things, starts 3rd in his original VW Vento with Richard Clark's Renault Clio for company. Nick Sanderson's Seat is 5th, with Kerry Lewis, double winner in the season opening weekend at Snetterton, starting 6th in the Golf. Another Mark V Golf from Dawn Butcher is next alongside Donald DeVar in his Mark I Golf GTI. Great to have that car back on the grid again. Tony Hunter's number 1 Renault Clio starts 9th, and Graham Farrington in a Clio 197 starts from the outside of row 5. Then it's Paul Dunningham and Stephen Watson, a pair of Audis. Mike Collins in BMW M1 starts 13th, ahead of Philip O'Halloran in an Audi TT, and the Audi A3 of Chris Garnham lines up 15th on the grid. So the Evolution Trophy, what is the Evolution Trophy? Well, if you've not seen it before, it is essentially a gathering of all of the sort of new championships or championship, or not championships yet, but series that are being developed by the Brscc that don't yet have enough cars subscribed to have their own grids, but rather than just not be able to race anywhere at all, they gather them all together on the same grid. So you've got cars that are eligible for all sorts of different Brscc series, and the plan is that you can sort of build the grid up here within Evolution Trophy, and then eventually they start to race by themselves. So you've got things like the Classic VW Cup, the FinSport Renault Cup as well, which is why we have a few Clios out there. Normally we have a couple of the Mark IV Mazda MX-5s as well, which hopefully will eventually turn into their own series. And I think we do have one, which is already in the background actually, the BMW 1 Series, which races within the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. So that's Mike Collins' number 23 car. So that's the idea. These are all series that are being developed, being built up by the Brscc, with actually our head of Formula Development, Greg Graham, who we saw out in the Fiestas earlier on, very much at the forefront of that, and he'll be a very interested spectator as this first race gets underway. Also got on the front row, of course, Paul Hoggins in his Audi TT. Now that, I'm going to guess, is an Audi TT Cup spec Audi TT. The TT Cup definitely is racing as a standalone championship now. They had an enormous grid out at Brands Hatch for their season opener a few weeks ago, and they are, for 2024, a full season support series to TCR UK. So good to have one of the TTs out there, but it might be 2 of them. I think Philip O'Halloran's Audi TT is also a TT Cup spec machine. But that is definitely not a developmental series anymore, is it? That has really captured the imagination of the British motorsport scene pretty much immediately. So Adam Marshall then starts from pole, but it's all about your class position. That's what really matters. So Marshall is in the GT class, which is a class of 2. He and Kerry Lewis will do battle in that category. Class A for Paul Hoggins and Dave Pinkney, who start 2nd and 3rd overall. So the Audi and the Vento running within the same class. We've got the Renaults of Tony Hunter and Graham Farrington battling for class honours as well. So it's all about where you finish against other cars running to the same class as you. But it will be a bit of a sort out into the first corner as the Audi actually grabs the advantage. Look, Paul Hoggins leads the field into Clairvaux corner. So Adam Marshall, not with a great start there from pole position, drops down into 2nd. We saw that a bit yesterday, actually. Pole didn't seem to be the best side of the road to be starting from. 2nd place seemed to be better. And so it is again, with the Audi of Paul Hoggins leading them through Hawthorne for the first time. Down the back straight, cold tyres, lots of front-wheel drive cars as well, which will struggle to warm those rear tyres up all that quickly. Now, battle for the race lead then as Adam Marshall peaks to the inside, but the Golf a bit more powerful in a straight line. The Audi a bit better under braking, manages to fend him off for now. That was Richard Clark peeking to the inside of Nick Sanderson's Seat Leon Supercopa car. So that's been a change of position already, actually, with the Seat getting ahead of the Renault. Catch a glimpse there of the BMW 1 Series of Mike Collins further back, round the Jim Clark S's and out towards Barcroft, side by side. One of the TTs trying to find a gap around the outside. But they managed to just about keep it on the straight and narrow through Sunny. Lots of Audis at the back, not all of them TTs. Nice to have a couple of the bigger Audis out there, 2 of the A3s of Paul Dunningham and Stephen Watson. They run within Class A as well. So remember, Marshall, the number 27 car, not running in the same class as Paul Hoggins, but Dave Pinkney in 3rd position is running in the same class as the race leader. And he will very much be happy now to see that the race leader may no longer be the Audi, because that might bring them closer together in a battle for class honours. Adam Marshall getting a better run out of the hairpin. Pulls to the outside line, but we know the Audi's better under braking. Nothing that he could do there, though. And so Adam Marshall slips back through. Hoggins back to 2nd, and now we do have a battle for Class A victory. Dave Pinkney runs as a guest entry, though. I think the only real difference there is that he's not eligible for a trophy if he wins that class. But he won't be too worried about that. Dave Pinkney he's got enough trophies in his trophy cabinet these days, hasn't he? After several decades of competing at various levels of British motorsport. And his distinctive livery on the Vento, running nicely in 3rd position. 4th place then is Kerry Lewis. Now, Kerry didn't have a great qualifying effort. Kerry Lewis was pretty convincing double race winner at Snetterton. Won both races by just over a second from Adam Marshall, with Tony Hunter finishing 3rd in both of those races and winning his class. But Kerry Lewis and Adam Marshall reasonably evenly matched, albeit with Lewis getting the better of Adam in the first 2 races this season. This is a series, not a championship, though, so no points to worry about. It's just about collecting trophies and trying to develop your cars, and like I said, for the club to try and develop the series into championships as well. Down through the complex we go then. There is Kerry Lewis, the white and green VW Golf, Mark V GTI, which is exactly the same type of car as Adam Marshall's, running to more or less exactly the same specification, so no wonder they're pretty evenly matched. Let's see what the lap times are like then. Marshall out into the lead now, has done a 1:34.3, Lewis a 37.0, so definitely Adam Marshall has got the pace on Kerry Lewis this weekend. The first turn, Sanderson in 5th position leads the VAG Cup. With Richard Clark, the best of the Renaults. He is in 6th position. Tony Hunter only about 9/10 behind him, though. Oh, now a slow Audi. That's Chris Garnham's A3, which is coasting, unfortunately, through the final couple of corners, so he'll be heading for the pit lane. Chris Garnham, I seem to recall, had a bit of a drama in qualifying. One of the black Audi A3s went off up at Sunny, and off at the exit of the chicane has gone Richard Clark. Well, actually not off, he stayed on the track, but was pointing very much the wrong way and was at a standstill. So he selects first gear and gets going again, but that's not a nice place to lose control. Easily done though in a very stiffly sprung short wheelbase front-wheel drive car such as the Clio. This is sort of the old school hot hatch, isn't it? This is the Mark 1 Golf GTI of Donald DeVar. Now he runs in the same category, he's in Class A, so the same class as Paul Hoggins, Dawn Butcher and Dave Pinkney. Dawn Butcher is the next car ahead of Donald actually, so this is for class position. For third really in Class A, but because Pinkney runs as a guest, in a way it's for second place. Out through the hairpin, across the line we go again. Adam Marshall puts in another fastest lap now, 1:33.7, so he's going about half a second quicker than he did in qualifying, when he was 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else anyway. Here comes DeVar. That Golf does work well in a straight line, but can't quite outbrake Dawn Butcher's number 42 car. Now, I seem to recall seeing Donald DeVar out a couple of times last year, and I think the last time we saw him, that car was involved in a bit of an accident on track. There's quite a bit of damage done to it. I forget where it was now. Part of me wants to say Knock Hill on the TCR UK weekend, but anyway, he's obviously repaired it nicely, which is good, because at the time I was worried that it would mean we didn't see this car for a while, but it's a real crowd favourite when it does come out to play. And Donald peddling it well, as he always does. Doesn't treat it too gently, even though it is definitely the oldest car on the grid. Still gets everything out of it that he can. Comes Dawn Butcher, 7th position, but 2nd within her class, which is the Classic VW Cup. Trying to chase down actually Tony Hunter in the Renault Clio, which isn't running as far up the order today as it did at Snetterton overall, but still leads its class. So again, that really is all that matters, but he would like to be up there troubling the overall top 3. Where we just had personal best laps, by the way, for Paul Hoggins and Dave Pinkney, but Pinkney is dropping away now from Hoggins, 2.2 seconds the margin. Here comes Nick Sanderson towards the Seat Leon Supercopa through the really tricky first sequence of corners, and then runs a little bit wide out through Hawthorne. This is perhaps a car that raced back here at Croft in the Seat Leon Championship that supported the British Touring Car Championship, the very same championship that Mike Doble took part in, albeit in the older spec car. Don't know the history of Sanderson's Seat, but that kind of car did race in the last few years of that championship. Championship was also very popular over in Europe. Could have come from there instead. Dave Pinkney, a bit of a one-make racing expert, isn't he? But it's interesting that the one car of his that he keeps on coming back to is the Vento, and immaculately prepared is the Vento. There isn't a mark on it, and Dave Pinkney had a number of years, well, a couple of different stints actually as a touring car racer. I think the last time we saw him was probably about 15 years ago now, but Dave still races a handful of times every year, and latterly it has been in this VW Vento, which again is part of the classic VW Cup portion of this race. So 7 minutes to go. There goes Hoggins across the line. Pinkney looks maybe a little bit closer, does he, this time? Yeah, 1:36.5 for Hoggins, a 36.0 for Pinkney, so just under half a second gained. And Pinkney not quite on personal best pace, but very close, whereas Hoggins dropped about a second away from his PB lap, so maybe there was a little bit of a mistake for the Audi driver. Further back, speaking of Audis, a couple of the A3s going through. Chris Garnham's A3 is still in the pit lane, unfortunately, but these two still going strong. That's number 46, Paul Dunningham, 53, sorry, Stephen Watson. And then Richard Clark is the next car behind in the recovering Clio. So Clark is the quick one here because he was running much further up the order before he had the spin at this part of the track, the chicane. Not sure whether that was done on his own or if it was with a bit of a helping hand, but anyway, he gets a much cleaner run through it this time, pulls up alongside the Audi of Stephen Watson to the outside line at Tower and does go through. Little Clio in the background, look, that's Farrington. Graham Farrington in the clear 197, and then the Audi TT behind is O'Halloran, Philip O'Halloran, so that's not a TT Cup spec Audi. Same generation of Audi as is used in the TT Cup, but doesn't have the SW Motorsport kit on it that makes it eligible for a hugely popular championship that we'll see out in action in a couple of weeks at Snetterton for their next event. Down towards the complex then comes Richard Clark, having dispatched Stephen Watson pretty quickly. He's already on the tail of Paul Dunningham, and then the next two cars ahead are these two, Dawn Butcher and Donald Dewar, who are within a car's length or so of each other now. Dewar closing in a bit more on that lap. Next to the inside at Clervaux. An exploratory look rather than a genuine attempt at a pass there, I think, just trying to spook Dawn, maybe, try and force a mistake out of the car ahead. The chicane down the back straight once again. A bit of a lock-up there as they headed into Tower Corner. I think that was actually Tony Hunter's Clio ahead that was snatching a break. Hunter losing time to these two, actually, being caught slightly. Dave Pinkney, by the way, took another 3/10 out of Hoggins on that lap. So Hoggins in the lead of Class A, not secure in that position. Kerry Lewis not able to keep up with them though, in the number 18 Golf. But there, the overall and GT class leader. VW Golf looks massive, doesn't it, compared to the older generation of Golf GTI that we've just been watching. But Adam Marshall putting in a dominant performance. We've seen him go well in this series in the past. Did go well at Snetterton, pushed Kerry Lewis hard for those two victories, but ultimately just fell short both times. So this one doesn't look to have any real opposition. He's got Croft circuit entirely to himself. He's got the length of the back straight back to Paul Hoggins, who on the previous lap took the best part of 3/4 of a second back out of Pinkney. So second to third has gone back out again. There is Hoggins towards us. Oh, and that's why, because Pinkney's slowing. Dave Pinkney off the road at the chicane. He's crawling, so Dave Pinkney had not a super slow lap last time, actually, with only a couple of tenths off his personal best. But that Vento has run into some sort of an issue now. I thought he was going to park it on the back straight, but actually gets going again. Perhaps going to try and limp around to the end of the lap, but Dave Pinkney, well, is he out of the race, or is this just an electrical issue maybe that's kicking in? Because it seems to happen all of a sudden. There's no smoke, there's no obvious damage or anything hanging off the car. It does sometimes mean that it's likely to be a electrical issue, but the Stealth racing car doing its best to stay out of everybody's way, but actually now seems to be picking up pace again, so entirely sure what's going on there. Meanwhile, Nick Sanderson has caught Kerry Lewis, so Nick Sanderson for 4th place overall. Again, it doesn't affect any class positions this, but they have got themselves together as Kerry Lewis's pace has continued to deteriorate really as the race goes on. To the hairpin, Sanderson on the tail of the Golf. Who's going to have the advantage in a straight line, I wonder then. This, of course, is now for 3rd place overall. Nick Sanderson doesn't go for a move into the first corner, quite tentative on the brakes. Winds his way through Hawthorne. I suspect the Seat is going to have an advantage through the high-speed stuff. You can see it's got that big front splitter, big rear wing. I know that the Golf's got some aerodynamics on the car as well, but not quite to the same level as the Seat Leon Super Cup. So it should be that the Seat closes in maybe through the latter half of the lap. Although it's dropped well back in the first half, hasn't it? So there is time to be gained now. I think Kerry Lewis being spurred on by the fact that he was being caught there. So out through the Jim Clark S's for the penultimate time. We'll have time for one more lap, I think, at the end of this one. There goes Tony Hunter, still the top Renault Clio. Dawn Butcher doing her best to try and keep up, but not really able to do so. Now that's Chris Garnham in. Is it Philip O'Halloran? Both of the Audis are in, actually. And David Pinkney, so the pit lane becoming a busy place. There is Pinkney. I think that is Philip O'Halloran. 85 that's in. Chris Garnham is back in again. So having briefly gone back out on track, I believe. And is this another car slowing now? That's Graham Farrington. And his Renault Clio doesn't appear to be going at full race speed, so I think he's going to be heading for the pit lane now. It's only a 15-minute race, this, but you'd think it was longer, the attrition rate that we're getting. All mechanical issues as well, and is Kerry Lewis now running into a problem because Sanderson has gone past now down the pit straight, and Kerry Lewis just did not seem to have any fight there. That gap came down massively in the second half of the lap. We saw at Tower how much distance there was between the two. I know I said the Seat would be better out the back of the track, but I didn't expect him to gain that much time. So down the back straight, see whether Kerry Lewis can close back in. He's trying, isn't he? Not that far behind Sanderson. Peeks to the inside line at Tyre. He's almost off the road, snatches a break on the dirty side of the track. Sanderson thankfully saw Kerry Lewis coming there because that could have very easily ended in disaster. But Kerry Lewis slides back through. Now let's watch them through the Jim Clark S's and see whether or not the Seat genuinely is just that much quicker through the high-speed corners. Sanderson's car does look like it's got more grip. It sort of seems to stay on the road a little bit better, not moving around quite as much. So that's going to be a battle that will run to the line. But Adam Marshall is going to claim the overall victory and win in the GT class then in this opening race of the day for the Brscc Evolution Trophy. Adam Marshall gets the victory and by quite some margin. Now, what's going on for second position? Hoggins versus Sanderson. Waiting with bated breath. Sorry, not Hoggins versus Sanderson. Sanderson versus Lewis, I should say, for third. Hoggins comes out of the hairpin and will net second position, which is a win in Class A. After David Pinkney's mid-race challenge faded, unfortunately, with that retirement. Here come Lewis and Sanderson. Going to be a drag race to the line. Does the Golf have the legs on the Seat? I think it does. And so Kerry Lewis, with that bold move down at Tower, gets back into third position then. That is second within his class. Nick Sanderson, meanwhile, the only VAG Cup entrant. So sort of guaranteed, really, to get himself a class win. And look at how close that was there between Tony Hunter, Dawn Butcher and Donald Dwyer. That's still the order in which they finished, but all three of them separated by less than a second as they came across the line. So certainly an eventful race, not always for the right reasons, with a few drivers having work to do now to fix the cars ahead of race number 2, which will be after. It's actually the race after next, but they've got 2 hours to prepare the cars because the next race is the 2-hour PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup race. So a 2-hour encounter coming up next, and then it will be Evolution Trophy and the Compact Cup to complete the day. So across the line comes the last runner, Mike Collins, in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. That means everyone now across the line that was still running. We lost 4 of them in the end. Marshall's watching on. Big shout out to them as always for their incredibly hard work. They've done a good job so far this weekend to minimise the delays and the interruptions when drivers have needed recovering from trackside, and it will continue to do so, I'm sure, through the rest of the day. So Adam Marshall the winner, Paul Hoggins second, Kerry Lewis third, Nick Sanderson fourth and Tony Hunter fifth for the class positions that count. So Adam Marshall wins in Class GT, Hoggins wins in Class A, Sanderson wins in the VAG Cup, and Tony Hunter the first of the Renault drivers home. And it's Dawn Butcher and Donald Dwyer ahead of Richard Clark, Gunningham, Stephen Watson and Mike Collins, the only BMW 1 Series entered in 11th position. Lost Philip O'Halloran into the pit lane, likewise Dave Pinkney. Graham Barrington in the Clio did retire to the pits as well, and so too did Chris Garnham. So in the end, 11 runners over the flag, and hopefully we'll get all 15 of them back out again for race number 2 later on, which, as I said, is due to kick off at around about 5 to 5 this afternoon. So those cars will head to the pit lane. There might be a bit of organising to be done ahead of the podium, because it's not, I don't think it's really a traditional podium. It's the class winners who get rewarded. So I've got to try and find potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe different class winners. So we'll get through as many of them as we can. Let's head down to the pit lane and see who Richard has found.
Oh yes, thank you very much indeed, Andy, and I'm here with Adam Marshall. Adam, congratulations. We've got 8 class winners, but we can't interview all 8, so I think we're going to do top 3 in this one, and then we'll try and respect the other class winners a little bit later on. Fantastic race, 2 seconds at the opening weekend, was that Snetterton? And now, by some margin.
Yeah, finally a win for us, really well deserved. Huge thank you to all the sponsors and everyone that's been involved. Was getting us this far. It's just great to finally get a win this year.
Good stuff. And what's the difference between now and Snetterton? Is it obviously slightly different type of track, I guess, but much work going into the car between race meetings?
Yeah, so a little bit, a few changes to set up, and a little bit more power sort of helped us through with this round at Croft, and obviously being a home circuit, I know it a little bit better than Snetterton. So yeah,
it's a bit of an axe. Where are you from?
York, yeah, only from York around the corner, so it's only about an hour away for us. But yeah, it's just brilliant to finally sort of get back out racing and get a win. So,
brief bit about the car, if you would.
Yeah, so it's just still the same 2-litre turbo, but it's about just short of 300 horsepower now. And then setup-wise, we've sort of made a few changes to the camber adjustment just for this round, and seems to have worked pretty well for us. So.
Fantastic, well done, very, very many congratulations, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on for race 2. Well done, good luck for that. Paul Hoggins takes 2nd position. Let's have a word with Paul. He's by the car, so let's go over. I'm not going to make him work and walk. Paul, car looks resplendent, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you, happy with that?
Yes, very happy indeed. Got a very good start, but a bit outpowered on the straights. So yeah, I couldn't keep him behind me, even though I did try my best. Unfortunately, a bit more skilled than I am and a lot younger.
How many places can you race this car? I guess there's lots of different championships that you can look at, think about coming into, but why choose the Evolution Trophy?
To be honest with you, it's a friend of mine that was doing the Evolution Trophy last year alongside the TTCRs, and we both raced together then, and then the TTCRs went towards the TTCs. TTRs, didn't they? And they followed them more down south now, so this is more based up north, so where I'm from.
Is this similar spec to those, identical spec, or more modified?
Less spec now. Okay. A lot less spec now, but yeah, just right for this one.
Look pretty happy with that, obviously. So a nice short day, isn't it? Rather than having a 2-day weekend, you get to come and qualify late on in the day, and then a couple of races as well.
Been here since Friday, so it's a bit. It's been a good.
You were testing?
Yes, I was testing on Friday. Yeah, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Had a lovely weekend.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much, Paul. Congratulations. We'll maybe catch you for race 2. And 3rd position, Kerry Lewis. Kerry, it was closing stages looked a little bit difficult.
It was very difficult with Nick behind me and whatnot. And one stage he got past me. Yeah. And I could just about out-drag him down the straight, but then I had to brake for the next corner, which was really, really difficult. So, and I nearly put it on the grass, and I knew that was the end of it if I'd got on the grass, but luckily kept it on the circuit. Great battle.
Bit of racing is what you're here for, though.
Yeah, well, this is my first time here.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah, so I didn't qualify as well as I did. I qualified 6th, but really happy with 3rd. I'll take 3rd.
Brilliant stuff. 2 wins, obviously, at Snetterton first time out. How do you find Croft? I mean, as it's the first time...
It's very technical, and I think it's a fantastic circuit if you could get it right. But I'm struggling with it, really, so I'm a bit scruffy into the corners. And I think if you've got the guts to do it, it's a fantastic circuit. Yeah, it really is. I'm struggling with it, to be honest. But like I say, you know, Nick and I Adam and I should be relatively close, but I've got 30 years of age above him. So that's my excuse. And 40 kilos of ballast.
I'll let you into a secret. I don't know if you know, it's his home circuit as well, he was saying. So a lot of knowledge and knowledge is something you take forward. You know, when you're, quite a few drivers have said to me this weekend, this is their first time here. And it's a circuit that requires, most circuits require a bit of practice, but this one maybe even more so.
Yeah, I think it's just a lovely place to be. It's friendly. You know, and running with the VWs, they're just a fantastic lot. Just so much fun. You know, and I'm just pleased to be with them.
That's great. Look forward to seeing how you develop in race 2. Maybe we'll chat and see what extra you pick up from race 2 a little bit later on. But well done on B2 here.
I've got to get over this for one first. But it's all good. So very happy.
Gary, thanks ever so much.
You're welcome.
Very well done. Thank you. So that's our top 3 podium complete. As I said, 8 classes in the Evolution Trophy, catering for championships that are being developed within the club. that we'll take different times to come on. It's a great initiative seeing all these different classes, and hopefully we'll take the opportunity a little bit later on to talk to some of the other class winners and talk about some of the other cars. Obviously we've got Renault racing the BMW 1 Series as well in the mix. Now though, obviously from multi-class racing we've got some more for you, but of a little bit longer duration as we look forward to the PBS Brakes Endurance Super Cup Endurance race, and Andy will be able to give you the lowdown, and I'll be here in pit lane to try and cover some of the key things as the cars come in for their pit stops throughout the course of the 2 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, who's going to be based down in the pit lane for the majority of this one then, to dig out the stories from the pits, which are always an important place in any sort of endurance racing, really. We have a 2-hour race and 2 mandatory pit stops that have to be completed during the race. So it will be a busy place, will pit lane, and yeah, good to see who has the strategy right. Let's go through the grid then. Pole position is the Kia Economy and Bart Horst and BMW 1M. They were comfortably faster than anybody else in qualifying, 3 seconds quicker in the end than the number 50 car that will start alongside them, and that is the Mark Lee and Richard Evans BMW M3. Then Julian McBride in another M3 starts third, ahead of car number 29, that being Tony Kiss and Ben Gillias. Row 3, headed by a 3-driver entry. That's the number 104 car, shared by Tom Evans, Ben Hudson, and former Compact Cup racer Matt Parks. And Paul Hinson, former Compact Cup racer, will start his BMW Compact, highly modified BMW Compact from 6th. 7th place then, again, keeping the Compact Cup theme. We've got the 117 car, that's Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Ian Jones, former race winner in the BMW Compact Cup, and Gadsby raced in that championship for a number of years too. And then 8th on the grid, number 77, Michael Sanford, Sam Reuter and Lewis Noon in their Mazda MX-5. Then George Grant and Rob Boston in the Rob Boston Racing prepared number 69. Mazda MX-5 starts 9th, ahead of Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith, who we saw out in the Fun Cup yesterday, today pedaling their Mini Cooper. Row 6 headed by the number 37, that's Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke's Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, and alongside them, number 88 is another Mazda MX-5, which initially only had Daniel Douglas on the entry. He seems to have inherited a co-driver, also surnamed Luke, so I'm guessing that may well be Neil Luke doing double duty, perhaps, across the 2 Mazdas. Then, row 7 is the Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart Honda Civic Type R, and alongside them Stuart Humphrey in another Mazda MX-5, and they're in a break for another MX-5. Lots of these MX-5s will run to different regulations as well. We'll get into that as we get into the race, but it's the 65 car next. Stephen Wiggins, Steve Hyde and Jonathan Hyde sharing that car with number 99 next, and that is the Dave Drinkwater and Adam Reed BMW Compact. Towards the back of the grid then, row 9, we've got the number 8 car, that's Darryl Creswell and Paul Herndon's Mazda MX-5, and then 3 drivers sharing a Mini Cooper, that is Christian White, Matt Mills and Jonathan Salem, and then towards the back, top 20 completed by the number 23 of Matt Adams and Sarah Dennis, the 1, 2, 3 of James Millar and Daniel Brooks Reed, and at the back of the field 701 Clifford Butler and Peter White in the Vauxhall Carlton GSI. Don't see many of those these days, do you? But the Vauxhall Carlton at the tail end of the grid, might not be the fastest car on the grid, but certainly was catching the eyes of the spectators when I watched the qualifying session, or part of it anyway, trackside earlier on, and you can't really miss it. It's a huge thing. It makes a really nice noise, and might be at the back of the field, but I do hope we get to catch a few glimpses of it on camera when the race gets underway. It's a great looking car, that. The race not yet getting underway because the cars are all still sat in the pit lane, which gives me a little bit of time to tell you about what's happened so far this season. Again, this is a series, not a championship, so there are no championship points to worry about, but we have had 2 races so far this season. The first of those came at Silverstone on the international circuit, where Kia Economy and Bart Horston were race winners by over a lap in the end over Julian McBride and James Alford. McConomy and Horston won again then, last time out at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, by just under a minute over Matt Spark in his Porsche GT3 Super Cup, and the BMW of Mark Lee and Richard Evans, which is back out again today. But because of the nature of this being a series rather than a championship, you do get drivers coming and going a little bit, so some drivers will do the odd round but not necessarily commit commit to the full season, although McConomy and Horston do seem to be fairly regular faces on the grid. And that's good because they're class drivers. Kim Economy is rapid, but Bart Horston, a bit of a superstar really. He's been racing BMWs over in Germany for a couple of seasons now, but before that came out of the British single-seater series. And of course, sorry, Scott Woodward is correcting me, not for the first time, surely not for the last. SuperSport Endurance Cup is a championship, isn't it? Sorry, it's a Club Sport Trophy I'm thinking of. So there are championship standings that I can tell you about after Snetterton, and it's a class structure, so it's all about where you finish within your individual class that will dictate your points, but the points then all go together. So it's one of those championships where it's not necessarily the cars that are winning the races outright that end up winning the championship. So it's actually George Grant, Ab Eaton and Rob Boston who lead the championship after 2 class wins in Clubman Class B. They actually are leading the points ahead of Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, who are here this weekend. David Drinkwater and Adam Reed are third. Fourth place then for Kian Economy and Mark Horston, and fifth Julian McBride. All 5 of those teams are in different classes. So it's the Clubman Class C championship leaders, Grant, Eaton and Boston. Abby Eaton not here this weekend. She did race at Silverstone with them, I seem to recall, but it's just George and Rob pedalling the car today. They lead overall by virtue of having scored more points within their class than anybody else. And it's interesting that, isn't it, to watch, because like I said, it gives some real significance to the battles that are going on in those lower classes. So we'll keep an eye on them, see if they can get a third victory. They're the only team to have won both races so far within their class, are the Rob Boston Racing squad. There are then individual class championships, so Kim Economy and Bart Horston leading Pro A, Julian McBride Pro B, and Pro C for Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, and then the Clubman classes, Clubman A by Sanford, Noon and Reuter in their Mazda MX-5 Mark III. Grant, Eaton and Boston lead Clubman B, and Clubman C by Dave Drinkwater and Adam Reed. But if you're leading your class, then you're probably going to be up there in the points towards the sharp end. And that is the case for those different class championship leaders as well. So formation lap then will begin shortly. That was just the outlap from the pit lane. They will now pull up on the grid markings. The safety car will lead them around for another formation lap, and then after that it'll be a 2x2 rolling start. Must thank the safety car crew, Tony and Neil, for their very kind gift of some biscuits this morning after I was spent all day requesting them yesterday, but finally had the delivery this morning. They do a good job, and have, over the couple of years that I've known them, let me into some really interesting insights as to how it works being the safety car crew. There's a lot more that goes into it than just going out and driving around slowly, and they've been doing it for a long time, so they know the score. So they will certainly get a bit of an appearance here as they lead the field to the green. Whether we see them during the race or not, we'll have to wait and see. It is, of course, a reasonably big grid. Multi-class racing as well means that there's always the potential for a couple of incidents along the way as the classes mingle and you have lapped traffic to contend with as well. But hopefully we don't have too much drama, and we have a good, clean race. If we do start getting safety cars, that does sort of mess up the pit strategy a little bit, makes it quite difficult to predict what's going to happen through the pit stops. 2 mandatory stops that have to be made during the race. The pit window, though, is a lengthy one, so the pit window opens, I believe, 15 minutes into the race, and then closes 15 minutes from the end, so you've got bags of time to make the pit stop. It's a 3-minute minimum pit stop time, I seem to recall, as well. So you're in there for a while, and if you pit behind the safety car, where normally you would have a bit of an advantage to doing that, well, actually, you don't get an advantage in this series because you have to spend longer in the pit lane if you pit under safety car conditions. So it's certainly a interesting strategic element to these races, having those 2 stops as opposed to just 1. But that actually is a good idea because it allows you then, it opens up the possibility of running more than 2 drivers per car, 3 drivers perhaps per car, as we see in things like Funko, who were racing here yesterday yesterday. It's 20 minutes into the race, sorry, that the pit window opens, and it closes 15 minutes from the end. So 20 minutes in, the pit window opens, 15 minutes from the end that it closes. It is a minimum pit stop time of 3 minutes, like I said, unless the safety car is out, in which case a new regulation, which means it's a longer minimum pit stop time, comes into play. And that's to stop everybody diving for the pit lane if you get a safety car, because okay, we haven't got the biggest grid we've ever had here. It's a 21 car grid, but normally this is very well subscribed. We'd normally have an entry well into the 30s if they all came into the pit lane at the same time, especially a small pit lane such as Croft. Then that could cause all sorts of carnage, so we don't want that. That's why that rule's been written, to try and deter them from doing that. So green flag lap underway then, the formation lap behind the Jaguar safety car. Very arty shot from our camera operator down at Tower. As the BMWs, the 3 BMWs at the front of the field, make their way through. The Morgan in 4th on the grid. Now that's an invitational class car, so it doesn't score points. It's the only invitational class car though, but won't be eligible for points. The McConomy and Horston car, incidentally, that runs in Pro A. This will all become a bit more obvious once the race gets going, and you can see the different colours on the timing tower, but Pro A for McConomy and Horston, but then the number 50 and 67 cars next are running in Pro B, the same class as each other. Do have starting drivers as well, courtesy of Richard John Neal, who did a good job earlier on today to dig out this information. So the number 21 car started by Bart Horston. So he will presumably start and finish the race with car 50. We don't have a start driver for car 50, unfortunately. It's one that we missed. 67, Julian McBride is the only driver. Number 29 started by Tony Kiss. And car 104 that starts 5th on the grid, that one is being started by Evans. So they're the start drivers for the top 5, but obviously we'll get into that in a bit more detail as we go through the race. So cars side by side then through the complex. And ready to get going then in this third round of the PBS Brake SuperSport Endurance Cup for 2024. Then out of the hairpin we go, the safety car's out of the way, and we are ready to go racing then with Bart Horston on the pole position, looking to try and make an escape. There's a windscreen wiper on there for the Paul Hinson BMW, I think that is. Is that a sign of rain, or has he just hit the button? I'm not so sure. No, Julian McBride also with the windscreen wipers going. Through Clairvaux they go then. And everybody just keen to try and get through this first couple of corners without any dramas. Easy to get sort of swept up into something, tangle with a slower car maybe through the first couple of corners, but it's a clean start by the looks of it. They hop over the curve through the chicane and make their way down the back straight for the first time of asking then, with Bart Horston trying to get away. We are hearing reports of a few spots of rain in the pit lane, so just as the race gets underway, the potential for a little bit of drizzle around the place. Lovely noise they make as they come down through Tower Corner. Carlton there at the back has gained a couple of positions as well. There's the Mini, that is the number 55 car, and that's a couple of places gained, I think, for that one as well. I'm not sure who's in that car for the opening stint. Here they go then. Sunny, there goes the Rob Boston Racing prepared Mazda MX-5, lots of Mark III Mazda MX-5s and a couple of the Mark 1 and Mark 2 spec Mazdas out there as well. Down towards the complex there at the end of lap 1, there goes the Honda Civic, but at the front of the field I suspect that we are going to see the lead gap a fairly sizable one. Out of the hairpin then across the line at the end of the first lap. Very aggressive from, I suspect, maybe Rob Boston, that is, in the number 69 car. Clairvaux corner then, Horston leads, 2.5 seconds is the margin. And Is the battle behind starting to ignite? That's the question. That's between the number 50 and 67 BMWs. Down to Tower Corner, there's the Morgan, which has lost a position to the number 104 BMW at the start of the race. There is the second place car then, leads in Pro B, round Barcroft into Sunny Inn, bouncing through the little compression in the road. Julian McBride actually not really that close, is he? About a second or so between them at the moment. There you can see the gaps between the top three drivers as they head towards the complex for the first time. So Horston leading the way. And the number 50 car, which, as I said, we don't have a start driver for, unfortunately, doing its best to go after them. That's the Leon Evans car. Here comes the Morgan through. Kiss at the wheel of that one. Number 117 is, again, one we don't have a start driver for, but I'm going to guess it might be Ian Jones as Paul Hinson tries to nip up the inside of him through the final corner. That was for 6th position, but actually the 117 car had gained that place. Now, the timing screen, interestingly, only showing Martin Gadsby as the driver of car 117, but the entry list has Ian Jones sharing with him. Whether that is still the case or not, we don't know. Maybe something for Richard to try and dig out from the pit lane. Down the back straight then, towards Tower Corner we go then. Drivers starting to settle into this now. 3.5 second lead for Bart Horston out in front. Of course, it's this 104 car, but actually runs second in that class. But not showing the same sort of pace as Bart Horston. But one of the interesting things about these races is that that car's pace will sort of change a little bit as we go through the race, because one driver getting in at the pit stops might be quicker or slower than the other, and so all of these cars that are being shared by multiple drivers, their pace might ebb and flow, whereas the likes of Julian McBride going in alone, well, he's not going to have to worry about that. He should have fairly consistent pace throughout the race. So as they head through the complex, hearing that Julian McBride has potentially been off the road somewhere because he's got a radiator full of grass, apparently. I haven't spotted that. We'll see if we can get a glimpse of the third placed car. But if that is the case, he might have to go into the pit lane a bit sooner than planned. Remember, the pit window doesn't open until 20 minutes have elapsed. Here he comes, and yes, he's definitely been off the road, hasn't he? So Julian McBride, that is a full radiator of grass. That's going to overheat in no time. And I think he's going to have no choice but to pit. Where's he been off, I wonder? It's looks like it might be getting a bit slippery at some parts of the track as this drizzle just starts to get a bit heavier. Maybe it's not too bad out of the window, but perhaps over at the far end of the track it's getting a little bit more treacherous. Side-by-side battle coming towards us then. Mini versus Mazda MX-5. On the outside goes the 37 car. That car started by Scott Ferguson. Gets around the outside of the Paul Ellis Smith started Mini. And George Grant it is, I believe, who's starting the Mazda MX-5 just behind them. But the Mini, not in the same class as the two MX-5s. They are battling each other for class position and actually for the class lead within Clubman B. The championship led at the moment by car 69. It also leads the overall championship. And George Grant knows that to keep that up, he's going to have to try and win his class again here today. There was a real screech of tyres behind, but I don't think anybody lost control completely. Around the Jim Clark S's, sideways for the number 37 then, but Ferguson hanging on to it. Bart Horston continuing to set a very, very strong pace at the front, 128.7. 2.5 seconds off what that car did in qualifying, but of course they'll be fueled up now to go a long way into this race. So that you don't have to really refuel too much in the pit lane. There was a change there, I think, with George Grant nipping up the inside of Paul Ellis Smith. Someone was on the grass behind them, coming out of Sunny out. And George Grant picks up a place then. Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith, who did race in the Fun Cup yesterday. They didn't do both races because they actually had 4 drivers entered into their Fun Cup team yesterday. So Wendy sat out the first race. I believe Paul might have sat out the second. There is McBride in the pit lane meanwhile. So from 3rd position, Julian McBride had no choice but to pit and get the grass cleared out of the radiator, but that will not count as one of his 2 mandatory pit stops. because he's pitted outside of the pit window, so he'll have to make a further 2 visits. Rejoins just behind the number 99 car, so where's that dropped him down to 15th position. 99 is Adam Reed at the moment, sharing with Dave Drinkwater. McBride, of course, will have the speed to start picking his way back through the field, but the real concern is that he's dropped so much time now to his fellow class rivals, in particular the Mark Lee and Richard Evans number 50 BMW. Definitely see the rain coming down on the back straight, can't we? That is proper rain now, starting to fall. So it's going to get increasingly slippery out there in the next few minutes. How heavy will the rain be? How long will it linger? It's not been slowing Bart Horston down particularly. He's still been setting fastest laps of the race. There's been a spin, meanwhile, for the 4th place car. Well, actually, it was 3rd place after the pit stop for Julian McBride. That's the 104 car of Evans. And he's had a rotation at the hairpin, perhaps rain-induced. So that now promotes the Morgan into a podium place. That car started by Tony Kiss, with Paul Hinson right behind. Either Martin Gadsby or Ian Jones in the number 117 car behind him. As I said, I haven't heard anything about Ian Jones withdrawing, although I haven't seen Jonesy today. So maybe it is just Martin Gadsby driving that car on his own, not so sure. Anyway, down into Tower, this trio head. All of them in different classes, so it's not a battle for class position, but for track position nonetheless. Kiss leads his class, Hinson leads in his. The number 117 BMW, however, running in the Pro B class, which is the same category as the Leon Evans car and the Julian McBride BMW that we just saw in the pit lane. Beautifully turned out though, the 117. Round Sunny. Paul Hinson then in behind Tony Kiss's Morgan as they head for the complex and the end of lap number 7. Lap 6 actually, excuse me. Horston already onto the 7th lap of the race, and for the first time was slower than the 2nd placed car that time around. And we have a car stopped. I thought I spotted somebody at the side of the road. That's the number 23, one of the 2 Renault Clios. That car started by Matt Adams, but yeah, for whatever reason, Bart Horston was slower than the 2nd place car by some margin on the previous lap. Perhaps, again, a sign that he's getting a little bit caught up by the weather, but this car is going nowhere, and that might now lead to a safety car period. Now, we're not yet into a pit window. Not that we're likely to see that many people coming in during the pit window anyway, because of this extra time that has to be served in the pits as a deterrent for everyone diving in at the same time, like I mentioned earlier on. But with the rain coming and a car now in a dangerous position, seems inevitable that the safety car is likely going to be scrambled. Been there for a lap, though, I think, now, that car. But yes, the safety car is out. It's coming out anyway. And Bart Horston, whose lead was shrinking slightly anyway, is now going to disappear altogether. So you can see just on the right-hand side of the pit lane exit, the Jaguar waiting to pick up the race leader, who is nearly at the end of the lap, I think. Should see, there it is at the top of the screen, the BMW 1M of Bart Horston and Keir McConomy, but they're not able to make a pit stop just yet and try and take advantage of the safety car if that were even possible, because we're still 10 minutes away from that pit window opening. So crammed a lot into the first 10 minutes of this race, didn't we, with the battles inside the top 10, but also the couple of drivers running into early trouble. Now, the race leader has gone through, and the safety car, actually having waited there specifically for Bart Horston, missed Bart Horston, and this might now take a little bit longer to get everything sorted. Hopefully Bart realises what's happened and slows down to wave the safety car back through, but I've got a funny sort of feeling that he won't. So there is the Jaguar safety car. It's actually going to pick up the Vauxhall Carlton, isn't it then? The Butler and White car, which was started by Cliff Butler. The reason for the safety car, the marshals waving the yellow flags, holding the safety car board. And hopefully we'll get that car out of the way pretty quickly. I don't think we've had a single safety car period of more than 1 or 2 laps so far this weekend, the vast majority of them 1 lap, because of the speedy work of the marshals, meaning that we didn't have to trundle around for lap after lap waiting for the track to be cleared. So Horston, right, so they're just going to wave everybody back through because Bart Horston did not slow down to let the safety car by. So Bart Horston choosing not to make life easy for us, and Neil and Tony have to wave the pack through, and they'll wait now until Bart Horston closes back in again. Because, of course, they want to get everyone bunched together as quickly as possible, because until they are, the marshals and the recovery crews can't really go to work. You don't want to be sending marshals and pickup trucks and things out onto the track if you've got cars going quite quickly trying to close back in on the safety car train. You can see not everybody had caught the safety car anyway, even by that point, really. So Horst has just gone through to complete a lap, which means he's 2/3 of a lap away from the safety car. Everyone's slowing down dutifully, in fairness, past the stricken Renault Clio. Tony Kiss there in the Morgan, Paul Hinson in behind him as the spectators take advantage of this safety car to catch their breath and prepare themselves for a restart in hopefully the next 5 minutes or so. Good number of spectators on hand actually today, given the fact that the weather forecast was a little bit changeable. Good to see lots of them out. Croft always does get a decent turnout actually. There you can see them all up on the spectator banking. That's up around the complex, I think. And yeah, always a well-supported venue, Croft. Not that much motor racing takes place in this neck of the woods, so whenever there is an event on here at Croft Circuit, it tends to bring all of the local motorsport fans out. Lots of work been done to Croft Circuit as well of late. They resurfaced it not that long ago. There's been some work done in the paddock as well. They've just finished the new cafe here on the paddock as well, which is brilliant news. They do a very, very good bacon sandwich, I can attest to that. And that will prove popular, I'm sure, at some of the bigger events as well, coming later this year at Croft, including the annual visit of TCR UK that will come later on in the season. So, safety car is out then. It has now, I think, collected the race leader, but it's going to take a little bit of time to get everyone back together. In fact, the incident has been cleared. They've got this Renault Clio out of the way already before we've got everyone bunched back together. So possibly one more lap, maybe two, to get everyone back together, and then we will be away and racing again, which gives me time to introduce Scott Woodwis to the commentary box. Scott has been out and about getting his social media duties done for the club this weekend, but taking some weight off his feet and taking the opportunity to come and join me for this SuperSport Endurance Cup race, which has got off to a pretty eventful start, Scott. As often is the case, it's an eclectic mix of cars and shaping up to be a competitive season.
It appears to be, yes. Good afternoon, everybody watching on the stream. It has been so far. First two races certainly have had plenty of action, plenty of variety across the classes. It's certainly a championship which does provide plenty of different cars, one of which you can see on the screen right now, which is the incredibly unique Vauxhall Carlton GSI. I think there was one or two people spotted it initially and thought it might have been a Lotus Carlton, but it's a regular GSI. But we're also trying to work out as well, on the rear arches, you can see there's a small kind of, almost like it's a straight line covering part of the top of the arch. I thought that was a modification, but that's actually standard on those cars, apparently. I look back, so today I learned something, which many people do. But it's certainly proved to be very popular. Its second full season as a championship. It certainly has seen a few new cars and drivers. That's been one of the newer cars for this season coming into the championship, the Mark Lee and Richard Evans BMW number 50, and that's looked pretty strong at races that it's competed. I've loved seeing them walking out there as well. Of course, we've got that's Tony Kiss and Ben Gillias, who those who know their catering racing will recognise Ben Gillias as being a former catering champion in the past. So good to see him in something of a small open top sports car of that elk, and that's currently running third overall at this point. And also, I was also talking to George Grant yesterday, of course, Clapham North MOT fan. But the funny thing is that now that he's won the first two races in class at Silverstone and Snetterton, I said to him yesterday, you almost feel like you're obliged to do the rest of the season. And he went, yeah, kind of now. Because I think once he gets into it, he feels like he's got a chance of winning something. He then kind of has to go ahead and stick with it. So I think we're probably going to see him, as long as he's in contention, at least up there competing in the mix to try and go for it. Because he entered obviously with Abby Eaton at Silverstone, and they won their class there, and they did Snetterton, and the Masters were there anyway, so he did SuperSport and won the class with Rob Boston. So he's kind of got a streak going now, and he's leading the overall championship as well as the class, because when you put all the points combined together, he has scored more points than anyone else within their class. So that's going to be interesting to see how the rest of that season plays out for them and what they choose to do. I hope they do stick around, because of course George, alongside whoever he's with, whether it's Rob, whether it's Abby Eaton, one of the two, makes a very good combination. It's only having either Rob or Abby in that car is only a compliment to the ability that he has. So it's good to see that's looking pretty strong. There is one thing I have worked out, almost an unofficial moniker, at least for me personally with this championship, is that if you want to do well, get a BMW, typically,
Yes.
because if you look at the front, it's quite a few BMWs in there, but you get the interloper, like if he was here, Ricky Coombs Honda Civic, the Morgan and a few others on top of that, but you get some nice mixture of cars down the classes, so it is proving to be quite popular, and more cars and drivers have come in this year off the back of a very successful first season last year.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd expect those grid numbers to swell again once we head deeper into the season. We've had 30 plus cars out for the first couple of rounds, so yeah, hopefully we will get more of them out there. And I presume they have at least one drop score as well, so those who are missing Croft would be able to bounce back from that and still be competitive in the championship later on in the year. Safety car still out then and appeared to still have the lights on. Yes, it does. So even though we've got that clear out of the way, I think they were just doubly making sure that everyone was back in the safety car line. And we should get racing back underway at the end of this lap. We're eating into this opening stint of the race, though, and strategy-wise for Horston and McConomy, this is not great news. They've got Bart Horston in the car for the opening stint. He is, I think it's fair to say, the quicker of the two drivers in that car, and they wanted to really maximise his driving time to hopefully then hand the car over to Keir McConomy with a good little lead, but that's not now going to be the case. So you might still have a good lead, but it's not going to be quite as sizable as it once appeared it was going to be. And I'm intrigued to see whether or not the Lee and Evans BMW, which I still don't have a start driver for, is going to keep on closing in the same way that it was just before the safety car was scrambled. I don't know if that's just because the conditions were changing and maybe Bart Horston was taking it a little bit easier, but yeah, just though that gap was just slowly starting to shrink a little bit. If that carries on after the safety car, then it could be in for a little bit of a scrap for the race lead, albeit between cars that run in different classes, because those top four cars all run in different classes. We are also only 25 seconds away from the pit window opening too, Scott, so a good chance that we're going to have, maybe on this restart, once the safety car's in, quite a few diving for the pit lane, because if you're stuck in traffic and maybe you want to try and get some clean air, you could choose to come in, although it's a very long pit stop that you have to serve, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 2 3-minute pit stops, if I'm correct, in terms of that one. It's measured from pit in to pit out, and you can pit, as you rightly said, so from after 20 minutes is elapsed in the race, as the pit window has now opened on the top of the screen, and it closes with 15 minutes to go, so you've got quite a long period, but in that time, there's no, compared to Fun Cup, for example, yesterday, when you had set pit windows that everyone had to pit in periods of 10 minutes every 40 minutes or 30 minutes or so. Here, you have one pit window, but you can choose when you want to pit, which does kind of produce what we usually have in Fun Cup and others, which is what I call the accordion effect. Everyone's quite close together, usually towards the front. It spreads out a little bit and as the race goes on, and then when towards the end, when the strategies start to work out, you then get them closing back in again and making it quite intense. So it should be quite intriguing to watch out for, especially as you've seen on screen, the safety car lights are now out again, so we're going to get back to racing just as the pit window opens. But the intriguing thing is going to be how many people on this restart dive straight into the pit lane and how many others go a bit longer into this first part of their stint before they make their first pit stop.
I'd be surprised if no one does, but I've been wrong before, so I won't make any bold predictions.
Really? Never?
Once or twice, Scott. I try and keep it quiet if I can. Safety car has dived for the pit lane, but actually so far no one else is, so there we go. Case in point. Across the line they go then. Horston leads by 1.7 seconds, and not a single car has followed the pit lane, the safety car into the pit lane. Bit of a close moment there for the number 8 Mazda MX-5. That is a car started by Paul Herndon, Darryl Creswell sharing with him. Of course, that is a lap behind the cars around it. That's the one bit of misfortune really with having safety cars in multi-class endurance racing, because if you do get tracked a lap down, which will happen for some of the lower classes very early on, then you can then lose basically a full lap on anybody who is not a lap down, if that makes sense. So if part of your class runners have been lapped but the other part haven't, then one still on the lead lap will gain a big advantage. But anyway, it usually comes out in the wash over the course of the 2 hours. There goes Paul Hinson sailing round the outside of the Carlton and trying to chase after the Tony Kiss-driven Morgan. Also keep an eye on the very quick Mazda MX-5 in the background. That was number 77, wasn't it? Again, don't have a start driver for the Michael Sanford, Lewis Noonan, Sam Reuter shared machine, but that's a car that's a front runner usually within its class, and it's closing in here on the number 104 BMW, Scott.
It is, and we've got the Carlton to try and get around next, which of course is the Clifford Butler machine. Great to have that unique car. That has made a couple of Club Sport Trophy appearances in the past. I think that same owners of that Carlton have also come out in, of all things, a Holden Commodore before. Not a full-on V8 supercar, but I think one of the ones that ran in the Middle East ages ago when they were kind of making their own kind of Middle East V8 series. And you ran at Bahrain, I think, and it was in the whole kind of HSV Toll orange colours before. I remember seeing that being one of the most unique cars that we had. So you can't say that the Clifford Butler and Co don't put out some unique cars on the grid, which is good to see. See there the all the way the Ellis Smith Mini Cooper battling away with the Evans and Hart Civic, and then just behind there is, by the looks of things, yes, I can tell by the helmet, he's definitely George Grant behind the wheel in car 69. The current SuperSport Endurance Cup class and championship overall leaders, and just making your way past the 65, another MX-5, that's the Wiggins, Hyde and Hyde car in Club B, and that's fourth. So that's the leaders putting a lap on that car now, so one MX-5 lapping another. For those to clear up, for those who might be wondering, those are two different specification MX-5s. That is MX-5 Supercar spec. That is in fact George's MX-5 Supercar car he's racing, so it's multi-purpose, whereas the hardtop MX-5 is of a different specification, so that's going to be intriguing. There's another MX-5 spec here. That's the supercharged Mark 1 of Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke, and now we're getting amongst the Carlton, who I say this affectionately, it's a great big barge of a thing. It's not making itself too inconspicuous, is it, really kind of getting amongst being one or two of the lapped cars, but it's certainly trying to keep its own, holding its own on track as the rest of the pack tries to negotiate its way around it, but it's quite difficult when you get a car that's about 25 feet long.
Well, and also it's a car that's pretty good in a straight line, but then a bit cumbersome through the corners, so you can't drive past it down the straight, but then if you don't, you get sort of bottled in behind it through the corners, whereas you say you can't really drive around it very easily. Lead gap 1.8 seconds. It actually came down slightly on the first flying lap since the restart, and the Leon Evans BMW pumping in personal best lap times, whereas Bart Horston is still the best part of a second away from what he was doing earlier on. So I do wonder whether there's some sort of a drama on the number 21 BMW that Bart is having to manage. They've gapped the rest of the field, 15 seconds back then to this battle for third place overall, and actually we've had a change for fourth with the Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones BMW up ahead now of Paul Hinson's black number 25 example. Again, they all run in different classes, these three cars, but a battle nonetheless for third place outright, and the Morgan holding its own against the brace of BMWs. But for how much longer? A bit of a moment there for the 117 going through Sunny Inn, but a nice little scrap this going on, albeit a quarter of a minute or more behind the race leaders.
It's the battle of the pumped up compact, but I think it's the Martin Gadsby car, which is in the old school M Sport, kind of almost DTM style livery with the Decker and Warsteiner and Winter Schall logos on the side. And you've got Paul Hinson, whose car is, from what we've seen before in Supersport, a little bit of a giant killer. He runs the races solo, and even though his car is in Clubman A, so it's one of the fastest Clubman class cars, it certainly is quite interesting that he runs quite a strategy and that he structures his pit stops so that when he goes back out at the end of the race, he's classified much higher than you expect that car to be.
Yes, no, absolutely, and the Clubman and Pro classes, which separate this field, there are 6 classes technically, but you've kind of got the Pro and Club divisions as well, so wherever you are, there's a battle to be had within your class. Here, the Martin Gadsby Ian Jones Beamer closes in on the Morgan. What is the difference, Scott, there between the Pro and the Clubman classes? Is it a technical regulation that is different between the two, or is it simply driver experience?
It's simply a name designation, really. It's because all the classes are based on power to weight ratio, so it's simply just separating Pro A, Pro B and Pro C to then move down to Clubman A, Clubman B and Clubman C. It's simply just this purely a naming context rather than it being any particular designation for drivers. So, I mean, for example, you've got the George Grant makes an MX-5 which has Rob Boston and Abby Eaton. Now, regardless of whether Rob Boston or Abby Eaton was in that car, it would still be Club and B because it's simply where it fits in the class. So purely just naming in terms of the classes to fit it in and mix it up a little bit in terms of different speed differences of cars and how they fit in each category.
Okay, right, there we go. That's question answered. Paul Hinson, meanwhile, asking some questions now of the 117 car. These three refusing to leave each other alone, aren't they, as they come out of the hairpin across the timing line. The lead gap, again, is still hovering around 2 seconds. It is going up, but nowhere near as quickly as it was in the first part of the race. We've got the Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith Mini in the pits, by the way. They're one of our first pit lane visitors. Also, car number 55 has been in, which is Christian White, handing over to either Jonathan Salem, well, presumably it will be Jonathan Salem, I think, will be sharing that car with in this race. So, a couple of cars in early, but not choosing to pick the majority of the front runners. And into Tower they go. Now in the background, I think I spotted Julian McBride. Yes, I did. The white and yellow BMW. Now he's been one of the big winners, Scott, from that safety car, because obviously he had to make that unscheduled pit stop earlier on. Doesn't count as one of his mandatory stops, but actually that safety car was a bit of a reset. Okay, he's still a lot further back from the top two than he was, but at least now back at the races, and with still an hour and a half to go, half a chance of getting a decent result from this.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, the fact you're right in the fact that one of his first stop he made was outside the pit window, so he isn't counted as one of his designated ones. And the safety car's done a massive favour, so that means that he's managed to essentially get his car cleared of that front grass on the end, then close back up to everyone else, and he was already on the tail for 6th position, different class, but 6th position overall of the 104 Evans, Hudson and Matt Parks BMW E36. So already trying to lap pretty quickly. His lap time, meanwhile, currently in the 131.3s, and he is outside of the cars running sub 130, which is the top two cars. He's essentially third fastest car on track at the moment. So running well, as we see our top two head through the right-hander at Tower. They're starting to close up a little bit more. The gap is 1.7 seconds, that being because on that last lap, it was 4/10 better and a personal best for the Leon Evans BMW. So that's a bit of a gap closing in as they just clip the tyre stack as they go through. There's cutting it fine, and there's literally hitting the tyre stack. And I think we saw that earlier on in the Gone Back Cup race further back at the S's yesterday with Guy Clay when he clipped the tyres, and that was an unfortunate kind of hindrance to his race in that previous part. But it looks like the two BMWs are cracking on, although this could be key. And in fact, actually, this traffic is really not benefiting the 1 Series at all, because number 50 BMW is closed right in. It's getting around the Renault and the Steve Wiggins Hyde and High car, which wants no part of that battle whatsoever. But now as they come towards the hairpin, this is probably the most pressure I've seen this car under since it's really been in the championship beginning of last year, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced everything is right with the 21 car. It's going quite a bit slower now than it was earlier on. I have to say, though, don't take any of the credit away from the number 50 BMW, because they're pumping in all of these personal best lap times, as Scott said. So, you know, they are going quicker, but there's no doubt about it. Austin is going slower than he was earlier on, whilst lots of others are finding time. But catching is one thing, finding a way through is very much another, especially here at Croft. It's a narrow circuit. There's only really a couple of obvious places to overtake, and they're usually pretty easily defended. But traffic could be the key, and they have 3 lapped cars now to negotiate. The 88 is in, and that is Daniel Douglas in that car. Oh, outside of one of the lapped compacts they go. Horston's on the grass though and will lose the lead. So Bart Horston out wide at Tower, and that just looked like a mistake. He'd gone around the outside of the back marker, ran out of road and slipped onto the grass. So as they now go through the back markers, he's losing tons of time in the traffic too, but that was a rare mistake there from Bart Horston. So the race lead changes hands then. 23 we're hearing about to go back out onto the circuit. That's Renault Clio that actually I wasn't aware had a problem, but Richard tells us it had and is heading back out. But yeah, Bart Horston making a mistake, not something we see all that often, Scott.
Yeah, just quickly go back on 23. That was the Renault Clio that stopped on the back straight heading around towards the complex, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you're right.
But that's interesting. I'm casting my mind back, and I'm not suggesting there is a problem with the 21 car. I'm casting my mind back at the end of Silverstone when that car had some kind of power or drivetrain issues. And sometimes that car hasn't been the most reliable when it's been out there. Most of the time it's been bulletproof and it's been pretty quick and it's been out there leading races overall. Either it's that, or maybe Bart's just biding his time a little bit because he knows he's got an hour and a half to play with, just trying to coast the car a little bit more and save it a bit for when he goes in for his second stint or so. as that goes through the chicane. The gap has gone down out quite quickly. It's now 3.6 seconds on last lap for comparison, traffic or not, 131.025 for the 50 BMW, but Bart Horston did a 135.297, and that's very un-Bart Horston-esque in terms of the pace that we know he can set, given how quick he is in that BMW at times.
Did have a lot of traffic out at the back of the circuit. That's obviously the fastest part of the track as well, so lost a lot of momentum with that traffic. But yeah, definitely a concern, I would say. There is the pit stop, first pit stop being done for the Rob Boston Racing MX-5. And Rob Boston himself will be jumping into that car now, I suspect. George Grant, the championship leader, both championship leaders, but George Grant having done that first stint, a solid first stint, handing over to the team boss. There goes Paul Hinson, meanwhile. He's been overtaken by Julian McBride. So McBride is now into 5th position, and the next target for him is BMW number 117, which runs 2nd in the same class. So this is now a battle between the two BMWs for 4th place outright, but more importantly, Scott, 2nd place in class.
It is, and also just ahead of them as well, quite impressively, the Morgan of Kiss and Gilead still doing quite a fine job to hold on to 3rd place overall, even though it's in the invitation class. So he certainly isn't there to make himself a nuisance, he's there just to be competitive, and he's doing so right now in that wonderfully turned out Morgan with their quite large but quite well proportioned rear wing on the back of that Morgan. Little front splitter on there too. Bride just posturing around the rear end of the cut of the E36 compact with Gadsby at the wheel, just a little peek out to have a look up the inside. Thought about it. That was almost a Ted Bradbury-esque lunge into the hairpin a la Fun Cup yesterday. Look at arriving to the back of them both is Paul Hinson. I told you that car was a giant killer. It has been. You've seen that car. I've seen that car either win its class but be up there in the top 5 in the last 12, 18 months. Overall, we'll give it, even there is a Club and A car. So don't count Paul Hinson out at all. Into the pit lane comes the 65 Mazda MX-5 of Wiggin, Tyre and Hyde. That's in for the first of its mandatory stop. But a little wooden chock underneath the wheel to make sure it doesn't move. And of course, I think there's 2 approaches to SuperSport. There's the kind of quick get the pit stop done and get it sorted, and then there's the we've got 3 minutes, so we'll get it done and then we send him back out again. So and that car is a little bit further back in the order. That car at the moment is showing as being back in 16th and 4th in Clubman B. I have to say, this is now shaping up to be quite a neat little battle we're seeing on screen here now between the Morgan and the 2 BMWs. So forget the invitation class. Tony Kiss doing quite a fine job here, but you might want to just maybe not look in his mirrors. He's got 2 rather large, looming white BMWs right on his tail. And of course, the problem for Gadsby also is he's attacking the Morgan whilst also having to keep one eye on trying to defend from McBride behind him. So that's going to be quite a crucial battle to have in the mix. And whilst that's going on, you can see in set that the Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith Clio Mini is in. The reason I said that is because the Clio went past the screen. Also in as well is the number 8 MX-5, which is of Herndon and Cresswell. And whilst that's been going on, change for 4th position overall and for 2nd in class, as McBride finally did find a way around Martin Gadsby, who is now again under threat from the nimble little compact of Paul Hinson.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a go at getting past the Morgan, and that's what happened really there. It didn't work, and so that opened the door for McBride. But now, coming back at McBride around the outside into Clervaux, McBride tries to get at the inside of the Morgan. The Carlton's in the way. All that nearly ended disastrously. Thankfully, they all avoided drama. Hinson now takes advantage and nips up the inside of the Gadsby BMW. And, well, all happened at once there, really. How they didn't all pile up at the apex, I don't really know. But thankfully, they avoided the Carlton. Here comes McBride. He's now got the run on Tony Kiss and will pull alongside, in fact, drive straight past the Morgan. Can Hinson do the same thing? The Morgan definitely doesn't seem to make its lap time in a straight line, does it? Better through the corners, maybe, but there's nothing he could do about Hinson either. Up the inside went Paul, and so 2 of the BMWs going through. And it will be Gadsby the most frustrated after all of that, really, because he was supposed to be the one getting past the Morgan, and still he is stuck behind Tony Kiss. The difference being now, though, that he's lost 2 positions and might be a 3rd as well, because the 104 BMW is now starting to join in the battle too.
Yeah, that's the Evans, Hudson and Matt Parks BMW, another of the E36s. I noticed that in terms of the 117 car, it doesn't have as much aero as the McBride BMWs. You can see it's got a really nicely turned out rear wing and front splitter with a couple of canards on it. Whereas the Gadsby car has got a splitter, but it seems a bit more, so it looks like it produces as much aero. You can see on the straight at least, and off the corners, the 117 car has got a bit more straight line speed, but he just got boxed in by the Morgan, as you saw, and then McBride went to go up the inside. He got boxed in by the Carlton, and almost had kind of nowhere to go, but everyone sorted themselves out eventually, and thankfully there was no dramas of any kind as we come back across the pit straight once more. And whilst that's happening, quick check-in on the lead. It's nearly 5 seconds now between the number 50, Richard Lee and Mark Lee, Richard Evans, M3, and the McLaren Horston car, which still holds the fastest lap of the race, 1:28.356, but pace-wise it's dropped off to about 2 seconds off that fastest lap pace. So either it's nursing something, or he's taking a more kind of old-school endurance approach. But don't push it too hard, just do a nice settle in, and maybe sort of possibly get better pace towards the end if he's saving tyres to that effect, maybe.
It's early in the race, though. If they are nursing a problem, it's early in the race to be nursing it, isn't it? You don't really fancy its chances of lasting a further 80 minutes or so, but we'll see. Also, of course, he would have wanted to maximise his stint time as well, really, in order to then hand over to Keir McConomy with a sizable lead. So through come the sixth place car actually now, the Morgan, with the 104 BMW not that far behind. There goes Julie McBride up towards the complex, still with those windscreen wipers going intermittently, but rain that threatened about 15-20 minutes ago hasn't fully materialised yet. And we hope it doesn't really, because that could really catch a few people out. Lead gap, by the way, came down by 1.8 seconds that lap. You have to assume that was traffic induced, maybe. Bart Horston doing a 1:30.0. It wasn't a super quick lap, but it was quite a slow lap for the Lee and Evans car out in front. But that's the other thing about this kind of multi-class racing, Scott. Gaps can ebb and flow, not by tenths, but by seconds per lap if you get a good or a bad run through the traffic. So any advantage Horston can gain now, just to try and keep that car in striking distance of the race leaders, could prove important.
It's a tale of two sides. When you get caught up in the traffic and you're the one that gets caught behind somebody, it's the most frustrating feeling in the world. When you're the car chasing them and you benefit from that, it's the most satisfying feeling in the world. So it's a tale of two sides in terms of how you work it. But ultimately, as we know in racing, it's the responsibility of the faster car to try and get through, and for the slower car to hold its line, which an example there saw the MX-5 of Wiggins, Hyde and Hyde did, as the positions changed between the 104 BMW and the Kiss Gilliass Morgan. And that was quite a key example, is that the MX-5 didn't do anything out of the ordinary, didn't do anything that was a sudden movement. It simply held its line, and it's the business of the faster cars to go past and make their own way past safely and calmly. Otherwise, if not, then it's doesn't bear thinking about in some cases. Two MX-5s on screen, and you can now tell that as good as George is, you can tell it's Rob Boston behind the wheel, because that car has a lot more energy about it. Not that George Grant's driving isn't energetic, but you can tell Rob in particular, of course, is quite a rapid peddler of anything he drives. In case in point, he's heading up the inside of 91 MX-5. That's the car that's currently showing as, well, that's for positioning, in fact, that's for positioning class. So that is now one MX-5 passing another. I'm not entirely sure if it may or may not be an MX-5 Super Cup spec car. It looks very similar, but I'm not in depth about the spec of that car. Here's another one of our favourite cars in the field, the Vauxhall Carlton GSI keeping out of trouble, the 701 machine. Scott. You are right, it does look slow, although he was moving out of the two faster BMWs in the process. And he's now got the Mini going up the inside, so part of me thought he was moving out of the way of faster traffic, but now that they've cleared him, you might well be right. I think that, and also got the note from NRA as he was moving slowly. There goes the Evans and Hart Honda Civic past him as well. But it'd be a shame if that car started to ail a little bit, and I can see just a little a wisp of smoke in the back. I can see plenty of dust and dirt at the back of the 123 Renault Clio, which is trying to basically just shuffle, forcefully push its way through the gravel at Clairvaux, and it just about has. To be fair, it's good effort. It might have ruined the engine as a result of that, being on the rev limiter. But one thing I will mention about Pure Track, and I hope they don't mind, is that in their Renaults, for example, have had some awful luck this season, particularly the 23 car, and they try their best. It's a really wonderfully turned out team, Pure Track, and they're really enthusiastic. They're racing Club Sport and SuperSport and other different championships. They're really good supporters of these kind of multi-class Brscc series and championships, but just they really get some awful luck in terms of reliability or just results or things not going their way. But they are battlers in their hard charges. They don't let anything get them down and defeat them. They do keep on pushing as hard as possible to get a good result and pick up something in the end. So I had that problem for the 23 car earlier on, which looks as though it's been solved for the time being, or at least hopefully has been permanently solved. Now the 123 car having a little appointment with the Clairvaux gravel trap, unintentional of course. It was a spontaneous one which they weren't looking for. Whilst that's happening, we've got pit stops for the leading BMW. Also in is the on-track fight between the 104 BMW M3, and the 29 Morgan also in for what was their battle of the 6th and 7th. One thing I will mention, I thought for a second it was, there is quite a lot of steam coming out from the front of the BMW. I hope it's just brakes.
Yeah, I think so.
Because of course it's been working them quite hard for the first 45 minutes or so, which now leaves the car on screen here, the 21 1 Series of McCollum and Horston, with Bart Horston on the wheel, back into the lead, and now of course will run as long as they can. And a reminder with pit stop stints is that there are no set stints like in Fun Cup or anything else where you have to come in during a certain particular window of 10 or 20 minutes. It's simply now the pit window is open, so long as you make 2 mandatory pit stops that are from pit in line to pit out line, no less than 3 minutes in length, then you're absolutely fine. Any pit stops made outside of that window do not count, but you can make them any time in that window. So some drivers, depending if they might have factored in safety cars, some might not, some have different ways to do it, but these feel that's the time to make their first pit stop. So now the question is going to be, what kind of strategy is this car running to? When will it make its first stop, whether it's on strategy or not? Meanwhile, whilst that's been going on, more BMW capering behind. This is Paul Hinson, who has somehow found a way past the Martin Gadsby BMW, but as I anticipated, with the straight line advantage being a different class, straight back through and back into position. So I have a feeling with these two going back and forth, we ain't seen the last of this.
No, probably not. Paul Hinson's not the kind of driver who normally backs away from a fight either, so and because he knows that his advantage is through the corners, he's going to really try and maximise the run through the technical sections, and if he can throw it up the inside, I'm sure will do just that. So it is now Bart Horston leading by nearly a minute, actually, 50 seconds over Julian McBride, who's back into the lead of his class now as well, temporarily, anyway, Pro B. Horston leads Pro A, McBride Pro B, Paul Hinson leads in Club A, as out again goes the number 50 car. Now, I don't know who was in the car for the opening stint in that one, so maybe Richard can find out, maybe even have a chat with whoever was in that car. There is Richard, walking, I think, towards that end of the pit lane. And he'll try and do some digging because we don't know who was in the number 50 car. But anyway, they've done a driver change now, and the car rejoins the circuit, and that now becomes the benchmark, really, as others from the leading group start to pit. We'll see where they re-emerge in relation to the number 50 car, which makes a lovely noise that accelerates through Clairvaux and in towards Hawthorne. Had a change for 5th position. Of course, we're going to change for 5th because the number 50 car rejoining the pit lane, I think, is going to be towards the bottom end of the top 10 now, I think. Here's the race leader then, Bart Horston through Sunny. And the car just doesn't look as edgy and as aggressively driven as it did earlier on, does it? Still running comfortably quicker than anybody else apart from the number 50 car. But now, of course, Scott, it'll be interesting to see what pace that 50 car has after the driver change, because with Horston still in this car, whilst it's not achieving its potential performance maybe right now, it should at least be consistently running, and it might now be able to start eating into the deficit that it was at to car number 50.
I'll be keen to see what kind of undercut that bit the number 50 car gets, if any, because of course it was in front by about roughly 4 or 5 seconds or so. And if it does manage to make that up, now when it eventually makes it, the 21 car eventually does make its way in, we'll be keeping an eye on that side of things. Now, one car which had issues earlier on, you can see is heading back out on track. That's the 23 Pure Track Renault Clio. I'm not sure whether it's still Matt Adams at the wheel or if Sarah Dennis has taken over. Bear in mind that car's been in for quite a while with its technical issues that brought out the safety car when it stopped on the exit of Sunny Out. And we just confirmed in my ear, it is Matt Adams, so Matt Adams has stayed in the car, so he hasn't handed over to Sarah yet, but he will do at his first mandatory pit stop. That now tentatively makes its way out of the S's. I'm sure that'll be a couple of laps to see if whatever the issue was has been fully corrected and fully amended and fixed. I'm sure I could see on the screen now, unless it's just a flicker of the camera, there was a couple of spots of rain coming down. But whether or not there's any more windscreen wipers, I haven't seen any others than the number 50 car, which had the wipers on earlier on. A couple more cars you can see on the left-hand side of the screen making their pit stops. The number 91 Stuart Humphrey MX-5 is in. Also, so as you saw before, is the number 29 Tony Kiss Ben Gilias Morgan, and Ben will jump into that car once that pit stop is complete. But here is the car which pitted from the race lead, number 50, the Mark Lee Richard Evans BMW M3. Turns its way out of Sunny in and Sunny out. And looks as though it's moving quite swiftly, as it was at the beginning of its first stint, so whoever its new incumbent is, He's driving it as hard as the first one did. And from here, in these first couple of laps, I'll be looking at to see what their lap times are once they put a good first couple of flying laps in. Just had word that it is actually Mark Lee on that one, thanks to the producer in my ear. So Mark Lee's taken over. So Richard Evans was the driver that started that car. Mark Lee has taken over. He will now see what he can do to extend that lead even further. We can see what their lap times are. The last lap was a 1:31.874 they've just completed, compared to the last lap for the Bart Holston number 21 BMW 1 Series, and that's on a 1:30.277. So the lap time difference currently is about 1.6 seconds on that lap alone. So at the moment, it's pace advantage back to the 1 Series at this point in time. But I imagine Mark's probably taking 2 or 3 laps just to get up to speed, get a feel for the car under race conditions, to see what it's like, see what kind of car that Richard Evans has handed over to him. And we'll just use this to kind of get up to speed, get some heat back into the tyres again, get himself settled down for the stint. And he'll want to be as comfortable as possible in his efforts to try and catch up and bring that gap down where possible. He'll hope that the 1 Series gets caught in some kind of traffic at some point. It's all about a game of strategy, how you play your pit stops, how you play the stints, who you place in for which stint that you run, and avoiding anything that might be a trip up, which can include drive-through penalties, one of which has been handed to car number 67, and that's for track limits. And 67 is, I want to say that's an MX-5. 67, no, it's the Julian McBride. It's the Julian McBride second place car. So that is a drive-through penalty for the leading Pro B car. You can see the black flag just on the right-hand side. Just for clear, it says drive-through penalty. Even though it is a black flag, it's doing essentially for the penalty, not for the fact that essentially he's been disqualified from the race. Simply just the penalty is being applied to him in that sense. Turn the way out of there. So there is the offending machine, which is going to have to come in and serve its drive-through. So it's not a stop and go. And he carries on for another lap. And there is a set period of time that you can run in terms of laps. But you will have seen the board now. And you have to serve that one as soon as possible. So we're coming up towards the halfway point, and problems again, I'm afraid, for the number 23 Pure Track Clear. Matt Adams still at the wheel, right at pit lane entry, and I'm afraid that whatever they tried to fix on that car has not been resolved. And dare I suggest that potentially this could be another safety car, because it's in a precarious position, and with some cars still wet to take their pit stops. And in actual fact, you can see taking full advantage of that and maybe even anticipating a safety car. In comes the race leaders. So Bart Holston then comes into the pit lane, and he has, that's just he carried. He's gone through the pit lane and hasn't stopped. Now, I didn't see anything that suggests that he had a drive-through penalty. That's very strange. So Bart Holston's gone back out again, but has gone through the pit lane. Now, either maybe he anticipated he was going to make a pit stop under the safety car, or maybe for some reason he either thought he had a drive-through when he hadn't, or has been given a drive-through, and it hasn't been notified by us as far as I can see from race control on our screen. I'll have a quick look on the messages, see if there is a history of it. No, there's nothing on the timing screen. That's very confusing. Why the 21 cars come in again then back out, I'm not 100%. Ooh, that's Julian McBride cutting it very fine coming into the pit lane, having to come in for his drive-through whilst also trying to negotiate his way around the number 23 Clio, which is being pushed down pit lane by our ever hardy and hard-working marshals. Many thanks to them for all their efforts, as always, all that they do. But I think that's probably going to have to be a message for Richard to find out from Jeff Steele Racing why the number 21 car came in. It almost looked as though he stopped because he was trying to make a pit stop, but then either his team waved him through, which would have been off camera, or he wasn't meant to come in, and the team weren't, or he was meant to, but the team weren't ready and said go out again. It won't have cost him anything in terms of the gap to second place too much, because Julian McBride has come in and served a drive-through. So he's done exactly the same thing really as what Bart Holston has just done. But yes, I think Richard will have to get some clarification on that if he can down in pit lane, if we can pass that message down to him, because I'm rather confused. 23 car just being told we've been pushed down the pit lane has now made it to their garage, so sadly more problems for Pure Track of one of their Clios, I'm afraid. Again, really have had the most rotten of luck this season. And again, really nicely turned out team. And the results they get don't befit the luck they get, don't really befit the way those cars are turned out. So there goes the Bart Horsley-Kim economy machine. And not far behind on that shot, I saw that looked like number 50. That was the Leon Evans BMW. That currently runs in 6th position and 3rd in class. We are coming up towards the half-distance point. Handful of pit stops are coming in. There was another car that did come in for its pit stop behind the drive-through for the Julian McBride BMW. That was the Scott Ferguson, Neil Luke Mazda MX-5, and that was started by Scott Ferguson, so he'll be handing over to Neil for the second stint. That's the other pure track Clio you can see on the screen. That's the Daniel Hawkes Reed Clio. That car, it was started by James Miller, so it was James Miller that was at the wheel of that car when it went through the gravel, when he kind of almost freight trained his way through the gravel, keeping his foot down. Thankfully he did, but I can't imagine it would have done the engine and the internals too much sympathy. So the chase is now on to see what pace number 50 BMW has. I'm just keeping tabs on their times. Their last time was a 1:32.006, and that's compared to 1:31.5. So even though there's been the driver change, it's still been on that side of things. So, I believe whilst the race goes on, of course, many driver changes happening in this race, and one of those in particular has been for car number 91, which is Stuart Humphrey, and he's down in pit lane with Richard John Neal. So let's cross down now and see what he has to say.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. Obviously, he's a one-car team, so we can't interview him getting in and out of the car, but we can talk to Mark, who's one of the crew, and I wanted to ask Mark about the refuelling and everything else they do. First of all, Mark, with the refuelling, is it something that you practice, and if so, how much?
So, 3rd time I've been here. So yeah, not much at all really. Complete novice to the whole event. So yeah, it's my brother-in-law racing, so he's asked to help out, and yeah, quite enjoying it.
It's quite a big responsibility, isn't it? Sort of handling fuel in a pit lane, and does it get your adrenaline up? Obviously, the drivers are fired up.
Well, yeah, the fuel's quite a critical part, really, isn't it? So yeah, definitely get it right. Yeah,
and not just fuel, Juicy, because once the fuel cells were safely away, you're then tightening the wheel nuts and checking that as well. So it's quite a lot of physical stuff to do on there.
Yeah, and definitely in a warm day today as well. So yeah, it's extra toasty today. So
enjoying it enough to do more.
Yeah. So we're back. I think next month, aren't we? Next round, Donington. Yeah. On that one as well, so yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
The whole championship, so yeah. I'll let you relax now because it's nothing worse than having a microphone shoved you. But thanks for telling us about your experience, and thanks for what you're doing with the team. Really appreciate that.
Cheers, thank you.
Smart Powell there. I think we're going to try and grab a word with Sarah Dennis and find out if it's a recurrence of the electrical fault they've had on the Clio. Sarah hasn't had any racing laps at all in the 3 events that she's been with us, so it'd be nice to afford her an interview. I'll tee that up.
Yeah, thank you, Richard, and good to hear from Mark Lee down there, who was the starting driver in the number 50 BMW. What was intriguing is that whilst that was happening, I heard him here, is not only did the number 21 Horston BMW come in, this time looks like it is its actual pit stop this time, and because looking rather puzzled at me rather than why I'm saying come in again. I'll explain that in a second for the benefit of him and for anyone else that's just joined. But also the number 50 BMW has come in again, but not long after its first pit stop. Like, it's in now, there it is on screen, and either it is a routine pit stop, but it doesn't look to be very much, dare I say, urgency about the pit stop at all. It looks as though there's some conversations. Now, we did see some smoke or steam coming off the front of the car, but we presumed it was brakes. So perhaps the fact it's come in that soon after its first pit stop, dare I say it, suggests that maybe it wasn't just brakes. It might have been something else that was steaming. We'll wait and see. And problems also for the Morgan as well. So that's coming. That's Ben Kilias at the wheel describing the problem. So that's him sort of describing the issue for the car. And speaking of issues, I'm afraid number 50 BMW, which I think had also problems at Silverstone, if I remember correctly as well, I'm afraid also had to be pushed in to be worked on that side. So a couple of the front-running cars have had issues. Now there's the Barholster KM Economy car. Now the reason why I say it came in for the second time again, I say this for the benefit of those who just joined in for Andy, is that the 21 car, for those who are watching a few minutes ago, came in, but then almost paused at its pit box for a second, looked across and then went back out again. There was some suspicion whether it was a drive-through or not, but there was nothing on the screen. The only car that got a drive-through just recently was the 67 Julie McBride BMW 4 track limits. It's come in and served that. Whether there was either confusion for that or whether they were either meant to come in but the team weren't ready or weren't meant to and maybe tried to get a jump on what could have been a safety car because the Matt Adams Renault Clio had stopped at the top of the pit lane. That's the second time it had stopped in the race, which is now in the garage. So perhaps they were anticipating maybe a safety car. So maybe Bart Horston, this is all speculation, but it almost, to me, felt like he think, well, I can maybe capitalise and get a pit, almost like a free pit stop here. And as soon as he came in, the team kind of went, what are you doing? Like, just go back out again. We're not meant to have you in yet. Waved him back through again, and now he's made his actual full pit stop. So it looks that maybe there was a small change of plans, or if they were going to bring him in, they decided when the car's being pushed in, no, stay out, which is quite interesting. And it doesn't seem to affect him too much in terms of where he's going to head out. So we'll go through, but one of the main contenders that he had, which was the number 50 BMW, sadly, looks as though it is, at the very least, going to be in the pit lane for a very long stop, whilst whatever the issue was is being rectified. So we're hearing allegedly, it's not confirmed, but we're hearing allegedly from pit lane, but it might have been an issue with transmission issue, potentially the car being stuck in fifth. Unconfirmed, but we'll try and find out. It was, I think, Richard or one of our guys down there overheard something, but we'll get that confirmed if that's the case or not. So gearbox issues for the number 50 BMW. So as we come towards the hour mark, it's Paul Hinson again. I was about to say make himself a nuisance, but he's not. He's kind of just being more competitive than expected once again. And he just looped himself around the current leading car in Club and C, as it tends to be pretty much every single race we see it in, which is the dynamic duo of Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. Here it is. Defending Club and C class champions as well, and pretty much, I think within reason, every single time they turn out in that car, usually it turns out a victory. So that pair are very well sorted. David Drinkwater, of course, a very experienced racer in his own right, has raced in Hot Crash Championships in the compact, and also raced in other club level endurance series around there, including also C1s. And that's intriguing. Now, one thing I did spot there is that there's quite a few more cars, not just the 67 BMW, quite a few more cars are turning on the wipers, which suggests, Andy McEwen, that we are getting that rain shower that was ever so slight, which I felt even right at the beginning of the race, is coming down a little hard at this point with about an hour to go.
Again, though, can't see anything out of the window here, so it seems to be fairly localised, doesn't it? Only affecting certain bits of the racetrack, but yeah, that's it's awkward, this, isn't it? It's sort of psychological rain at the moment, not really actually enough to make the circuit slippery at all, but enough to make the drivers think that it might be, and certainly going out towards the back of the circuit through the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, you really want to know how much grip you're going to have there, and with that little bit of drizzle coming down, it's all a little bit uncertain for the drivers. But yeah, dramatic middle portion of this race then, certainly, with the Horston and Economy BMW dodging a few bullets. In comes Julian McBride for his third visit to the pit lanes. This is his second mandatory stop being made.
It'll be his first mandatory stop that counts, because of course the first stop he made was outside the pit window for the grass. The second visit was the drive-through.
Oh, I see. Right.
So this will be his first actual pit stop after his third visit.
Sorry, I'd forgotten about the drive-through. I assumed 3 pit stops, maybe 2 of those had been proper ones. So it's been an eventful start to the race for Julian McBride, who takes a well-deserved rest for a minute or two. Of course, he's going alone here, no driver change, so one of the marshals trying to help fan the smoke from the brakes. You can see just how hot those brakes get, and that's why a lot of the teams, when they're refuelling, as well as having the fire extinguisher ready, they'll go and put a blanket over the back wheel underneath where the fuel nozzle is, because if any fuel falls into the brake system, that is so hot it could ignite instantly. They're not doing it here, but I did spot the Morgan earlier on. They were doing that when they were refueling that car. So a little safety initiative. It's not mandatory within the regulations, but always advisable, I'd say.
I wonder if that's in some cases because differences of fuel systems that they use to kind of deliver, because that's a proper dry brake system that they use. So obviously it's got quite a few couplings and locks in it, which doesn't guarantee, but it gives you a very solid chance that nothing is going to spill, because obviously drive rate shuts it off immediately. So, but I think for some other tough jugs that they use, yes, you're right, they will put some kind of cover over the rear wheels to stop any kind of spillage, because of course not just warm brake, but warm tyres as well, because that can set it off too. That's very crucial. Julian McBride being strapped back in, also a bit of tyre pressure checks as well, or tyre pressure amendments possibly, given that fuel loads could be different. So a few more tweaks going on. I think there's only a maximum of 4 people can work on the car and can touch the car during a pit stop, including the driver. So it's driver plus 3 other people. And this car, run by Jeff Steele Racing, of course he's pretty much a veteran of motorsport, particularly BMW circles, and of course he's been in the past as well an ex-BTCC man back in '94, if I remember correctly. On that side, he was one of the privateers in that season, of all cars, the BMW, of course. So he will carry on. And good to see that we've got teams like Jeff Steele Racing bringing a couple of cars, and good to see drivers like Bart Horston in the mix as well, which for a driver his calibre, and I say this in the nicest way possible, I wouldn't have expected him to take part. I would have thought there was like a one and done thing when he turned up at the first race last year. But the good thing is, not only is he stuck around for a full season, he's back again for another full season this year, which is credit to him, a fantastic thing. And of course, looks like he's able to intersperse that between any other commitments he may have, which is really nice to see. We get some good calibre drivers coming to give it a go. Oops. As slight hiccup there as Julian McBride stalls the M3, but he gets going again.
That, haven't we? Reversing out of a parking space at the local supermarket.
I stalled about 7 times my first driving test when I got going. So,
really?
And I still passed second time, so don't ask me how. Anyway, but that's much less dramatic as stalling when you're coming out of the pit lane. So McBride then heads out. He's been followed out by the number 8 car, and given the velocity of the windscreen wipers now, I'd say that ring is getting not heavy. You can see it physically on the screen now. That's coming down a bit more, but it's slightly more prominent than the very light spits that we had a few moments ago.
It's the heaviest it's been, I'd say. Like you said, not proper rain yet, really, but perhaps verging on drizzle. And that might just be enough now to start changing the track conditions. Hard to tell, of course, really, just based on the lap times, what the conditions are like, because they do vary anyway with traffic and now pit stops and driver changes happening as well. So Paul Hinson now leads the race and is, I think, the only one not to have made his first pit stop. He is a full lap clear of McConaughey and Horston. Now, of course, Keir McConaughey, we believe, in the number 21 car. So his pace will be interesting to watch. He just did 29.2. It's not bad. It's 9/10 slower than Bart Horston's best lap. But of course, Horston had dropped down into the high 28s, low 29s for most of his stint anyway. So that's a pretty reasonable lap for Keir McConaughey. And that's exactly what he needs, really, to try and keep that car out in front once all is said and done with the pit stops. He's got, I think, a big lead over Julian McBride, who is net second, I would imagine, once all is said and done with the stops. Right, pit stops done for most, or at least one pit stop done now for most of the teams out there. And we can head down and hear, I believe, from one of the drivers who put in a good shift at the start of the race, George Grant. He'll be watching Rob Boston pedal his car around the circuit right now. And watching along with him is Richard John Neal.
Thanks, Andy. Andy McEwen, George, just saying you put in a good stint.
Well, he's very kind, actually. I think it was probably my worst stint, to be fair. But obviously, Andy's got a much better bird's eye view of what I've been doing. But I just felt a bit lethargic. The car is completely full of fuel when you start. And actually, there's a really big pinch point when you go down into Clairvaux, which just literally, if you're in the wrong position, you just get shuttled back. And that's what happened, really. So I kind of went back from P1 to P2. And then the safety car came out, and there was a lot of confusion. There's a chap in a Vauxhall, which is he's driving very interestingly. Let's just put it that way. And obviously, I was going backwards, unfortunately. On this occasion, I was going backwards. So I was very, very pleased to come back into the pit and hand over to Rob Boston.
But the car's in the top 10 overall, which in Club B is not too shabby, is it?
Yeah, I'm only about a second and a bit slower than Rob. Or he's a second and a bit faster than me, whichever way you know. But yes, P10 in a field of this class is pretty good going, actually, in a Mazda MX-5.
Your pit's down there, so you're on a social call at the moment, are you?
I am. It's 5% driving, 95% PR, isn't it?
You were talking to Sarah, who we're going to have a quick word with, I think.
Exactly. Well, I won't stop you, so I've got to get back and make sure that I'm ready and prepared.
Have a good one, George. Stay safe. Thanks for chatting to us. Let's have a quick word with Sarah. Can we grab you? We've been trying to tee this up for a little while. Sarah not had a chance to get out yet, and it's been the story of your year.
It really has. I mean, I think I just wear this for the laugh, because we've had 3 rounds, and every time I put my crash helmet on, the car's decided it doesn't want to play. So not great. 2 separate issues today, would you believe? So we had an electrical issue, a fuse went, fixed that, went back out, and now it's a cut-off switch. So we're just trying to get the car back out again, hopefully, and then I might actually do some racing laps.
I gather the fuse was a wire that was loose and banging against the engine or something, or a hot part.
Yeah, it was, and I think because you've got quite a few curves which you do run on here, I think the cut-off switch was the same issue, it's just knocked it, and obviously something like that we need to check it over and refit it. So we're just doing that now. We're hoping that's the problem, and we're going to try and make sure we finish. We want to finish this race. We don't care where we finish, we're going to finish the race.
And initially the talk was because you'd got recovered from the track that you couldn't take part, but your team have batted for you, gone to race control, got it smoothed out, ironed out, and you are okay to go back out, assuming it can be fixed.
Indeed, yeah. It was team manager had to go there and beg as such, but there's certain rules with sprint and endurance, which is both different. So with endurance, we are able to continue, but we did probably lose about 10-15 minutes arguing to try and get the car out. But it's what it is. If we can get it out, we'd be really, really happy.
Matt's still got his crash helmet on, so that's one reason I'm not talking to, because I wouldn't be able to hear him, is one thing. And B, he's hopeful, isn't he, that he'll get back out?
Yeah, we're hopeful. With this team, the one thing we don't do is quit. We never quit until the checkered flag goes. So we will do everything we can to get that car out. In fact, I can hear it running as we speak, so hopefully it should be out in a minute, and we will get it across the line.
Fingers crossed. Hope you get some laps. Thanks ever so much for your patience with us, and good luck for the rest of the day.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Sarah Dennis there, chatting with us, and just about some of the problems that you can have in the course of these races. So a little bit of flavour of what's going on down here in the pit lane and what's been going on since the start of the race. Let's hand you back to Scott and Andy to take you through the next few minutes, and we'll tee up some more stories as and when they come.
Quick, Sarah, get in the car. Whilst it's fired up, get in the car, get on track and get some laps in, because, as we said, not had that many opportunities so far this season to do so. So Richard lets her go, and we're trying to send him down towards the garage of car number 21 to figure out what was going on with that extra visit to the pit lane, and also whether or not they are nursing some sort of an issue with that car, which we thought perhaps in the first part of the race they might be. The race leader, Paul Hinson, by the way, is now in the pit lane, so this car will very shortly, I think, re-inherit the race lead, and we'll then get a proper picture of what the margins are, and also whether Hinson gets back out ahead of McBride. There's been an issue for the 104 car. We don't know who is in this car now for the second stint of the race, but the 104 looks to have been recovering from an issue at the complex, then goes very wide at the hairpin and heads for the pit lane. So this is a problem, I think, for the 104. Amongst the driver lineup for this car is Matt Parks, who I've seen out on track for a little while now. Out go the 3 amigos, that's the Paul Hinson car. And where is that in relation to McBride? McBride, I think, has gone through. Although possibly actually only put himself back on the same lap, so no, it might still be ahead. Here comes the 117. We know that they were fighting for position before the pit stops began, whilst the 104 there just came in and drove straight back out again. So that was another slightly bizarre visit to the pit lane. Nothing obvious that caused that, really, but anyway. There goes Keir McConomy back into the lead of the race, back into the 1 minute 30s now as well, as a general rule. I've been looking at the last 2 or 3 lap times. Keir McConomy windscreen wipers fully going now as he heads out of the chicane and down towards Tower, where there is now light rain being reported by our camera operator, which I think is now an escalation from mild drizzle, which we had earlier on. So it's getting a little bit more slippery out there. There are a couple of cars further down the order that are putting in personal best lap times, but generally speaking right now, it does look as though drivers are a couple of seconds a lap off what they were doing earlier on. So conditions suboptimal out there. But whether it's going to get properly wet or not, we'll have to wait and see. 49 minutes then of the race still to go. And there, the 117 car comes through, so they are second in class. I'm going to give it another lap for the timing screen to fully update itself, and then try and tell you about the order, particularly the class leaders. Certainly I can tell that Keir McConomy has a 1 minute and 2 second lead now over Julian McBride, who does move back up into second position. And then this little group comes through that we're following here. So I think Hinson's going to be third, Gadsby's going to be fourth, and fifth place will now be the 77 car, which has just sort of quietly been going about its business, hasn't it? The Sanford Reuter and Noon MX-5, but it's way behind this lot. So the 104 which is 6th overall, is a full lap behind this group. And in fact now a full lap behind the overall race leader, 2 laps behind the race leader in fact. Keir McConomy leads within Pro A. Off has got the 65 MX-5 at the complex. That's the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5. Harmless spin through the middle part of the complex, that looks like. But yeah, McConomy and Horston lead in Pro A. Pro B led by Julian McBride. Club A in 3rd place led by Paul Hinson. Then you've got the next class leader is Pro C, and that is the Mini Cooper and Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith. So they're having a good run in the lead of Pro C. Club B still led by George Grant and Rob Boston. What's their margin over the Stuart Humphrey MX-5? Waiting for Stuart to come through as the rain now very much has arrived. Now where is that out on track? That is at Sunny Inn, so it's coming in from that direction. The fastest part of the track, Scott, is the first bit to witness a proper deluge.
This is going to make things very interesting, and that's one of the understatements of the day, I think. This is going to be quite intriguing. The thing is that I don't know how many teams would have, if any, would have anticipated any rain in this race, and whether or not there's any setup tweaks to their car which would take that into account, but we'll have to wait and see if anyone starts scrambling around a little bit. And of course most of these guys will be on not dedicated tyres because they run on either list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres, so they have got some grooves cut into them based on the type of tyre which they're running, but of course they aren't going to be full wet tyres, or really in many cases really kind of what you classify as full, like all-weather tyres in many cases.
So the number 21 car heads through Clervaux. We are now hearing from Richard. Thank you, Richard. Some good investigative work down in the pit lane. They thought they had a stop-go penalty. Why they thought they had a stop-go penalty, I do not know, but they thought they had a stop-go, and that's why Bart Horston came in. And you can imagine then his confusion when he was waved straight back out again. He got away with it because they're still over a minute clear of the rest of the pack, but that is a new one. I've heard of drivers not coming in when they do have a penalty, but not so often the other way round. But for whatever reason, Bart was convinced that he had a penalty to serve. He didn't, and so it was a wasted journey into the pit lane. This is the part of the circuit that's getting wet there. You can really see the rain coming down now through the Jim Clark S's. And because there's no wind here, there's been an absolute absence of wind all weekend long. And so, unfortunately, it means that this rain, now that it's here, might take a while to move through. And even if it's not super heavy rain, might just be enough to make the track pretty wet over the next 20 minutes or so. Probably though, in fairness, not going that slowly. He's in the mid 1 minute 31, still comfortably quicker than everybody else. Most people are dropping a couple of seconds, I'd say, 2 to 3 seconds per lap off their personal best pace from earlier on. There goes Martin Gadsby, or Ian Jones. Ian is on the entry list, but not showing on the timing screen. Here, the second place man, Julian McBride, class leader, but a little bit lucky himself, really, still to be in that position, I think. If it hadn't been for the dramas for the number 50 car, then a class victory for Julian McBride wasn't really on the cards.
It wasn't, but he's certainly making hay while the sun doesn't shine, in that sense. As they come up through Tower Bend, the Mini Cooper quickly jumps out of the way to allow the faster car through. But remember that rain can be quite a performance leveler, so in many cases, I'm really thinking of Paul Hinson, because if he's in 3rd place, if his car is not as powered, a bit nimble on its tyres, a bit nimble in terms of weight, he might well possibly benefit from this. Because of course, this is the first set of pit stops have been completed for pretty much everyone out there, mostly just about, and Paul Hinson still finds himself in 3rd place in a Club 1A car, which again, he's done this several times before and doing it again, which is quite intriguing.
Yeah, absolutely, and leading his class fairly comfortably as well over the noon-driven number 77. About 28 seconds his lead, with the 117 car in between, of course, which is fighting in for position overall, but not within the same class. Blue flags being waved by the marshals there as a group of cars comes towards the complex. That's the 104 car, which has dropped away now from the other BMWs just ahead, putting a lap on the 91. That was the Stuart Humphrey MX-5. I was trying to look earlier on at what his margin or his deficit was to Rob Boston. When he comes across the line in a moment or two, we'll get that. It's a sizable one, certainly. So George Grant actually was putting himself down after that first stint, did do a good job, and gave that car, well, a minute and a quarter up the road. So huge lead. And with Rob Boston in the car now, that gap is increasing. Well, on the previous laps, got by over 5 seconds.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect anything less from Rob Boston, I suppose, and that, I think a factor that may well have been traffic or a mistake of some kind on top of that as well. I think a good portion of that would have been the fact that Rob Boston is just that good, sticking the wheel of a car. So you can see visibly that the raindrops are getting more and more frequent, particularly now this past the course, on the back straight down towards Tower. But intriguingly, it's not light rain. It's starting to rain a bit heavier now, but it's not getting to the point, at least at the moment, he says, touch wood, where it's causing people too much grief. They're kind of, yes, it's raining, but drivers are coping with it because it seems like the track course is coping with it. And don't forget the circuit also, I can't remember how long ago, but it has been resurfaced.
Yes.
So maybe that's providing quite a bit of grip nonetheless, but usually sometimes I've thought that a resurfaced circuit, if it's still a bit shiny, it's going to be also a bit slippery as well, case in point, because as I'm talking there, Rob Boston was a little wide there. I thought he got a bit of a twitch on through the exit of Tower Bend and the slide. He just dipped a wheel onto the dirt, but lives to fight another day. But this is literally where the rain is at its heaviest, right down, arguably the fastest part of the course, which is the Jim Clark S's down towards Barcroft. And you can hear that's the Paul and Wendy Evans Smith Mini with its brakes literally crying in protest as they try to get it slowed down. And it's good to see Paul and Wendy actually competing in SuperSport this weekend, and they're getting double their money in some cases because they're getting Fun Cup yesterday. And so they're getting a total of, what was it, 6 hours worth of racing time, which is not a bad weekend's worth of work for the two of them, of course. And they share the Fun Cup, which they had mixed fortunes yesterday. I think their car even stopped on the lap out of the pits, I think, to the grid, to the dummy grid before they went to the formation lap, and had problems all day long in the 3-hour endurance race. And now they're having a much more comfortable run in this part of the race. And I think they're almost, at least, about to put another lap on. No, I think they just passed. They were being caught or just passed by the Evans and Hart on the Civic, because that car now has retaken or taken the lead sorry, they're in different classes. I was getting confused. So, but they were battling for on-track position. That's what I meant. I'll get it eventually.
And they pitted as well, which also complicates matters slightly. So in they come, and that's their second and final mandatory pit stop there. Remember, you can pit any time up to 15 minutes from the end of the race, so they've got plenty of time, still just under half an hour to get their second lot of pit stops in. Rob Boston sideways out of Tower. That was just about a controlled slide, I think, in these slippery conditions. The Mark III MX-5s are notoriously tricky in wet conditions, though, because they're a lot stiffer than the Mark I MX-5 that it replaced, certainly within the Brscc racing ranks anyway, and that makes them very, very lively in the wet. But Rob Boston wrestles the Clapham North liveried car through sunny, whilst the 65 MX-5 is in the pit lane having its second service, second driver change. And there, that aforementioned Honda Civic that Scott referred to, the 137 car that runs in 8th place overall. So this is a battle for position. And yeah, Rob Boston's taken something like 3.5 seconds out of that car on this lap alone, Scott. This should be a move that he can make fairly quickly.
It should be. He's now going to keep on pushing. In the pit lane also has come the 77 car. That's the Sanford, Noon and Reuter MX-5. The other Rob Boston Racing Run Machine car, the 18 car number 77 with the front splitter and rear wing. That's definitely not Super Cup spec. It's something completely different. As Boston carries on through the S's, and it's quite intriguing. The Evans and Hart, even though they are in a different class, the Evans and Hart Civic has got quite a bit of straight line pace on it compared to the MX-5, and they're very much back and forth, even though this is for position overall. He won't make any variance to how many points they score in class, but of course there'll be some pride and bragging rights. Drive-through penalty, you can see at the top of the screen, has been applied to, or handed to car 29, which is the Morgan. That's the Tony Kiss Ben Gillias car, and that's for track limits. That's exactly the same penalty that Julie McBride got for track limits, so they'll have to come through and make an unscheduled trip down the pit lane.
So into the pits comes Julie McBride as well. So this is now pit stop number 2, isn't it? It's pit visit number 4, but pit stop number 2 for the second place man, the class leader within Pro B. As this battle still rages on between Rob Boston and the Honda Civic, number 137. So Rob having caught very rapidly, just can't find a way past the Civic. But again, 2 very different cars. They'll generate their lap times in very different ways. And the Civic seems to be a little bit quicker in a straight line, doesn't it? The VTEC powering it past the pits, and the MX-5 a lot lighter, more agile, lower centre of gravity, makes its time through the corners, particularly the technical section. So you'd expect to see Rob Boston close in through the first sequence of corners, which he does. Look at that, noticeably faster through Clairvaux. The trouble is you can't drive through the car ahead, at least it's not advisable. Down the back straight, he then can't keep up in a straight line. So I know it's not going to frustrate him too much. This isn't a battle for class position, but that is one of the great things about non-one-make racing, as much as I do really enjoy one-make racing, but there is a certain interest that comes from seeing completely different cars battling out on track for position and seeing where their various strengths and weaknesses lie.
Particularly being in 2 different classes. I mean, yes, it's 2 different classes, but they look pretty evenly matched. And as I mentioned earlier on, sometimes conditions like these can be a performance level. We've seen it before. We've seen slower cars that are maybe a bit kinder on their tyres and not as heavy and not as powerful can use more of their power, better than some other cars which are more powerful because of the way in which their engine works, the way in which they can put the power down in many cases. Around the outside, I can see the background has looked Rob Boston, but he's now got almost a small drag race with the Evans and Hart Civic, but he has got through, so maybe the slightly more nimble MX-5 has got around the slightly heavier, more powerful Honda Civic. I'll be intrigued to see how much he pulls away. In fact, now that Boston's pulled away, dare I say, it almost looks as though that Boston was being ever slightly held up, question mark, by the Civic, because he's now in the twisty section of the complex at least. He's pulled a good pace, and maybe that's the reason why, because he was pulling into pit lane to make a stop anyway, but you spotted something.
Well, as the Civic came through the complex, it looked as though it left a trail of something behind it. And I couldn't tell if it was just the tyre mark cutting through the damp track. We are seeing it certainly here at Clairvaux now as the surface water gets a little bit more, but I don't know, something odd happened there. The Civic slowed at a very strange part of the track, and Rob Boston got past it at a strange part of the track through sunny out almost, so it did almost look as though the Civic had slowed down. So whether it's a problem or not, I don't know, we'll see. Could just be coincidence, but yeah, through has gone the Mazda. Definitely getting a bit greasy out there now, isn't it? But I am surprised how long it's taking for the track to get sort of anything close to properly wet. Lap times are now, for most drivers, something like 6 or 7 seconds a lap off their optimal lap time. So it is clearly slowing down the track as they find less and less grip. No personal best lap times coming in anywhere. As we've had a change for second place on that lap as well. Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones's BMW. Wonder if that is now Ian Jones in that car, perhaps. Has got past Paul Hinson. So second place overall, again, doesn't affect class positions, but for second place overall, a change on that lap, with the 117 car having been consistently quicker over the last number of laps.
Continues to do so as it heads through Hawthorns and Tower Bend. 117, of course, just using that power advantage it has. Yes, in different classes. There's a 2-class difference. This car in Pro B and Paul Hinson in Club A, but it doesn't mean that Paul Hinson can't wring the neck of his BMW a little bit quicker. There was a part of me that suggested maybe he was a bit slower than normal exiting Tower, but it might just be, again, power difference, and also trying to be careful in these conditions. And he's actually on a bit of a redemption arc for this race, because he retired in the early stages of Snetterton, so therefore that essentially becomes, at the moment, his drop score, because he didn't well, I think what I believe in this championship, essentially, as long as you're a starter of the race, then whatever happens in the race, unless you go off the road and stop, maybe like that car, for example, essentially, if you start the race, you're technically classified as a finisher in many cases. I think that's by the regulations. That car appears to be stopped, I think you're right, just around, as you're signaling, I think right around by the barrier on the exit of the complex before the hairpin. In fact, indeed it is. Thanks to our camera crew for zooming out to take a look at that one. So that is the Scott Ferguson, Neil Luke Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 with the supercharger, and that car was running 19th, but at the moment it ain't going any further at this point.
Long way off the track, so I'm hopeful that won't lead to a safety car. because it is so far off the road, and with 33 minutes to go, there's not a huge amount to be benefited, really, I don't think, from getting the car back to the pit lane. I'm sure they'd like to have a chance at fixing it and getting it back out, but for the good of the race on the whole, I think we can probably carry on, hopefully without interrupting it with a safety car. Not that that would affect now the race leaders, because they have, I think, got a full lap on everybody. They're a lap clear of the entire rest of the field. The rest of the field at the moment led by this car, with the 117 car leading its class as well. Heading Tower Corner, there is the driver out of the Mazda being guided back to the pit lane by the looks of it, which does suggest to me they're going to leave the car there. Normally if they're going to recover the car, the driver stays with the car to help with that recovery, but if they're sending him back to the pit lane, then it looks as though the plan is to leave it where it is.
Seems like it. So leaders are into the pit lane now, so that is Kim Economy getting handover to Bart Horston again, and that means that he will be back in the car for the next half hour or so towards the end. Pit window closes in just over 15 minutes time. Now this car has yet to make a stop as well, which would make a second stop, I should say, because Martin Gadsby has been in once for a scheduled stop, continues to hold second place, and also same for that for Paul Hinton as well. The other car, which we just saw the background there, which we thought had an issue at one point, that's come back in and out again, is the 104 BMW. And speaking of 117 needing to pit, in he comes. So Martin Gadsby clearly listening to the broadcast to say that he needs to make a second pit stop, because in he goes to serve that one. And there were a few more cars that were also stopping at that point. We had the Douglas and Luke number 88 machine. That's another of the Mazda MX-5s, the 91 Mazda MX-5 of Humphrey was in, and also so was still in the last remnants of its pit stop, the Evanston Hart Honda Civic. So top two in for their scheduled stops, as Bart Alston is strapped back into the number 21 BMW 1 Series. His crew, I think that is, if I'm mistaken, I think that is Jeff Steele himself doing the timing. So good to see. Involved. Yeah. Being strapped into the 21, getting set to head back out and finish the job. All being well. Gadsby's pit stop continues on, so of course the next kind of couple of front running cars that we're waiting for are going to be Paul Hinton currently in third place in the BMW Compact, and also I think impressive stuff from George Grant, particularly Rob Boston, up in P5 overall and leading Club and B by quite a canter, because the next Club and B car, after its second pit stop anyway, is the Stuart Humphrey MX-5 car number 91. That's back in 12 overall, being second in class. So impressive stuff from, again, good stuff from George, but particularly I think it'll be very impressive Rob Boston's progress to hustle it as hard as he can to get it up as high as it is before its second stop.
Well, yes, and okay, they've only done one stop. Most of the people have done two, but they are a full lap ahead of the next car, and they're 2 laps ahead of the car behind, and a pit stop loses you around 2 laps, so almost exactly 2 laps actually. So yeah, that's they won't drop many places from 5th place, is what I'm saying, even when they do make a stop, and they're 3 laps clear of Stuart Humphrey, who is their nearest class rival. So yeah, the Club B category looking likely to go their way pretty handsomely. Back out goes Bart Horston now for his second stint. Rain still sort of lingering, isn't it? You can see the track is getting damp, it is getting greasy, but no spray, no standing water, anything like that just yet. So actually it looks like it's brightening up perhaps a little bit more now as well around the pit lane area at least. So out goes the BMW just behind that Evans and Hart Honda Civic. Ninth position overall, and now just a case of getting this car home. If they were nursing a problem, then they certainly haven't succumbed to it yet. They've managed to keep on circulating. 52 laps completed now, and well, temporarily Paul Hinton gets himself back onto the lead lap as well. Of course, we know he owes us that second and final pit stops too. So does the George Grant Rob Boston car. So Grant will do the second stint as well. So 2 stints for George Grant, only the one for Rob Boston. But it's not brightening up there, is it? That rain is heavier now at the Jim Clark guesses that it was. And on his outlap from the pits, Bart Horston having to negotiate a whole load of back markers, and gets to the inside of the David Drinkwater and Adam Reed BMW. That will be, how many pit stops have they made? Number 99, a bit further down the timing screen. They have Oh no, there they are. They're actually in 8th place overall. So that is Dave Drinkwater in the car at the moment because they've only made one stop. Adam Reed started the car. Very interesting line there taken by Bart Horston. Was that Drinkwater heading for the grass then? He was certainly very wide in the 99 BMW as he went through the shot, as it suddenly seems to have got quite a bit wetter, certainly through the second half of the lap. And a couple of interesting racing lines being taken now, as for the first time I think really I was seeing Bart Horston actively trying to avoid the traditional dry racing line. I can't see, there's Dave Drinkwater. I think Drinkwater did go off because he dropped a long way back through that final sequence of corners, whilst into the pit lane comes Rob Boston. So Rob Boston's stint in the race is done. He was in 5th position at the time when he made that stop. And will be very pleased, I suspect, with the job that he's done. After MX-5 heads to the very, very end of the pit lane where George Grant is waiting. I wondered for a second if he was going to drive straight through, but no, George Grant is waiting to jump into the car and to bring the car home, they hope, as a class winner. But George has now got the trickiest of the conditions to deal with. You'd imagine that he and Rob will have a very quick chat now whilst they're sat in the pit lane waiting to go. They've got 3 minutes after all, and Rob might be filling him in on what the conditions are like, where he needs to be careful, where it's particularly slippery. Because definitely it's getting more and more treacherous out there.
Yeah, and he'll also be filling him in on tyre condition and how the brakes feel, etc. As Paul Hinson, even that's for show, he really is struggling. But he's, again, currently risen himself back up into the lead, it seems, at the moment, because he's, again, yet to make that second stop. But I think he's got such a large gap to at least to the car behind, which is the second-placed Economy and Horston 1 Series, that he's probably having maybe a tiny bit of a enjoyment, I think, for himself. Although with still 25 minutes to go, I wouldn't be sort of doing that too much. I remember years ago that certain Brian Charlton, he won't thank me for reminding this, but not once but twice, decided to have a bit of a slide out of the final hairpin for fun on two consecutive races. On both times, looped it around very quickly, but he was that far in front, it didn't matter. He just quickly did a 360, and away he went and won both races. I think his response in the TV interview afterwards was just simply, whoops. And that was it, which is typical Brian Chandler, so that's excellent to see. So I hope he's not doing too much. I think you are right with your assessment. It is getting wetter, not wetter, or the wettest it's ever been in terms of rain intensity down at the Jim Clark S's. Into the pit lane comes the number 99 BMW Compact of Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. So David will hand over back to Adam to finish the race. We've got just over 10 minutes until the pit window closes, so anyone yet to make those second mandatory stops, which primarily is Paul Hinson, he's going to have to do it pretty. He's still got 10 minutes to go. If he needs to, but I imagine he'll want to make it, maybe to make some tweaks onto the car if these conditions decide to get any worse or so. Gap at the moment then is 30.5 seconds between himself and the Economy Horston BMW, which definitely confirms that when he pits, he will lose the lead and potentially at least second or third place. But again, a solid run from Paul once more. Again, solo, no co-drivers, a solo for him. Alan, Julian McBride, Martin Gadsby and co. And there goes Julian McBride in third place at the moment. And he's a lap behind at least, as the MX-5 that we saw was heading out of the hairpin has now beached itself into the gravel down at Clairvaux, which, given the conditions, I hate to say, it was almost kind of, it was a case of when rather than if someone was going to feel the wrath of the gravel. And I'm afraid it is the MX-5, that's the 88 MX-5 of Douglas and Luke. So that car's gone off for what was 13th place overall and second in Pro C. So I'm afraid, unless that car gets a push or gets some assistance, it ain't going any further. And dare I say the words safety car, because if that isn't going to get moved under its own steam, which it looks like given how deep the rig was on the gravel, I think we're going to have to close the field up a little bit here.
Yep, I suspect so. It's very close to the edge of the road, and in these difficult conditions especially, they really don't want to take the risk of another car slipping off there, so I think you might be right. Now, this doesn't really help Paul Hinson, does it? Because Paul is the only one now, really, that owes us his second pit stop. If he has to make it behind the safety car, he'll have to spend longer in the pit lane, because it's a longer pit stop if you pit behind the safety car than it is under green flag conditions, to try and deter people from taking advantage of a safety car period by pitting. And of course, he might have his hand forced, because you just said he's now 9 minutes away from the pit window closing. The safety car could be out for the majority of those 9 minutes. He might have no choice but to pit.
I believe the rule is, so long as if you pit, come into the pits before the safety car comes out, that's fine. It's only when you pit whilst safety car is out, that's when you get the penalty. So if he's able to pit now, before a likely safety car is called, which it might well be, as Julian McBride has a Larry moment on the exit curve. He just dropped a wheel onto the curb by the looks of it and carried on. Then that will at least allow him to do so. And even with the safety car, it might even give him a bit of a benefit joining back in with the pack not too far ahead of him. That was the number 29 Morgan in for its, looks like, second scheduled stop. He also came with a bit of an issue on top of that as well. So we'll wait and see. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with Hinson then. The 88 Mazda MX-5 is still beached in the gravel trap, but there's been no assistance or attention to it just yet, which is intriguing. But nevertheless, Clark of course will be assessing the situation and figuring the best course of action. As they do, I'm certain that Paul Hinson is the only car, pretty much the only car that's left to make its second stop. The other car is, well, sadly, the number 23 Renault Clio of Adams and Dennis, but that car hasn't left the pits, unfortunately, even since we spoke to Sarah Dennis, which is really unfortunate. Live Snatch has now arrived on the scene, so again, thanks to our rescue queue crews and marshals for doing so. This will be Live Snatch, I imagine under green flag conditions, which then may negate the need for a safety car, he says speculatively.
Well, I suspect so, yes. They would, if they were going to do it on the safety car, they would have waited till the safety car was out before sending the vehicle out there. So they do have the ability to do a live snatch in the first corner. Haven't elected to do that in any of the other races so far. It's always been a safety car, but I think specifically because of the fact that we are in the pit window and it's an endurance race, they don't want to, mess that up too much if they can help it by throwing the safety car out. So Paul Hinson able to continue unimpeded and can pit at will. But yes, you are, if you pit just before the safety car comes out, then you can still be rewarded for anticipating it, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's it's a smart move, really, if you can anticipate the safety car is going to come out. But as they've just proven there, they won't throw a safety car unless they absolutely have to. And so the field continuing at race speed then. There's the 83 car, that's Wendy and Paul Ellis-Smith. Not sure who's in that car for the third stint, although I can probably figure it out because I think it was Paul that started, wasn't it? Yeah, so Paul should finish it as well, with Wendy doing the middle stint. This car, I'm pretty sure, has now made its 2 mandatory stops. It winds its way through the complex up towards the hairpin at the end of the lap. Hinson continues to lead the way now by 29 seconds, because it was a very slow lap last time around for Bart Worstel, 47.0. Again, probably just traffic causing that, but 5 seconds dropped nearly to Hinson. It won't matter once Paul pits, as long as that's not a sign of an issue for the second place BMW.
You'd hope so. Yeah, 147, even though the conditions have changed, that's quite a slow one in itself. And then what's interesting is that it looks as though, even though the rain is falling relatively steadily, the conditions aren't getting to the point where the circuit is totally saturated. Whether that's the new tarmac, which is maybe a bit more permeable and sort of able to hold water a bit better, I'm not 100%, but even so, it's rained to the point where I think maybe other circuits would have had a bit more spray and a bit more thing about it. As you see 3 cars try and negotiate Tower Bend without getting crossed up with each other, and they have done successfully. That's just the Stuart Humphrey MX-5, the Wendy Ellis, the Ellis Smiths in the Mini, and the Adam Reed David Drinkwater BMW, which still leads its class in Club and C by about a lap from the second placed White Mills and Sailor Mini Cooper. So that car's looking pretty well. More cries of protest from the brakes of the Ellis Smith Mini. So out of sunny out they go, and that car at the moment having a fine run, actually. 9th place and leading class Pro C, so that'll be good. What's not so good is, looks like that will be Tony Kiss at the wheel of the Morgan, which that's an odd place for it to go off. That's quite far on the exit of the hairpin, unless it has possibly touched the curb on the exit, gone to correct it, it's twitched one way, then snapped back the other and gone off the road. That might be the only logical explanation of how it's ended up there, unless, the big question, did he jump or was he pushed?
Well, yes, that is often the case at the hairpin, but I do suspect, given the sideways moments we've seen from some of the other cars on that curb on the exit of the corner, I do suspect it's probably just the slippery painted curb that's caught him out. And yeah, that sort of snap of oversteer and the tank slapper may well have deposited him onto the grass. Did well to get off the grass, actually. There's a bit of a drop down on the grass there. It's wet, it's slippery. That car doesn't have a huge amount of ground clearance, so yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised maybe to see that he got stuck there.
Car going to pit lane. It was Paul Hinson. For some reason, it was a compact. For some reason, my brain told me it was reading drink water, but it's not. It is the last remaining car, and actually well timed. 2.5 minutes to go or so. This is looking pretty well. I think he will be rewarded with a very strong finish in the end. So again, good solid work from Paul Hinson as always. I think more often than not, when he comes out of that car end of 2 hours, he's usually quite exhausted, given how hard he pushes it, given the pace he can run at it in that car. But even so, a really nice run from Paul once again. And again, so what I said before, it's another giant killing performance. It's a Clubman 8 car, but he's able to work it really nicely, drive it consistently, keep out of trouble whilst others hit issues. It's a good, reliable car, although we'll forget Stetson when he relies in the early stages. But generally, that was kind of I'd say with that car, quite an anomaly, because he doesn't really have any mechanical issues. When he does, it's not often that they happen. So he seems to be doing quite well in terms of keeping that car well sorted. I also follow him on social media, and he does quite a lot of work over the winter to make sure his cars are in good condition. So you can see that car gets a lot of TLC in between races and over the winter. And as refueling goes into getting topped up to the end of the race with about roughly 17.5 minutes to go, he is hoping that he can carry on and see where he shuffles out in the order. So the McConnell Horston BMW would have gone through already. So now the question is, where does he come out? I guess in relation, if you're looking at cars as maybe battling for overall position, where did he come out in relation to the McBride and Gadsby BMWs? The only other car he's got to really worry about other than that, who's a lap ahead of them anyway, is this car second in his class, which is the Sanford, Reuter and Noon MX-5 from Rob Boston Racing. But that's, as I say, fifth, but it's a lap back. So I don't think he'll have too many issues with that, unless it's touch wood, a disastrous pit stop, which it looks like it's going pretty routine as usual. So really, in terms of the cars he's actually racing, ironically, I don't think it's the car in his class. It's the two cars that I think he'll be battling for third and fourth, and maybe the final step on the podium overall for the race, because it's not really an overall top three. It's kind of more where you finish in class. And that will be the 77 car, which will be getting a lap back on the Hinson car, not passing, at least I don't think it will be. No, he was a lap ahead anyway, so that's him just unlapping itself on that side, quite simply.
A few penalties coming in, and because we're now done with pit stops, there are going to be time penalties added on to the end of the race. I think there's a 60-second penalty pending for cars 88, 8 and 701. What they're for, I don't know. Perhaps pit stop infringements rather than on-track issues. Can't imagine that many people are exceeding track limits in these conditions, although exit of the Jim Clark S's perhaps still is a place where they could be doing that, but 60 seconds is a substantial penalty, so I would imagine that that is a pit stop infringement of some sort. But what it is exactly, I'm not so sure. But anyway, those three cars all running down the order. Those 60 seconds will be added to the end of their race time, I would imagine, because we are getting closer to that now. 15.5 minutes to go, which means 30 seconds until the pit window closes. And Mark Horston back into the lead of the race now then. Paul Hinson, will he come back out in second position? We know he's likely to still be in the lead of Class Club A, but will he be ahead of Julian McBride? Well, the answer is no. McBride has gone through 1 minute and 15 seconds behind Bart Horston, and lapping actually fractionally quicker than Bart at the moment. So Horston leading, McBride second, is Hinson third. Well, here comes Horston to finish another lap before the third place man has even got to the line. So we've got 2 cars left on the lead lap. As with 15 minutes left on the clock, the race control message is put out that the pit window has indeed now closed. There goes McBride down the back straight. Second position for him, but Horston, of course, is only a couple of corners behind him on track, but actually a better lap that time for Horston. There is a chance maybe he could catch and could potentially put the entire field 1 lap down.
Yes, here's some news that will be pleasing to just about every driver out there. The rain apparently is easing off at Sunny Inn, so it looks as though the inclement rain shower that we had appears to have passed, which is hopeful. Jim McBride's still with his wipers on for the chat, so maybe he's just trying to have extra clear vision for the last 15 minutes or so whilst he continues on. But there is Paul Hinson, and that now, yeah, he'll just be essentially still a lap behind the Julian McBride car he's dropped through, and also he's dropped down behind the Gadsby car as well, because he's now down to 4th, but still looks like comfortably ahead of the Sanford, Reuter and Noon MX-5, just behind him for position in 5th place. So at the moment now the pit stops are shaken out. Really the closest battle on track in terms of track position gap-wise essentially now is for 7th place overall, and that's between the George Grant Rob Boston as the MX-5 number 69 that leads Clubman B, and the Evans and Hart Honda Civic in Clubman A. There is the MX-5 meanwhile. It's the Clubman A car of Evans and Hart, which is 3rd in Clubman A, but that's some 10.6 seconds behind. And that time-wise, last time by, the Civic was half a second quicker than the MX-5. But with the gap it's got, Andy, I'm not quite sure, unless there's trouble, touch wood, that's a gap that's going to come down by 10 seconds in 13 minutes, I don't think.
You would imagine not. It came down by half a second that lap, but yeah, it would need to be more than that, wouldn't it, on a consistent basis. But it's always a nervy time this. You're in the lead of the class and on for a good result, and especially actually if you're not really in a battle with anybody. These last 12 and a half minutes or so will seem like an age. That's the 88 car, by the way, having been recovered from the gravel trap. It's brought some of the gravel trap back to the pit lane, and with very dirty tyres, I think it's about to be pushed back into the race again to at least see the checkered flag, but having lost a number of laps with that recovery. But yeah, always nervy times these at the end of a race, just counting down the minutes, waiting for the race to be over, especially with the conditions out there having been so challenging. But as we said, the track never did get fully wet. The rain does now seem to be easing a little bit. Still a few drops, as you can see down the back straight. Umbrellas up in the spectator area, but not too heavy. And hopefully that means it won't impact either the final 2 races that we've got to come, because don't forget we have got 2 more races to come here today, one apiece for the Evolution Trophy and the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. That 3rd and final Compact Cup race should be well worth tuning in for. So stick around after this race is done. We'll have podium interviews and then straight into 2 more sprint races to round out the day. Through Sunny goes George Grant, the car hopping and skipping around over the bumps. And he's put in a pretty flawless stint, you'd have to say, 2 stints now in this one. Good to have George up here. Rarely is a Brscc event that goes by that George isn't in attendance at in some capacity. Races in lots of different championships, often in the same car, of course, because the Mark III MX-5 Super Cup car is eligible for other series, such as this one. But we've also seen him out in C1s in the past. He had, I don't know if he still has, but he had a Mark I MX-5 as well, but I don't tend to see him out in that.
I think that car might have moved on, I think, right. Or Rob Boston might still have it tucked away somewhere in the garage.
Now, that's not the part of the track I've been putting myself on, George. Trying to go around the outside of the 65 car to put a lap on it. But yeah, George, a really enthusiastic racer. There perhaps is no one else as enthusiastic about club racing than George Grant, and is exactly the kind of positivity that we want to be spreading. So always good to hear from George. Rob Boston has put a lot of work into George, in fairness, over the years to make George Grant now a really very decent driver. And you know, as quick as anyone out there, he can hold his own, definitely can George. And a lot of that credit has to go the way of Rob Boston, with whom he's had a really good relationship for a number of years now. 88 back out on track then, avoiding gravel traps for the time being. And the car undamaged, the indicator still flashing. I noticed that when it was in the ground. Oh, it's off the track at Sunny. What was I saying? Bounces his way back on again, but nearly loops it rejoining as well. So I'd say there's a handling imbalance maybe in that car. It doesn't seem perfectly set up for the conditions, does it? And twice in short succession, catching them out.
Morgan trying to pick its way through also between these 2 MX-5s, and it was a rather last-minute look from Tony Kiss there. And also another car that's going to come on top of them, as you saw there, was the Martin Gadsby BMW. So that's one to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, at the back straight, 2 more cars not really having a play with each other, or because they're quite vastly not in the same class. But we've got the Sanford Noon and Reuter MX-5 with the Clubman C leaders and defending class champions. That being Adam Reed, David Drinkwater. I have to say as well with their car is that not only are they pretty dominant in every single race they do, but also as well, there's minimal to no dirt on that car. It's pretty much, it's done sort of 2 hours, and there's no grime, there's no dead insects or kind of dirt accumulation in that car. It's a very pristine looking car which is kept in really nice condition, mainly because I think Adam and David, not that others don't, but they simply just look after it quite nicely, both on track and off, and it's a really nicely turned out car. Very simple but very kind of clean looking livery, really nice build, and no wonder they're defending champions and continuing to be as dominant in class as they are, because not only do they look after it as well as they drive it.
Absolutely, and that's what I like about the way that the points are done in this championship, and it is your class points that dictate your final overall championship position, because there are lots of teams like this who just sort of quietly go about their business. They don't have the flashiest car, they don't have the fastest car, they're not setting lap records, but they, within their class, execute pretty flawlessly every time. And yes, they put exactly the same amount of effort, if not more effort, into preparing and upkeeping the car. It's nice that they can be rewarded with overall championship status, not just class championships, but the overall title can go their way as well. So, and you know, fittingly, it is George Grant and Rob Boston who lead the championship outright. A great example of that. You know, Rob puts a huge amount of effort into all of his cars. George Grant likewise puts so much effort into himself and making himself a better driver. And it's nice that the teams that don't necessarily often get the spotlight do get the spotlight in a championship like this and are rewarded for their efforts.
Yeah, definitely. The point system is very reminiscent of how the BTCC used to be, of course, with the with the class system that they had when it was you have up to 4 different classes in BTCC, but you'd have, rather than the big RS500 winning the championship, you'd have John Cloud in his terms in the wee Vauxhall Astra winning its class, and just because it won its class constantly and got the same amount of points, whereas it is different. The amount of points you score is based on many cases how many cars turn up in your class. There's a bit of a differentiation of points that you get, the distribution, depending on how many that you get racing in your class. So ultimately, in many cases, you want to encourage, ironically, more people to race in your class, so that if you do win it, you score more points, which is an interesting way of it's a good way of going about it, because it means then that you can't have one car turning up as a sole competitor in one class to score just as many points when there's virtually no competition other than cars around it in other classes. So it's quite smart in which they do the points to make sure that not one car, if they run away with it, regardless of how many people turn up, well, it is depending on how many people turn up, because it means then if you get 2 or 3 or 5 or 6, it will affect how many points you'll be awarded come the end of the race if you win your class again.
Indeed so, yeah, so really good point structure. The 23 car's back out. Has it been out since we...
I don't think
no,
so.
No, it hasn't, has it? So, will they get in trouble for not doing 2 mandatory pit stops, do you think? I think that's probably the least of their worries right now, but they have only been in the pit lane once, and I hate to break it to them, the pit window's closed. However, the car doesn't appear to be going terribly quickly, so let's just be grateful it's out there at all after the issues that they've had so far, not just today, but the season on the whole.
This seems like what they do at Le Mans when you have the end of a long endurance race. Just get the car right, get it to the flag and finish, and wherever you get there, it's fine. Just be in the moment of getting the car to the flag under its own power rather than anything else. I would suggest as well that possibly, I think it is Sarah at the wheel, I think, by the look of it, because I think Matt Adams' helmet was, I think it was black, unless it could see the window here. I'd like to think it's Sarah at the wheel, because this give her a couple of laps of glory in the car, regardless of its condition, to get out there and do something. But as we've talked about, this car and this team have just had absolutely zero luck with reliability and issues, and the fact they had 2 separate issues rather than one reoccurring one, I guess it's a slightly more of a kick in the teeth than having the same issue. You don't want one thing to break and something else breaking completely separately, rather than you almost kind of want the same issue to come back again and again, because you know what the problem is and now to try and fix it over and over again, rather than if something else comes up which is an issue, you have to spend longer to find out where that issue is, why it's been caused, then try to fix it. When you then test that you have fixed it, you haven't, keep going back again and again until you actually manage to get there. But regardless of pace, hopefully Sarah will soldier on. That car is, say it quietly, 61 laps off the lead, but nonetheless, it's rolling, it's actually running, and that's literally the main thing right now.
Yes, hopefully they can keep going for another 5 minutes or so, see the checkered flag, and at least register a finish. The 77 car off the road, that's the 5th placed car. They had a good margin over the 6th place machine, and they were a long way behind Paul Hinson, weren't they, on the same lap as Paul Hinson. 18.5 seconds back, and actually they were taking about a second a lap out of them. Drive-through penalty for whom? That might be the Morgan. Well, they've been given a 60-second penalty. No, that wouldn't be a drive-through then, would it? So I'm not Not sure who has been given a drive-through penalty. Nothing on the timing screen to tell us. Someone's getting a drive-through. And we'll find out, I suppose, when they come into the pit lane. 69. Oh, no, 69. So that is the George Grant Rob Boston car that leads its class. Now, they should be fine, Scott, because they've got a lap and a half or so over Stuart Humphrey, maybe more. But that's not ideal. Again, just as we were saying, they hadn't put a foot wrong, and I presume track limits biting George Grant.
Potentially, but a slight fright at the end of his relatively trouble-free and almost flawless race, but he's now got the leader to deal with now just behind him. But George will get an extra quick visit to the pit lane. Probably just wave as he goes through. Oh, I'm fine, all is okay. Thanks, Rob, and just carries on once more. And he'll make it to the flag and take another victory. Now, in terms of how many points this will give him compared to anything else, I need to double check exactly how many cars are in his class this weekend. So he's obviously Club B, and he has 5 cars in his class, including himself. So that means he should get, I think if I'm right, he should get a good chunk of points. Possibly the maximum amount, but I'll double check that and come back to you in a second. Let's have a look at that. I'm going to have to dash in a second because I have to be down there to do some regular social stuff for the actual end of the race, and then the last 2 sprint races that we have coming up, which is the second Brscc Evolution Trophy race and the third and final BMW Compact Cup race, which had a rather slightly confusing finish, did we say, and hopefully by the time we get to that last race, we'll figure out exactly what the situation is and who's starting where. But I think it'll have to be a on-the-ground thing to ask the question what's happening. But we'll leave that to whoever's dealing with that to figure out. What's intriguing me, though, is that George Grant, if he wants to make this drive-through penalty, he can either wait until the very last minute, or I don't want to suspect this, but I hope he realises he has a drive-through penalty, because he did go past the board, and that's the first time he's seen that, and hopefully he does heed it, and ideally he needs to come in this time by, because the car that's just gone past him is the Julian McBride car, but he has also been passed by the Horston car, so he's probably got at least this and maybe one more lap to do it.
Yes. The checkered flag may come to his rescue, actually, because if the checkered flag comes out before he's passed that board 3 times, then they'll just add some time onto his race. Doesn't really make a difference. Like I said, he's going to win the class anyway, so but still, probably should show willing and come into the pit lane and serve the penalty there. But anyway, minute and a half to go, and George Grant looking still good to win his class, but might lose a position or so in the overall running order. But as we've said a few times, that doesn't make any difference whatsoever. It's all about your class position, and he'll be pretty happy, I think, with a 3rd consecutive victory. Still the only team to have won every race in their class, at least, so far this season. And comes across the line again, so he's not pitting this time, and I suspect by the time he next gets here, where is Bart Horston on track? Well, there's Bart Horston on track, so he started the final lap, so the next time George Grant comes through will be to see a checkered flag. He could do a Schumacher, I suppose, and pull into the pit lane at the end of the race. I'm not quite sure how that would go down, but either way, even if the penalty gets applied post-race, I don't think it'll make a big difference.
Well, bear in mind, this car did exactly the same thing at Silverstone.
Oh, did, yes.
End of the race,
yeah,
and
right.
it came. It essentially, by the looks of it, crossed the line in the pit lane, and effectively was declared the winner. So
that was fuel, wasn't it? They were out of fuel, I seem to recall.
Well, I believe so. I believe it was that they got to the last couple of the corners and found that there was no drive for whatever reason it was. I'm not 100%, but they figured rather than trying to struggle around Vale and Club, the easiest thing to do is at least trying to guarantee they could get around in time. Because they figured if they carried on, they wouldn't have been able to get to the checkered flag and cross the line. So thus they went for the route to go through the pit lane. So they made it, and they were declared the winners. And all being well, going to the last few corners here, it looks as though they're about to get their 2nd win in 3 races overall and in class. A fine drive from both as well.
Indeed so. Kiam Economy watches on then as Bart Horston pedals the number 21 BMW around the final couple of corners. An overall race victory, a Pro A class victory beckons for them as they round the final hairpin. No such late dramas as they had at Silverstone. They come out of the final turn. They will see the checkered flag momentarily. There it is, and it waves for Bart Horston and Kiam Economy, winners of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup race here at Croft. 2nd place goes to Julian McBride. Sadly, he wasn't as close to winning the race as that looks. He's a lap and a bit behind in the end, but still claims the victory in Pro B. Martin Gadsby also was right there as well in Pro B2, 3rd overall. George Grant, meanwhile, weaves in celebration as he crosses the line and claims the checkered flag, but never did serve that stop-go penalty. Like I said, I'm fairly certain that they will just add the time on at the end of the race, and he should be all right, should hopefully avoid any further penalty. Rest of the Waterman coming through then. We've got, like I said, the victory class then for Grant and Boston in Club B. Waiting still for the Club C winner. No, some Club C have taken the checker flag. You can hear the cheering going on there from the pit wall as one of the minis, I think that was the Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith mini, came across the line. And waiting just for a few of the other stragglers to come through as well, but it's Horston and McConaughey victorious in Pro A. Pro B won by Julie McBride. Club A by Paul Hinson. Club B by George Grant and Rob Boston. Pro C by the Ellis Smiths. That's why they were whooping and hollering on the pit wall so enthusiastically. And Club C won by Dave Drinkwater and Adam Reed, as I said. So we've got a handful of them still making their way across the line, actually. And in the end, we had all but 2 cars running. We lost Mazda MX-5 number 37, which was a shame. They'd been running well until that point. We also had lost the number 50, of course, with their dramas, and they really were running well. They were in 2nd place overall at the time. And very much in contention for a class win in Pro B as well, after Julie McBride's early extra pit visits that he made. So it is McConaughey and Horston the winners, and they will score a good chunk of championship points. Pro A had, in the end, only 3 entries, so it might not be the full points that they'll get, but still, it's another win, it's another trophy, and by over a lap in the end over Julie McBride in 2nd, he wins in Pro B. Paul Hinton in 3rd, wins in Club A, ahead of Martin Gadsby, then the Sanford Reuter and Noon MX-5 was 5th, and the Evans Princeton Park BMW in 6th. George Grant and Rob Boston in 7th win their class. That was Club B, but they do have that stop-go penalty looming over them that didn't get served. Evans and Hart were next ahead of the Paul and Wendy Ellis Smith mini, which was victorious in Pro C. Stuart Humphrey was 2nd within Club B, finished in 10th place overall, ahead of the Invitational Morgan of Kiss and Gillas. Then Adam Reed and David Drinkwater, they were class winners as well within the Club C category, ahead of the Wiggins and Hyde MX-5, and the White Mills and Salem Mini Cooper. Place for Miller and Hawksreed in their clear. Then it was the Creswell and Herndon MX-5. Douglas and Luke were next, but all of these were cars that had multiple issues in the race. Butler and White, and then the first of the cars that wasn't running at the flag, Ferguson and Luke Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. The Lee and Evans BMW likewise was in the pit lane, and the Adams and Dennis clear. The 23 car that stopped early brought about that early safety car period, the one safety car that we had in the race, and that car did eventually finish, albeit 61 laps down. So cars then make their way back around to the pit lane area, where Richard John Neal will hopefully get a chance to speak to a handful of the class winners or podium finishers, and we'll get the drivers all assembled as quickly as we can. It's a little bit like herding cats sometimes, trying to get them to the podium. But Richard, ever the pro, has gathered them all together already. So Richard, let's get down there and hear from them.
I take no credit. It begins with a P, by the way, what people call me, but it wasn't a pro. Brscc, they've already sorted them out. As you can see, Charlotte has gathered them all together, and Potts, and let's get the trophy done first. Well done, Bart. Gets the hat on, which is the key thing to do. Water down. He's entitled to some water after a little bit of a hard drive. Congratulations. What was there was a worry, wasn't it, halfway? Was it yourself in the car that thought it was a drive-through earlier on?
No, Keir started the race. We haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, but I think there's just some miscommunication over who had the drive-through within the team.
It didn't matter though, did it?
Fortunately not in the end. To be honest, that feels like a long, long time ago now. Yeah, just a long, long time ago, because there's so much stuff going on. I feel like I spent most of the race just a lot of traffic, is difficult to get around. Cars here at Croft being such a narrow track, and then also the weather was never the same every lap, so yeah.
I was going to ask for some key pointers, but that probably is pretty much it, isn't it?
That's a pretty good summary, I'd say, yeah.
It's a fantastic start to the season, though, isn't it? And, you know, can't get much better for you guys, can it?
No, it can't. We've had a few worries along the way, especially Silverstone. Even here, Kira's in contact, and then obviously the drive-through, and I had some potential worries in the car, and I think this track was always going to be hard on the car, so I'm just happy we brought it home. So yeah, never as simple as it looks from the outside, I can tell you that, yeah.
For sure, it was a great race. We're going to try and win. So we've got 6 people to get through, so 6 classes to get through. So many congratulations. We'll see you guys next time, mate. Well done. Let's have a word with Adam Reed, who is here. Adam, we'll grab a quick shout with you for the opening and closing stint. And I was pestering you some way through the race for a chat. We didn't get to do it, but we do now. Congratulations on the class win.
Thank you very much. That was a good race. That was, yeah, good stint that was.
What's the key element of the race for you, do you think?
Keep going. Consistency.
And any key moments, anything stood out we thought, oh, this isn't quite going to go the way, or?
When we went damp. A bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you were doing the most in damp.
And David, yourself, good weekend or good day, because it's a day event, isn't it?
Yeah, day event. Quite quick turnaround, really. So we don't qualify until after lunchtime, and then a couple of hours, and then we're out.
There's not a lot of time to sort things out, is there? But
no, luckily the car's pretty reliable, touch wood, as they say. You know, Adam preps it really well. Everything's gone over on the car before we get out here, so functionally we don't really have too many problems. But he did leave me out in the wet in the middle bit. He was like, he definitely didn't want to do that and left me out there.
And Club C, 12th overall, so I mean that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's mega for the car. I think we kept going. I think we had a bit of luck with the safety car at the beginning, which we'll take. You know, we didn't get passed by the leader, which meant we got an extra lap on our competition. But you know, those are the breaks, and yeah, we'll take them, won't we? Yeah.
David, Adam, thank you very much. Well done. Good to see you. Let's move on down the line and have a word with Julian McBride. Where's Julian next up?
There he is.
Julian, we'll grab a quick word as it's the next car in line, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course.
That's all right. Julian, when we were watching the stops, you got out, you sat on the chair, and it looked like you were probably not ready to throw the towel in, but it looked like you'd already been through quite a lot.
I was pretty tired, yeah, but once you get back in the seat again and the red mist comes down, you go, right, come on, back on it, and you're just back in the zone and you're okay. But yeah, it's a tiring circuit, Croft, because there's no respite at all. But yeah.
You look better now than you did during the pit stop. And is it the breather getting out of the car, or is it the fact the adrenaline now that you won the class?
Could be something to do with the adrenaline, maybe. yeah.
And again, like the other guys, you know, sort of punching above your weight. I mean, you're not in the top class, but P2 overall.
Yeah, I was pleased. Again, it's just keeping consistent, get out there and just drive and drive and drive, keep banging the lap after the lap without making too many mistakes. Apart from the first mistake I made when I came off and got grass in my grill right at the very first few laps, I think. I had to come and do a pit stop, get the grass out, and so literally driving from near the, well, I think 12th or 13th, I ended up and try and claw my way back from there. But yeah, just keep going. You know, you've got to be in it to win it. So yeah.
You were quicker than us there, because we were darting up the pit lane to grab some shots, and you'd already gone by the time we got there. So fair play to you and your team for sorting out the grass and the rad.
So the team's done a great job. They always give me a brilliant car. It's always reliable. So yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah.
Nice one. Thanks, Julian. Great to see you. Congratulations. See you again next time. And we've got our pair for the Club B, the Grant and Boston pairing here. We've already had a word with George, so Rob, it's your turn first. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, it was great fun, great race. Really mixed conditions, which frankly spiced it up, made it a lot harder, but more satisfying, frankly, wasn't it? I think you enjoyed your stint very much.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. Bring on the rain, basically.
Yeah.
I'm just a lot quicker.
You can have good drivers, but it's about having a good pair. You two are, aren't you?
Yeah, we do really well. We bounce off each other. We're a good pairing. We enjoy the car, and we've always put our best foot forward.
Nice one. I can hear cars on track. You'd have to apologise to you guys. Need to get down to our other two class winners. Well done, guys. Jump in front of the camera. Paul Hinson, very quickly. Many congratulations. Cracking drive, Paul.
Yeah, yes, it was really good actually. You know, mixed conditions. For me, it was all about just trying to get the gap to Rob Boston's car, really. So throughout the whole 2 hours, I was just looking where was he. You know, got him on the start, got a couple of cars ahead, and just kept a couple of cars. We pitted pretty well, great pit stops from the guys, and yeah, P3 is the highest I've ever been actually. So I'm well chuffed with that. I'm already Club an A car. I'll take that all day long.
That's it. I mean, a lot of cars have gone higher than we maybe expected them to, and yours probably the star of that category.
Yeah, I think when the rain comes down, it's a bit of an equaliser, and you know, I've been racing this car for 12 years, and and I know it sort of better than I know my kids really. So I know when she's going to let go and when she's going to grip. So I trust her and she trusts me, and we got in it together.
I know what you mean about children. Actually, I've got a teenager.
Oh yeah, me too. I got 3, so yeah, I feel your pain.
Fair play to you, mate. Well done on the result. Let's go and grab a quick word with our final class. We'll see you next time, Paul. Thank you very much indeed for that. And of course, Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith. Congratulations. Talk to the wife first. Yeah. Wendy, well done. I had grabbed a quick word with you when you got out of the car and you looked happy. Class win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's our first. So yeah, big special day.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing a lot of celebrating, I think.
What was the key thing, do you think? Pick one thing out of the race that made it work for you guys today.
We've got a great team behind us, Sussex Road and Race. They help us, they brought their guys up. The car arrived nicely prepped. It was handling really well. We got some good tyres on, which helped with the changing conditions. And we're pretty used to, driving together now and jumping in and out of the car. We know what the other one's going to do. And yeah, just all came together today. So we're very lucky.
Luck comes into it a little bit, but it's a lot of driving skill. Sussex have had a few issues, haven't they, the last few days?
Yeah, they've had a few issues what with their flooding of their premises, so I think they did really well to get a good car out, really.
You're saying they've broken into overnight as well?
Yeah, they were attempted to break in. I think they're having a bit of bad luck, but, 3 times, that's it. Their luck's changing.
Absolutely.
First place. What more do you want?
It's brilliant. Thank you both very much and many congratulations. Fine drive. Thank you very much. So there we go. We managed to get through our 6 class winners and a couple of multiple or double interviews as well. And we've got Evolution Trophy cars on track. So time once again to hand you back to Andy McEwen with the run through of the grid.
Thanks, Richard. Cars heading towards the grid then for our second Brscc Evolution Trophy race of the day. Pole position is held by Adam Marshall with Paul Hoggins alongside him, Kerry Lewis and Nick Sanderson row 2, and then Tony Hunter and Dawn Butcher together on row number 3. 4th row, Donald DeVar in the Mark 1 Golf GTI ahead of Richard Clark, then Paul Dunningham and Steve Watson, Mike Collins and Philip O'Halloran, with Dave Pinkney, Graham Farrington and Chris Garnham hopefully at the back, but I think there's a chance we'll be missing a couple. I've already heard that we've had a drama for Graham Farrington in the 197 Renault Clio. He may or may not have pulled off on the green flag lap. We had a few of them. Yes, there he is, and this is delaying the start actually, which probably helped Richard have time to get through all of those interviews. But that car being recovered from halfway down the back straight. And that car expired in the earlier race as well. We also lost Philip O'Halloran, Dave Pinkney and Chris Garnham in that one. Now, are they out there? No Dave Pinkney that I can see. Can see an Audi A3 in the back, so I think Chris Garnham's made it out. What about Philip O'Halloran's Audi TT? Excuse me, I think that's there as well. So I think we're only missing Dave Pinkney and now Graham Farrington. The rest of them all there. It was an overall and Class GT victory for Adam Marshall earlier on. And he'll be looking to try and do the same thing again now. Although Kerry Lewis, who starts right behind him there, the white and green at VW Golf, is in the same class as him. Although Kerry said by his own admission after that first race, he doesn't have the same speed as Adam Marshall, hasn't really raced here at Croft before. And very much still trying to learn, trying to get quicker. The double winner from the season opener, Kerry Lewis, struggling to replicate that form here at Croft. There is a good look at the back end of the grid, including the BMW 1 Series of Mike Collins that seemed to run trouble-free in race number 1. Now, are we going to get a delayed start, or are they going to have another just get underway now? There is a... Well, Marshall's running out of the way as if they're going to start the race. Let's see. I suppose they'd have to get out of the way anyway, but they were in a real rush to get out of the way. Is it going to be red lights, or is it going to be another green flag lap? I think it's going to be another green flag lap, because the green flag that was handed over the pit wall then was the green flag that should be waved at the back of the grid to say the race is going to start. So the fact that it's not at the back of the grid means that I presume they're going to wave it to signify another green flag lap. So I think they're going to slightly delay the start of the race. There you can see those red lights stubbornly still not turning on. So very likely that we're going to have another green flag lap. And yeah, they're counting down from 30 seconds. There's the green flag. So it is going to be another green flag lap and a slightly delayed start to the race. That's a shame. Time hasn't changed on the TSL timing screen though, so I think we are still going to get the full 15 minutes of racing in. But it's just going to have to wait until they've done another lap behind the at low speed anyway, around the 2.1 mile Croft circuit. So field winds its way through. Good to see that a crowd of people have stuck around till the end of the day. Some of these, of course, will be here cheering on drivers, but many of them just out here for the day and enjoying themselves at Croft, their local track perhaps, and seeing plenty of them on the spectator area as well. Had a bit of rain, it's been super warm out there, but glad to see that lots of people have been out to support Brscc, to support the Croft circuit, and let's hope we can put on a good show for them in the final 2 races then. The Evolution Trophy first, and then the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, which of course features that jumbled up grid for the second and final race of the weekend. Field winds its way through. There's Tony Hunter in the number 1 Renault Clio, Donald Duar in the Mark 1 Golf. Now, which of the Audis do we have at the back? We've got the 15 there, yes. We've got the 85 Audi TT, so that means that Garnham and O'Halloran are both there. That's good news. So we're going to have just the 2 cars missing, which leaves us with 13 starters, 8 of whom are probably going to be class winners. Well, 7 of them by the end of the race, because you've got 7 classes. Technically, you've got Class GT, Class A, Class RS, the VAG Cup, you've got Renaults, you've got the TT, and then you've also got the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car. Some of these, of course, there's only one car in the class, but classes like GT and Class A do have a little bit of competition to be enjoyed there. And particularly intrigued, actually, to see if Kerry Lewis learns anything from that first race, whether he can give a bit more of a fight to Adam Marshall. He finished nearly half a minute behind Adam in race 1, but you know, maybe a few setup tweaks and a good start to the race could propel him in front. Adam Marshall didn't get the best of launches, remember, in race 1, and actually had to work his way back ahead of Paul Hoggins, didn't he, after the first few corners. So, you know, if he gets another poor start and Kerry Lewis can capitalise, he will have at least a car that should have enough power to fend off Adam Marshall. We could get a decent little battle, so we'll see what happens then as the race gets underway, which will be in just a few seconds' time. The car's gridding up then. The black VW Golf stands very high, doesn't it? It's got quite a high ride height on the number 27 car compared to Kerry Lewis's car, which is also a Mark 5 Golf GTI, so in theory the same car, but obviously with slightly different aerodynamic additions and very different suspension and ride height settings, definitely. But Kerry Lewis showed us last time that Snetterton, that he can win races. Can he do so again here at Croft? Let's find out. The red lights go out. Away and racing in the Evolution Trophy for the second time today, and it's a better start this time for Marshall, but Hoggins will still get the advantage into Clervaux. There's contact further back, and around goes Sanderson in the Seat. Oh, and back into the road, miraculously avoided by everybody else. They were at least 3 abreast, maybe 4 abreast there. There was a bit of a squeeze, and Sanderson unfortunately came out of that the worst. Now the car is quite badly damaged. The steering is certainly damaged, but he's going to do his very best to get out of the way here, which I hope he can do so that we don't have to have a safety car. Here comes Adam Marshall then, pulling up alongside Paul Hoggins, and as they head down towards Tower Corner, Hoggins on the inside line. The rest of them a country mile back, having bailed out of that situation with the Sanderson accident. There you can see the damage to the side of Kerry Lewis's car. Kerry was the one that got sort of collected by Sanderson. I think it might have been Tony Hunter in the middle. We might get another look at that, but it might well have been Tony who was in the middle. And Kerry Lewis lucky to get away with that as well, but that car is pretty badly damaged, and I imagine the clerk of the course might want him to come in to remove that loose bit of bodywork, the side skirt down the left-hand side of the car. Did Sanderson get the car out of the way? That's the question. Hopefully he did. And we won't need to have the safety car coming out. The leader's then down into the complex. And look at Hoggins attacking Adam Marshall. So this is, again, Adam Marshall not brilliant off the line, seems to lack a bit of confidence in cold tyres maybe, and Paul Hoggins sensing maybe an opportunity to have a go at him. Down the pit straight they will come though, and the much more powerful, well, slightly more powerful VW Golf should have the edge past the pits. Down towards Clairvaux they go, and it is Adam Marshall from Paul Hoggins the top two, with Kerry Lewis in third position, Paul Dunningham fourth. So Dunningham from ninth on the grid in the Audi A3 up into fourth position now already, and Tony Hunter in fifth place. Hunter continuing then despite his part that he seemed to play in that moment on the start line. So Marshall then now starting to stretch his legs, starting to pull clear of Paul Hoggins. So let's, before anything else kicks off, take another look back, shall we, at what happened at the start of the race, and see if we can piece together exactly how Nick Sanderson ended up out of the race. There's the squeeze look between him, Hunter and Lewis. It was a big hit, wasn't it, for Sanderson, as he collided with the side of the Golf. And then look at that, that was Dawn Butler doing a terrific job of avoiding the stricken Seat. And yeah, that was scary stuff, but luckily all avoided. And Sanderson out of the race, of course, damaged car for him. He won't be very happy. But that is racing. It's a narrow start-finish line. Rarely does an event go by here at Croft where you don't have a little bit of a start line tangle, just because of the narrow nature of the circuit and such a pinch point into turn one. Everybody wants to try and gain ground before you get to turn one, knowing that it might be difficult to overtake again later on. So round Sunny comes the battle going on a little bit further back. That's actually for 11th position, isn't it? Chris Garnham is involved with Mike Collins, I think. Here comes another little scrap involving Donald Dewar. So Donald Dewar has got Richard Clark's Renault Clio behind him. He's got Stephen Watson's Audi A3 ahead, and three different cars. Who's going to have the power in a straight line? Remember, Dewar and Watson, the first two in this group, are both in the same class, but we know that Donald's car is pretty rapid in a straight line. He's demonstrating that again now. Looks to the inside at Clairvaux. Doesn't quite commit to the move, but he came very close to. And in the end settles back in line again behind the Audi. That drops him back into the clutches of Richard Clark slightly. Richard Clark actually looking to maybe go around the outside through Hawthorne. That's an ambitious place to try and make a move. Through the chicane, down towards Tower. And Donald Dewar, I don't think is going to be under any real pressure there. We know that car, like I said, is good in the speed traps. And arrives at Tower corner still ahead, but could do without battling with the Renault Clio, really, because his fight really is with Stephen Watson ahead. But the Clio is getting involved. That's just distracting Donald slightly, I think. On the chicane they come then towards the right-hander at Barcroft. Dewar is wide. Here comes Clark. Is there an opportunity on the inside at Sunny out? No, not quite. So Donald Dewar doing his best. Now here comes Kerry Lewis. Look at the ding in the door. That is a huge hit that car has taken. But the roll cage inside the car doing the job of absorbing that impact and stopping that bodywork protruding into the car. Thankfully it was the passenger side as well for Kerry Lewis, and Kerry is able to continue on. That lap time was a 1:37.9, which is only 9/10 slower than Kerry did in race one. And that was without a car that had been assaulted by another. See the tyre marks on the road there, but what you can't see is Nick Sanderson's Seat, so he's got the car out of the way. Here comes Donald Dewar on the inside, gains the place against Stephen Watson. That's the fourth in class, actually. So that was a significant move. And it might now allow him to break away from that battling pair behind as Richard Clark will try and follow him through. Now, I think I heard in my ear then that there is a meatball flag, a black and orange mechanical warning flag being hung out over the pit wall. I'm going to assume that that is for Kerry Lewis in the number 18 VW Golf for that trailing trim on the passenger side. Because that was something I suspected we'd see anyway. Yeah, that's hanging on. It probably wouldn't fall off, but not worth the risk, is it really? You don't want that flying off and going somewhere it shouldn't do, so they will likely summon Kerry in. He'll be hoping that he can knock it off, but of course he might not really be aware that it's, well, he won't be aware that that's hanging loose, I wouldn't have thought. And he will simply have to do as he's told and heed the call to pit. Snatches the unloaded left rear wheel there into the hairpin. Not coming in this time, is he? Yes, he is coming in this time. Indicator on, and in he comes. That's a shame for Carey. Second place in the class will still be his as long as he finishes the race, but obviously wanted to try and finish it as high up as possible. So in he comes. And what will they do? Will they tape it up, or will they pull it off? She's going to take it off, I think. There we go. Send him on his way. There was a discussion about taping it up, but no, they just decided to rip it off, send him back out on track. Right, Tony Hunter now catching Paul Dunningham here. So Paul Dunningham started the race 9th on the grid. He is running 4th at the moment and 2nd in class. That class being Class A, the same class as Hoggins. But Dunningham was only 4th in that class in race 1. Hunter has gone by him though, so the Renault Clio moves up to 4th place overall. It was interesting to hear, I think it was Paul Hoggins said after race 1 that he really was trying to race Adam Marshall in the early stages of that race. The drivers are interested in finishing as high up the overall order as possible, even though technically you're only really racing the other cars that are in your class, but they definitely want to try and get the best possible finish. And Tony Hunter, therefore, will be happy that he's just broken into 4th position overall, but Dunningham will be less satisfied because not only is he down to 5th, but now he's got Dawn Butcher behind him, and that is for class position. So Butcher and Dewar actually not far back either. So you've got Dunningham, Butcher and Dewar, numbers 46, 42 and 70, all battling for class positions. Dawn Butcher looking at the inside from a long way back into the hairpin, but ultimately too far back to make the move. So with 6.5 minutes to go, she stays 3rd in class. But this should be an interesting little scrap now then for 2nd in Class A. And Carey Lewis, actually Carey Lewis is not across the line yet, so hasn't completed this lap. But Carey is probably going to be barely inside the top 10 after that scheduled visit to the pit lane. New fastest lap, by the way, set by Adam Marshall. 134.5, 3/4 of a second slower than he went in the earlier race. Maybe the track conditions still not ideal after that rain that we had during the SuperSport race. Here comes Dawn Butcher to the outside of Paul Dunningham, for 4th overall, for 2nd in class, and Dunningham tries to hang on, but there's a switchback available maybe here for Dawn Butcher, who drives straight past, and that was all done on traction coming out of Tower. By going in on the defensive line, Dunningham meant that he was slow on the exit of the corner. Butcher read that well and slipped through into 2nd place in class. Crucially before, Donald Dwyer was able to come through with her as well. And now actually Donald had his own problems because Richard Clark is on the inside in the Clio and does manage to slip through. So they head out of Sunny down towards the complex. Dwyer's going to try and come back. Is he on the inside line into the left-hander? That's a difficult place to make a pass, and he had to bail out of it. Sort of a double apex left-hander that. The first apex is very tight. Cars almost look like they're coming to a standstill sometimes to go through there. It's a lot tighter than it looks, that's for sure. Clark now on the inside of Dunningham, so making light work of the Audi, having spent over half the race trying to get past Donald Dwyer. So Clark into 5th, should now be able to go after Butcher, but of course his fight is with car number 1 there, Tony Hunter. That is the battle that he's more interested in. Dwyer now on the inside of Dunningham as well, so that's a shame for Paul. He held his own nicely after that really, really good start, but now is starting to slip down the field. But yeah, Richard Clark could give Tony Hunter something to think about here, I think, in the Renault element of the race. They do technically run in different classes, I think, within the Renault section of the race, but to all intents and purposes, they're fighting for a class win. And whoops, that won't help Richard Clark's chances of getting one because he's been off at Tower. Lucky actually to stay out of the barriers there. And bounces his way back onto the track, but all of that hard work to work his way through those Class A cars now has to be done once again, and he's only got 3 minutes and 50 seconds in which to do it. So Clark, with dirt on his tyres as well, has to be a bit cautious now for the next few corners. 34.538, by the way, the new fastest lap of the race, set by Adam Marshall. 6.8 seconds now clear of Paul Hoggins, with Tony Hunter in third, but it's third on back, where all of the excitement is, really. There goes Tony Hunter, leading the Renault portion of the race, and now slightly more comfortable than he was a lap ago, knowing that Richard Clark has lost a couple of spots. There is Richard, though. He's not that far back, is he still? He's already back up the inside of Paul Dunningham, who, of course, fell behind Donald Dwyer on that lap as well. So if he can clear this Audi quickly, I think Clark's got the pace to close back in on this group ahead. The question is whether or not he's got the time. He has cleared Dunningham. So Clark into 6th. And there he goes, look, through Hawthorn. Now setting off after Dwyer and Butcher once again. And Tony Hunter not able to escape, is he? From that group, particularly. Means that if Clark can get there, Hunter won't be that far ahead. This, of course, is also a fight for class position, for second place within Class A. Classic VWs. Oops, second lap in a row, Richard Clark gets it wrong at Tower, keeps it on the black stuff this time, but only just well wide of the apex. We'll have lost him some time as well. But yeah, this second place battle in class, Dawn Butcher has it, Donald Dwyer wants it, and has he got the pace to take it? That's the question. Dawn got the better of him by only half a second in race 1. They're continuing their battle now in race 2. And Donald, with perhaps a car that works a little bit better through the corners, a bit lighter, but actually doesn't have quite the horsepower, I don't think, of the Mark V Golf. Obviously a much more production-based VW Golf than the likes of Adam Marshall's and Kerry Lewis's. Lewis, by the way, 9th after that pit stop. About 8 seconds behind Watson in the number 53 car. Here comes Dwyer to the inside into Clervaux, and I think this might just work. The second in Class A, and Donald Dwyer goes through. So Dwyer ahead of Dawn Butcher. That was actually done really in a straight line, wasn't it? Got to the inside into the corner and then made the move stick under braking. There is a slowing Chris Garnham, number 15. And that is a problem, isn't it? He's not getting out of the way of those cars. That was O'Halloran and Collinge, I think, going through, because Garnham, yes, had actually gained a place, I think, on that lap before whatever this issue is struck. So he's into the pit lane, going no further. So down to... O'Halloran, I beg pardon, sorry, I got my Audis mixed up, so that is 85, not 15, so that's Philip O'Halloran in, out of the race. So there is Garnham, 15 still going, the 3 of Garnham, as opposed to the TT of Philip O'Halloran, which also didn't finish race 1, of course. Garnham was a non-finisher in race 1 too, and he's still going strong at the moment, getting away now from Mike Collinge's BMW 1 Series, the 1 Series Super Cup car, which had its season launch here at Croft. And good to see more of these cars out there. It's a great concept. It's sort of teed up to be the natural successor to something like Compact Cup, which is the championship that's out next to conclude our weekend of racing here at Croft. And this car, built really in a very similar vein to the Audi TT Cup cars. Oh, look at that for a well-timed transition. Such as this Audi TT Cup car, which is a car that you buy, the road car, and then you send it off to SW Motorsports. They apply their race kit to it, and then you go and race it in one of the most competitive one-make championships in the country. And there's no reason really why the BMWs couldn't go the same way. And it would be nice to see that series really finding its feet with a few more cars out on track. So out of the final hairpin comes Adam Marshall. The checkered flag awaits for the second time today. It's a double victory for Adam Marshall, just as Kerry Lewis achieved last time out at the season opener. Adam Marshall wins again here at Croft and claims a dominant victory in the Brscc Evolution Trophy and wins in Class GT. The second place will go to Paul Hoggins in the Audi TT, and wins Class A as well. Now what's happening behind? Is Tony Hunter still third? Has Richard Clark been able to get onto terms with him? No, but Donald Duar hasn't. Actually, Clark is the next car behind Duar, so another lap and Clark would probably have challenged Hunter actually. Or had he not been off at Tower, he would have done. The big lunge there from Dawn Butcher, up the inside of the hairpin, but in the end it's going to be Tony Hunter third to claim the victory in the Renault class. Then it is Donald Duar ahead of Richard Clark and Dawn Butcher, and the rest of them filing through behind. A good battle that between all four of those really. That was a much more entertaining race than race one really, because that one were all very close together indeed. Here comes Kerry Lewis. Shame that Kerry got caught up in that Nick Sanderson and Tony Hunter tangle at the start. And actually now I think about it, I wonder whether that's why Tony Hunter didn't have the speed in that race that he had in race number one, because you have to imagine the Clio might have had some bent steering or something after that collision. Celebrations will begin shortly for our Evolution Trophy drivers. Here comes Chris Garnham. He'll be 10th, but wins his class as well. Chris Garnham entered into Class TT, which of course Hoggins isn't, because Hoggins, although he's in a TT, is actually running within Class A for Evolution Trophy purposes. So entertaining race for the Evolution Trophy then, and they will be back up and racing again later on in the season. Their calendar takes them next to Donington Park in June, then Alton in July, Cadwell in August, Donington in September again on the national circuit this time, and then it all finishes at Brands Hatch in October, and that looks like that's on the Formula Ford Festival weekend on the 19th and 20th of October. Adam Marshall then victorious in the second Brscc Evolution Trophy race today. Paul Hoggins second and Kerry Lewis and Tony Hunter third, all of the class winners. Donald Duar was next ahead of Richard Clark, then Dawn Butcher, Paul Dunningham, Kerry Lewis having to pit to get that bodywork removed after the start line tangle, then Stephen Watson, Chris Garnham with Mike Collins in 11th. Philip O'Halloran not running the flag, nor after his start line accident was Nick Sanderson, and of course we never saw, unfortunately, Graham Farrington's Renault Clio after it pulled off on the green flag lap. So one more race to go here at Croft, so don't go anywhere. It is for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and should be an entertaining one. Few scores to be settled, I think, after races earlier on in the weekend. So looking forward to seeing the third and final Compact Cup race getting underway very shortly. We've got cars heading into the pit lane now at the end of the Evolution Trophy race, though, to be greeted eventually by Richard John Neal with our class winners, possibly. I'm not sure who's going to get, whether it'll be class winners or it will be overall podium finishes. But let's find out, shall we, and head down and hear from Richard.
I don't know if you can hear that, but we just had a chorus of happy birthday celebrating the 30th birthday of Adam Marshall. Was that embarrassing or what?
A little, yeah.
Happy birthday for Friday.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
What a great way to have a birthday weekend, isn't it? 2 out of 2, and you know you've matched Carey from Snetterton, so gives us plenty to look forward to next time as you guys go head to head again.
Yeah, definitely needed these 2 wins. So keep ahead of this man wherever he's gone. But yeah, it's yeah, well needed, well deserved, and just credit to everyone at the team. So
it's great, isn't it, when you take a car back with 2 wins? Is there that temptation to look for more next time out, or are you happy that it's as good as it's going to get for you this weekend?
Oh well, what do we come here to do? Everyone comes to win, don't we? So it's yeah, everyone wants more. Obviously, yeah, next time out we'll obviously be going for gold again. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Nice one, great to see you, Adam. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time out. And thank you to the Croft Marshall's Voice Choir for the. I don't know if you caught it on the stream, but it was very good of you all to sing to Adam. Let's go back and grab a quick word with. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will have a word with Paul Hoggins, but because we didn't have a word with Tony Hunter in race 1, we'll have a quick word with Tony, who's our FinSport Renault winner. Congratulations, 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, not a bad day's work, I suppose, for an old fella.
How old dare we ask? If it was a lady racer, we wouldn't be able to, but...
We're 65, still young. ish.
You can still do it. You can still do it. Great.
Still doing it.
And
can't keep up with these blows though, but we're not supposed to really. It's like completely different race, but you still see them ahead and think, but you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? Just got to go for it.
It's been a tricky day, isn't it, overall? Because single day, which is great, but we've had changeable conditions. And is that a lot for you to have to sort of dial in and scope?
Everybody's pulling the hair out half an hour before we're supposed to go out because it's drizzling really hard and it's not enough for wets. These tyres are horrible. We were just hoping that with them going round and round and round, they'd have kept a dry line. Thankfully, they did, and it turned out dry. So we're all back safe, I think.
I hope so, yeah. Is this an old Clio Cup car? Did it race on the Toka package? Or?
Built in a greenkeeper's shed many moons ago. Yes, used to do the Clio Cup, but this is just one we built ourselves, pure motorsport engine. Everything else is like what needs to be there. So, good little car. It's seen a few shells. It's like Trigger's broom.
Nice one, nice one. I wish I was. I need some bits replacing. But Tony, well done. Good to see you. Two wins, and we'll see you next time.
You certainly will. I'll be there, Donington. Sleepless nights with the planes, lovely.
That's the way it goes, isn't it? Tony Hunter, a double Renault winner. Well done. I'm going to grab a very quick word with Mike Collins down here. And apologies to Paul if we don't get to him. But Mike, the BMW 1 Series Super Cup car, we need a few more of these, don't we? How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, very good. It's not my actual car. It's Tim Evans who's lent it me whilst he's actually in Memphis playing with Elvis Presley. So thanks again to Tim and Garage23 for lending me the car for the day. It's been an absolute blast. And I'm sure we'll get it a bit quicker. It's a little bit underpowered and a bit heavy.
Good feature on the car?
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah, I'm happy with where I came. First time in the car today, so we've knocked 2 seconds off from qualifying. So we're.
And can I get a commitment from you to come and race in the championship once it's up and running?
Will do, I'm sure. Thank you very much indeed.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Mike. Sadly, we're not going to get a chance to talk to Paul Hoggins, but we'll say congratulations, Paul. And we've got cars on the grid, and we did luckily manage to chat to Paul earlier on with his win in the Audi TT. So last race of the weekend coming up, the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. A little bit of sorting out. I don't know if Andy's already done it in terms of the result change and everything else. That was due to time penalties and everything else. So the reverse grid, not quite what we're expecting, but enough waffle for me. Let's go to Andy for the detail.
Yes, thank you, Richard. There was a bit of confusion, wasn't there, at the end of race number 2 for the Compact Cup, because Gordon McMillan, who won on the road, was given a time penalty, but the way it got applied confused everybody, including everyone down in pit lane, I think, who gave the win initially to Max Noble. But Gordon McMillan did get the win. It is now, though, a slightly mixed-up grid for the third race of the weekend, as it always is. So pole position goes to Matt Flowers, with Mike Doble alongside him, Peter Smith and Alex Reeder on row 2, with Adam Wright and Joe Doble on the third row. Stephen Daly and Conor Grady are row 4, Max Noble and Gordon McMillan row 5. So that's a top 10 grid reversal for this third race. Ross Stoner and Richard Sutherland are together on row number 6. Brendan Pryor and Tim Seaford, row 7. Mark Grady and Barney Lauer on row 8. Row 9, Daniel Mountford and Rod Langham. Alex Corkwell is next then, alongside Alistair Smith, with Thorburn Aston 21st and 22nd and last, hopefully out there with a repaired car, is car number 1, Gareth Claydon, who had that bizarre incident in race 1 right on the last lap when he was in second place, chasing down race leader and his championship rival, really, Gordon McMillan, and the right front wheel came off the car. Don't know what happened to the car, but it came off maybe after a curb strike, maybe after colliding with a tyre stack, but either way, lost a wheel and lost a whole heap of points as a result. So Gareth will start from the back of the grid. I think I did just catch a glimpse of his car on the way to the grid, so it is there. We should have, hopefully, everybody ready to start. And Matt Flowers from pole position will be keen to try and get a good result here if he can. The reverse grid races are always a good opportunity, aren't they, for some drivers who we don't often see at the front, maybe, to have their moment to shine. But actually, we've got some pretty quick drivers near the front, really. It's a strong field this year in Compact Cup. There are drivers who, were finishing at the back end of the top 10, but clearly have the potential to run quick lap times. If you give them some clean air, then they might be able to hang on out in front. I'm certainly looking at the likes of Flowers and Doble, two experienced drivers on the front row of the grid. Peter Smith, though, showed some really good pace in that race earlier on. Peter, once all was said and done, ended up 4th on the final result. And the number 31 car definitely one, I think, to keep an eye on here. Joe Doble likewise quick, Stephen Daly also, Conor Grady. I mean, the list goes on really. Max Noble was very impressive. 2nd place in the end after race number 2. Keep an eye to Gordon McMillan, 10th on the grid. The number 20 machine, silver and yellow, is also going to be moving forward if he can. Right, ready almost to go racing, I think. Then the red lights will be on very shortly, and 15 minutes of Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup action will conclude our 2-day Brscc Fun Cup race weekend here at Croft. Taking a bit of time to get everybody gridded up for some reason, but we should be ready before too long, he says. Here we go, red lights are on, and for the final time this weekend they're out, and we're away and racing here at Croft. Who's going to get into Clervaux Corner as the race leader? It is Mike Doble, I reckon, who's had the best of the start from the outside, and here comes the 146 of Alex Reid, trying to find a gap up the inside, couldn't quite get there, so Mike Doble will lead them then. Reid in 2nd position, around the outside goes Peter Smith for 3rd, and there's contact. Ross Stoner and Richard Sutherland together, Sutherland back into the pack, and unfortunately there's going to be a bit of carnage through Clervaux. Richard Sutherland, I fear, was collected as he came back into the road, or maybe not. No, I think he's still going, would you believe? So, no, there are cars picking their way out of the gravel further back, but they're all still going, and that is a minor miracle, really. Down the back straight we go. Gregor Pryor was one who ended up pointing the wrong way. Well, that could have been an awful lot worse. Mike Doble then leads the way. Here comes McMillan, look round the outside with Stephen Daly behind him. First time we've seen those two together on track, and that's going to confuse me because Stephen is racing Gordon's spare car, so they're almost identical in livery. But Stephen is ahead slightly at the moment. Side-by-side action there for 4th as they went through the Jim Clark S's, but the top 3 trying to get away. Mike Doble leading then, Reid in 2nd position, 3rd Peter Smith, Matt Flowers hanging on to 4th. On the outside line is Wright, on the inside of him muscles Stephen Daly, as Richard Sutherland, I think, has taken the shortcut back to the pit lane, and with him goes Gregor Pryor. Those two having both been involved in that tangle at the first corner. So was Ross Stoner. He, I think, carried on. He and Sutherland initially who tangled. Matt Flowers with a lock-up going into the complex. We saw a lot of that in the race earlier on today, and that was Gareth Claydon in the background. Gareth Claydon muscling somebody out of the way. I'm not sure who that was, but whoever they were, they ended up on the grass, and Gareth Claydon very much involved in that. So Gareth Claydon then tangling with somebody, and he comes out of the hairpin with no one else around him. We'll try and figure that one out in a moment or two, but anyway, it is Mike Doble that leads. It's Alex Reid 2nd, it's Peter Smith 3rd, Flowers 4th, Daly 5th, then Adam Wright, Gordon McMillan 7th, and Conor Grady 8th. So Grady hasn't had a great start, having started in 8th, he's still 8th, but of course he has stayed where he is, whereas Gordon McMillan has gained 3 places from where he started. And the back straight they go then. McMillan looking to try and bank some more good points, especially with Gareth Claydon having a bad weekend. Important for McMillan to try and capitalise on that. Down towards Tower. Flowers with a big lock-up on the bumps. He can't get the car stopped, surely. I think he might have done. Stephen Daly, meanwhile, backing up right there, Adam Wright, into Gordon McMillan, who now goes around the outside of him and looks to the inside line for the Jim Clark S's. There go the top 3. It's anyone's guess who's going to emerge in 4th place, 2 by 2 through the Jim Clark S's, and I think Stephen Daly's gone through. Daly ahead of Flowers. Can McMillan follow him? He's up the inside, he's up the curb, but Matt Flowers, standing his ground, tries to turn across in front of the number 20 car, which hits the curb, gets a bit sideways. They're still sort of contesting the position as they go into sunny out, where now McMillan on the inside line should come out on top. I think on the exit of the corner, Flowers is still alongside though, and we're about to turn left into the complex. That should favour Matt, really, in the number 3, but McMillan, I think, will sweep round the outside and maybe brings with him Conor Grady, because Grady very much part of this battle now. Up the inside of Adam Wright, forces Adam over onto the curb and the grass, and then gets across in front of him to defend the position into the hairpin. There is Joe Doble now getting up the inside of Noble. Gareth Claydon's on the grass in the background, muscled off by the number 16 car of Mark Grady. I think that's one of Stephen Daly's old cars that Mark Grady's in. And Gareth Claydon, I think, is going to be quite happy to see the back of Croft. He's not had an enjoyable weekend in any way. And certainly the results on track, nothing to write home about. Yesterday, obviously had that clash with Joe Doble whilst contending the lead, ended up finishing 4th, non-finished race 2, and now finds himself really in the wars in race number 3 and not yet inside the top 10. There's Corkwell with the recovering Ross Stoner, the orange number 22 car, getting up the inside of him. And Corkwell trying to get back in line, does get back in line, but at the expense of Alistair Smith, I think that was. Out of Tower, though, comes this battle for 6th position there. Matt Flowers at the head of it, putting up a good defensive drive, in fairness, is Matt, but he's got Conor Grady right behind him as they head for the right-hander at Barcroft. Oh, and Adam Wright trying to join in the fun as well, looks to the inside, but Conor Grady having none of it. And that covers off that inside move. Where did Claydon end up? He was 12th across the line. Can't yet see Gareth at the back of shot. There he comes, so he's got to try and find a way past Mark Grady, who of course he just tangled with at the hairpin, and then try to get on terms with the next group in front. Meanwhile, Joe Doble up the inside of Max Noble, but the outside line, you carry more momentum via the outside line through that corner. And then as we turn into the hairpin, it is actually Adam Wright now on the move. He's had the better run off the corner and looks to try and draw level maybe down the pit straight past the pits. There go Daly and McMillan then. They're running 4th and 5th respectively. McMillan with the fastest lap now, 41.4. Flowers, Grady, Wright, Noble and Doble. So all still in the same positions as they were at the start of the lap. Gareth Claydon, by the way, did get past Mark Grady cleanly this time around. So Mark Grady down to 12th position. Claydon about 3 seconds nearly behind this group. Still with 9 minutes to go, so he's got time to get there, hasn't he? And perhaps gain a few more positions. But his chances of getting onto terms with Gordon McMillan now looking pretty slim. Grady looking to the outside of Flowers, and then Wright sees a chance to get his nose up the inside. Grady with a really good exit from Tower, though, and I think he's judged that well to get to the inside line into the Jim Clark S's. Can he make the move stick? He's on the outside for the right-hander, but I don't think it'll matter. I think he's done it. Smoke now from Ross Stoner's car. And that looks more like engine smoke than tyre smoke. I know he had that contact at the first corner, but that looks like an engine that's going bang. And Ross Stoner might well be on his way to retirement. Meanwhile, for Matt Flowers, it's all unravelling. Wright has gone through. Noble's up the inside. Joe Doble will follow by as well. And Matt Flowers, I'm afraid, from pole position, is now dropping down towards the tail end of the top 10. Once Conor Grady opened that door and got him offline, it allowed the rest of them really to pounce and come through as well. Adam Wright there running quite wide through that first part of the complex, but gets back in front of Noble right the first time. Now this looks interesting. That's the 41 car, which might have been the one that I saw tangling with Gareth Claydon on the first lap. Tim Seaford on the inside there through the complex. And as Gordon McMillan sets another new fastest lap, another 1 minute 40.7. It's all kicking off further back, and there's contact, and around goes Seaford. And that was the number 42 of Rod Langham who got into him. And Rod waving his arms around, but, well, yes, I think maybe he will get limited sympathy from Tim Seaford. Ross Stoner through Clairvaux with that smoke still emanating from the back of the number 22 car, but he's not pulling in. Is there fluid coming out of it? I can't see anything being left on the track, and no one's sort of sliding around behind him too much. Now, this is for the race lead, and that's been a change, hasn't it? Alex Reid has got past Mike Doble. Now, Doble was over a second ahead of Reid a couple of laps ago. At the line, it was down to a 10th, and Alex Reid has now gone through, so Mike Doble loses the lead then. That, meanwhile, is Rod Langham's car, stationary at the side of the road at the hairpin, but quite a long way off the track, so hopefully they can leave it there, and we can let this race continue, because look what's happening as these three battle. Stephen Daly and Gordon McMillan are getting closer and closer by the corner, so it's 5 cars for the lead now as we go through the entry to the complex. We've still got nearly half the race to go, so Adam Reid, I think, Alex Reid has picked the right moment to hit the front, hasn't he, just before those two quick grey and yellow cars get in the mix. Peter Smith on the inside goes from third to first. How did he do that? Peter Smith, he made a brilliant round the outside pass at Clervaux in race 1, and he does it again on the inside of the hairpin to get the lead. But for how much longer? Stephen Daly is alongside him now as they come past the pits. Absolutely neck and neck. The wing mirrors get folded in. Daly on the outside line. Can he go round the outside of Peter Smith? This is where Smith made his move in race 2. He's up the curb. Into the gravel goes Daly. Watch for Alex Reid to get back up the inside, which he does. And Alex Reid tries now to get back into second position. Terrific racing. I said this would be worth the wait. The final race of the weekend, and it's the race of the weekend, I would say. Through goes Reid, and now Daly's on the grass. Stephen Daly bouncing down the grass. He's gone from 4th to 1st and possibly now back to 5th again, because through has gone Doble and through has gone Gordon McMillan, who suddenly sees a chance to get the hat-trick of victories. Can't quite get to the inside of Mike Doble at Tower, but Gordon McMillan, a double winner so far this weekend, from 10th on the grid. Might not have felt that a win was on the cards, and it might not be if he gets into a barging match with Mike Doble. He's alongside him though, round the outside into the Jim Clark S's, and Gordon McMillan I think will get back into a podium spot. That delays Mike Doble. It brings Stephen Daly up the inside as well, and as so often has been the case when I've been covering Compact Cup races down the years, you've got to remember to breathe, because this is truly breathless stuff. 15 minutes and we cram a season's worth of entertainment usually into these races, especially when you throw in the top 10 reversed grid. So breathe. Peter Smith leads the way, Alex Reid second, it is McMillan now third, Daly with a lock-up in 4th, 5th position then for Mike Doble, then a gap back to Conor Grady in 6th position. And what's going on behind? Adam Wright, Max Noble and Joe Doble, I think, is the order. Gareth Claydon, by the way, is still only in 11th position. So Gareth Claydon not making up as many positions as we might have expected. Out of the hairpin we go then. Can Conor Grady join in this battle, I wonder? Let's see how far back he is. He was 5 seconds behind them at the beginning of that 6th lap. At the end of it, he is only 2.6 back. He did a 42.3. Not a brilliant lap, but comfortably quicker than the group ahead of him. There goes Conor Grady. In the background, Gareth Claydon is back into the top 10 now, ahead of the fading Matt Flowers. But I don't think we're done with here yet, are we? Because Gordon McMillan and Stephen Daly still think that they've got a shot at a race victory. I'd love to know what happened to Mike Doble, though, because he was 1.2, 1.3 seconds up the road at one point, and suddenly that gap vanished. Alex Reid briefly led the race, and then Peter Smith, with the second unbelievable overtake that he's made today, managed to go from 3rd to 1st at the hairpin. The door just opened for him on the inside line, and he went straight through it. Now McMillan trying to find a way past Alex Reid, who covers him off going into the Jim Clark S's. Right now, Reid is Peter Smith's best friend, isn't he, though? Because as he defends second place, Peter Smith perhaps can start to build a bit of a margin out in front. It's not a big margin just yet. But Alex Reid clearly is going to defend second place if he can. McMillan looking to the inside, though, into Sunny out. Has he got the overlap? I think he has. They're both going to be offline slightly. Can they make the corner? Well, not really. And McMillan shovels him off the road, and here comes Stephen Daly now. Daly from 4th, at least into 3rd. Can he go around the outside of McMillan for 2nd? He's going to try. Snatches the break into the left-hander, but that's the inside for the right-hander. Not quite going to work. McMillan then will manage to go into second place, brings with him Daly. And also Mike Doble getting himself ahead of Alex Reid, who chinks to the inside of the hairpin and makes another brilliant lunge to go 4th. McMillan now a bit slow off the corner. It's all going on, isn't it? Conor Grady rubbing his hands with glee. He might just run out of time to really join in the battle, but less than 3 minutes to go, and Conor Grady's almost with them. There is a bit of a BMW Compact Cup car park forming in the pit lane. Mark Grady and Ross Stoner are in. Ross Stoner finally bringing that smoky number 22 car into the pits. But what more drama do we have in store with probably a couple of laps still to go? Gordon McMillan into second position now. One more overtake required to get the hat-trick of victories here from Croft to really bounce back from the disappointing Alton Park season opener a couple of weeks ago. And into Tower Corner, Mike Doble still hunting around behind Alex Reid as well. So that battle not done with yet, but they're just allowing now those top 3 to break away ever so slightly. So down towards the Jim Clark S's yet again. This, the 8th lap of the race. And can McMillan catch Peter Smith? He was 1.5 seconds back. Well, I think the answer is yes, because from the little glimpse that I caught of them then through Parkroft, I think he's back with Peter. Oh, Reid is sideways. Alex Reid sideways. Did that open the door for Mike Doble? The answer appears to be no, but Doble definitely sensing blood in the water will be on the attack, as is Gordon McMillan, weaving to the inside, then to the outside. And can he find an overlap on Peter Smith, who we know is not afraid to make that the widest BMW Compact Cup car on the grid. He's shown some good attacking driving today. Now needs to get his defending boots on. Pulls to the inside through the hairpin. McMillan will try and get the switch back and carry that run down the pit straight, whilst Reid is sideways in front of Mike Doble. That really has brought Conor Grady into play now. Here we come then past the pits, and McMillan, I think, is on the inside line, but Peter Smith, we know, will commit to this outside line if he has to. What can he do? He keeps McMillan at bay. Can he make the corner? Yes, he can. Again, Peter Smith, the most confident man under braking, begins the final lap of the race, still as the race leader, with Gordon McMillan and Stephen Daly right in his wheel tracks through Hawthorne into the chicane. They fire themselves off onto the back straight, where McMillan is less than a car's length behind. He will pull alongside, but will inevitably only be shown the outside line towards Tower. Peter Smith just needs to hook that inside line and then not run too wide on the exit. That was really clever positioning of the car there for Smith. He went slightly defensive, but only to the middle of the road so as not to compromise his exit speed completely. And actually it's McMillan whose exit is compromised. He makes the mistake, slides over the curb and the grass and opens the door for Stephen Daly. So Stephen Daly might now be about to move into second place, and in doing so win Peter Smith the race. Through he goes, Daly into second, McMillan down to third, and has that now let Peter Smith off the hook? I think it might have done. They're all sort of going to end up together again here, aren't they, at the end of the race, because Reid, Doble, Grady and Adam Wright are not that far behind. Down towards the complex, McMillan's on the grass. Can Stephen Daly get close enough to have a go into the hairpin? He's closed in pretty rapidly on Peter Smith here. 2 more corners to go. Smith can't afford to make a mistake. How adventurous is Stephen Daly willing to be? Will he take a risk? Will he get to the inside of the hairpin? I don't really think he's close enough. He's more interested in defending second place, I think, from McMillan. And so Peter Smith, I reckon, will hang on. Accelerates off the final corner. Checkered flag awaits Peter Smith, and a huge round of applause from everyone on the pit wall after a sensational third Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup race of the day. It is Smith the winner, McMillan back ahead of Daly. Daly let McMillan go, I think, on the last corner. So Stephen Daly lets McMillan have second place. McMillan second, Daly third, Alex Reid fourth, ahead of Mike Doble, Conor Grady, Adam Wright, Max Noble, Joe Doble and Gareth Claydon to complete the top 10. Fantastic race, as you would expect from the Compact Cup. And Peter Smith take a bow. That was brilliant racecraft, great attacking driving to get to the lead, but even better defensive driving, really, to hold on to it under immense pressure from 2 of the best in the business. That was fantastic stuff. So Gordon McMillan let through there, I think, into second place. Stephen Daly owed him a favour, I suppose, because he was using Gordon's spare car. The rest of the grid had to agree to let Stephen race, actually, after his original car that he entered in broke down in qualifying. And had any one driver decided that they didn't want to let Stephen Daly race, then he wouldn't have been out there at all. But that was a great show, actually, of the camaraderie in this grid and the paddock, that they were willing to let even someone as rapid as Stephen Daly race. And we're very happy that they did, because he's on the podium finally on his return to the championship. Peter Smith the winner, Gordon McMillan comes home in second place, and Stephen Daly third. Smith, by the way, also the Masters winner from McMillan in that class. Alex Reid fourth, Mike Doble came home fifth, having led much of the first half of the race. Sixth place Conor Grady, seventh Adam Wright, eighth Max Noble, ninth Joe Doble, and the top 10 completed by a frustrated Gareth Claydon. Matt Flowers is 11th, ahead of Alistair Smith 12th, Daniel Mountain 13th, and Alex Corker in 14th place. 15th then for Barney Lauer, ahead of Tim Seaford and Ross Stoner. Ross Stoner actually a non-finisher, pulling into the pit lane after that turn 1 collision, but then more importantly, an engine failure later on. Then it was Mark Brady, Rod Langham and Gregor Pryor also failing to finish what was a sensational race. Well, I hope you all stayed tuned in to the end of the day. I think certainly the spectators who stuck around to the end of the day have been appropriately rewarded with what was a barnstorming third race for the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup, who, as I said, have a busy season ahead of them. And look out for more Compact Cup action on the Brscc live streams later on in the year. Also, do head over to their website for information on upcoming events, both live streamed and not live streamed, because they do have lots of events that we won't have the cameras at, but will still be well worth getting yourselves along to. So head over to the Brscc website for all of the information. And be sure to give them a like and a follow on the social media as well. Well, that's it from me in the commentary box then. Andy McEwen signing off. It is once more down to the pit lane, though, to Richard John Neal to unpack what was a sensational race.
Thanks very much, Andy. Pete Smith just derobing, dehelmeting. Is that a word? It is now. We've added it to count. That will be on Countdown in a few weeks, mark my words. Here's Peter Smith then, in the totally awesome toys. He hasn't got much. Peter, we'll get you out of the car. In the totally awesome toys car. I want to ask him about that as well. The great thing about the last interviews of the day is that we've got as long as we want, because I can bore everyone for England with the questions, which is great. We're not okay. Peter, well done. Congratulations. There'll be a trophy on its way. Lindsay's got the trophy and the winner's hat for you. Let's get that. We've got time to do that. I need to interview Lindsay as well a little bit later on. She'll disappear. He's not going to do that. Peter, it was a podium, then it wasn't, and then you've come back and you've won. So yeah. Fantastic, Masters win, overall win. What's a weekend!
About? Yeah, what a weekend! Jesus, got disqualified from qualifying for being 3 kilos underweight. Started from the back of the grid, and here I am. So. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
That's this sport, isn't it? You can have a bad day and it can all just turn around.
I nearly went home. I nearly packed up. No, I didn't really. But it was one of those moments where you're like, God damn it. But no, that was mental. That was quality laps. Every lap, that was just, I had to be on it, because those two cars, they were right there, you know. And ex-champion, 5 times ex-champion. Wow, it scares you, you know. So
I said to you, didn't I, after race 2, that this is the start of it, isn't it? When you get that, you're up on the podium and it carries forward down. Tell me about Totally Awesome Toys, because they're on the side of the car.
Yeah, that's my business. So it's just an online toy company. Totally Awesome Toys, www. If you fancy any toys.
You get a few visits now, I think.
Thanks to my wife for letting me do this, because, yeah, it's a big commitment from everybody. It's a lot of time, a lot of money. So yeah.
Is she here?
She is. She's not here, but she's at the track with my boys as well, Alfie and Herbie.
Yeah, that's going to cost you when they get into racing, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I'll have to hang my helmet up for sure.
Peter, what next then? So obviously next round to look forward to. Cars working, change it or leave it?
It's actually not in brilliant shape, to be honest with you. The left rear is cambered out quite a lot. So I don't know how much it's affecting me, or whether it's just driving around it, I don't know. But it needs sorting, so if there's time in there, then Bonza.
Go and find it, and we'll see you next time. Well done, Peter. Sweet. Congratulations. Lovely to chat to you. Well done. Gordon McMillan next up. A handshake from Peter. Well done. Gordon, apologies. We
got it wrong.
There was a muddle, wasn't there, in the... But congratulations on the race 2 win. We can kind of do that interview now, can't we? And another splendid podium there.
So race 2. I think it was a track limits penalty, and it got a bit confused, and I won by 7 seconds, and then had a 5-second penalty, because that was a bit of a boring race, to be honest, because there wasn't a lot going on there. Whereas this race was busy. This was hectic, and thank you to Stephen and thank you to KC Motorsport, because I was 3rd there, but Stephen let me through, and we got a KC Motorsport 1, 2, 3. It's fantastic.
Did you think you were going to come away from this weekend with 2 overall wins?
Yeah, I was sure about it. Yeah, absolutely no doubt. No, not a clue. I've never won before, so I didn't have any expectations, so I'm over the moon.
Is it, I mean, we talk to drivers and say once you got that first one, it doesn't become easier, but is there a psychological thing that then once you've done it, it can happen again?
Yeah, when the monkey's off the back, race 2, it was a bit dull. The race 1 was emotional. I was like, wow, I won my first race. Race 2, you just keep going, and it was pretty straightforward, to be fair.
I said on the introduction to the day that the amazing thing yesterday was like in the Fiestas and also the BMWs, the Masters, were keeping the young drivers off the top step of the podium. That's a great thing in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. The old people are getting their revenge now. So, you know, congratulations to Pete as well. His first win, might be his first podium, his first Masters and his first win. He's done fantastic. And it's all the one KC Motorsport team as well.
Fantastic. What a great championship. Gordon, we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much and well done. And Stephen, long time no see. I think the last time we spoke was probably Ginetta Paddock, I think, and multi-champion in these. How? First of all, congratulations on third, or would have been second, but you let him past.
Well, he let me borrow one of his cars for the weekend, so I mean, we came with a car, they had an electrical gremlin, so Gordon kindly gave us the car, so why not return the favour.
How many championships have you won in this?
5 in England.
And if you have a look, this guy hasn't got a grey hair on his head, you know, and I was just talking about how good the Masters are. But isn't it great that the youngsters, I'm not saying it's good that the youngsters didn't win yesterday, but this is such a level playing field between drivers coming in, maybe moving into it from karts or otherwise, and more experienced drivers.
Yeah, I mean, you've got drivers like Conor Grady coming from Ginetta's, Joe Doble. These guys are seriously quick. I know a guy like me is just maybe lost its touch for some of these young lads, but no, I mean, they're doing great. It shows this series is still very competitive, and it shows what you need to put in to actually be at the front. I came as a guest driver, or I've come as a guest driver, and the pace isn't quite there, so it just shows you that these guys are on top of their game.
Time out of the car, regardless of who you are, is going to make a difference.
Yeah, you would think so. I would like to think it wouldn't take me long to get back there, but I mean, proof's in the pudding. I haven't went out there and dominated like I maybe have in the past, so yeah, it just shows you that this series is still very competitive.
It's not shabby. You're up on the podium and giving us some great entertainment.
yeah, we're very happy. Can I just thank my partner Nicola and my daughter Emily, just say hello to them, and a massive thanks to the KC Motorsport team. 1, 2, 3 on the podium right now, so I mean, just shows you how good their cars are, and thanks for that.
Brilliant. Stephen Daly, well done, many congratulations. Multiple champion Stephen Daly wraps up our podium interviews for the day and indeed the weekend here at Croft Circuit, the Brscc Spring Racing Weekend. Spring has sprung, hasn't it? The weather is only going to get better, I'm sure, as the season goes on. Thank you to everybody that's made this weekend's racing such a pleasure. We've had 2 days of great racing, a lot of focus on endurance, which has been terrific to watch. We've enjoyed it. Thank you, marshals. Thank you, medics and rescue crews, Brscc and all the staff for doing a great job lining people up for us and getting going. Thank you, everyone at home for watching, and the guys from Alpha Live for looking after us on the TV production side, and Johnny for putting up with me and Pit Lane, our camera op for today. From me and Andy and the whole team here, be well, be safe. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Cheerio.